You are watching the Vodka stream.
What is happening, everybody? Hey, it's Friday. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Hopefully everybody's doing good. We made it through another week. Everything's okay. We good. We're great. We're grand, hopefully. TGIF, guys. Welcome to the Vodka stream. Plenty to talk about, even though it was kind of a slow week. It was a little bit of a slow week today when it came to news and stuff, but cheers, guys. I'm beering it up tonight. Got some Modelo Cerveza right here, so cheers. But I do have a shot of vodka, though. The vodka is still here, so cheers, guys. I'm in my trusty Superman shot glass right here, so cheers, guys. Woo! Smooth. Gotta love that, right? Who is out there tonight? What's going on, Kenneth? Dave and friends. Hope everyone is doing well on a Friday evening. Sorry I missed the last week's. No problem, man. You know, it's okay if you guys miss. Nothing wrong with that. I know we all have busy lives and everything, so it's okay. It happens. It happens. Patrick, what's going on? Zoe Kravitz, Jemmy, like a lot I heard from Tom Cruise. Like, well, okay. Yeah, Tom Cruise apparently liked the Flash film. That's a good endorsement, right? It's Galactic Fearsome. What is happening? Tony Movie Chappie D9 Neil Blomkamp fan. Always good to see you, buddy. You know, which DC project would you like Mr. Blomkamp to direct? You know, I brought that up on Film Junkie Live. I don't know if it was this week or last week. I can't remember. But he tweeted out he asked people what's their favorite DC film, and I was like, has he talked to James Gunn? Does he want to talk to James Gunn? You know, Hobo Deluxe. Too bad someone leaked a crappy quality copy of the new. Well, I mean, I don't. It's not the full trailer that we're going to get, but it is footage. And yes, a lot of people were talking about that, the Flash footage, and naturally, you know, people just kind of, they just want to just It's funny too, because everybody's specifically talking about the shot, which I thought the shots were great. There's something about, I don't know, when I'm seeing the footage, when I'm seeing the stuff, when it comes to the Flash, there's something that's I don't know, like I'm trying to put my finger on it. I'm digging what Muschietti is using for his color palette. I know some people aren't, but just the scope. It's just like some of these, shots just look very large, and Zack did that big time too, especially with Zack Snyder's Justice League obviously the 4:3 ratio, which I don't think this is in unless maybe it's an IMAX like that, but it's just something that just seems like these, it's not just a normal shot. I don't know. The close-ups just look really cool. I don't know, but I know some people are bitching about the shot of Batfleck, and they're saying like it's full on CGI, and I'm like, no, the cape in the background are CGI. The cowl is very much real, but I think it's just like the cape that's drooped over his shoulders, and the background is CGI. Yes. So, and yeah, it could use a little once over, another little polish, and I think it'll be fine. But what's going on, Andrew? Good to see you. We got Miss Susie Satin right here. Good to see you. Good to see you. She's a member. All right. Good. Yeah. There you got your bourbon. There you go. Mama Film Junkies here. Hi, Mom. Love you. Always good to see Mom in the chat. We got Fear Jason right here. We got Tet. Hi, everyone. I just saw the Penguin trailer. Seems like it had a really small splash. Is that supposed to be a zinger right there, Tet? Yeah. I mean, looks great. I mean, I think it's going to be something that's going to be pretty damn fantastic. So, Snake, what's going on? We got ZoMG Ruler. Do you think the cows were bad? No, I didn't think either one of the cows looked bad. I mean, I thought they looked great. Being a Batman fan, I thought they were great. I thought it looked good. I thought it looked good. Like I said, I mean, I could see where people are noticing, with the Batfleck shot specifically. It's like it's the cape that's not real. The cape is not real. I'm pretty sure the cape's not real because you know how they do that. They want to get that good cape porn, so so I'm pretty sure the cape wasn't real. But people were claiming that the cow wasn't real, and I'm like, I don't know about that. The cow is very much in the style of the Justice League cow, and I thought he looked fine. Que pasa, Randy? What is happening? Oh, you got Seek here too. Where's he at? I thought I am scrolling, but Seek is definitely here. Wait, why am I not seeing it right here? But Seek, I know you're out there. Hey, Miss Nighthawk. That's right. She didn't know I got a haircut until yesterday. Even though I got it Monday. See, reverse. Usually couples, the guy doesn't recognize the girl when she gets her hair did. This time it was reversed. So, it's like a sitcom. Anyways, what's going on, Mr. Scully? Brian, what's up? Been a long time. Yes, been a bit. Good to see you. We got Lloyd right here. Chuck. What's up, Dave? Got the new Metallica album. Yes. That's right, guys. Sadly, I'm not gonna have Jordan join at the beginning, because we could have a whole stream talking about the whole entire album. Yes, the new Metallica album came out today. Technically, it came out last night for me, and I got to listen to it last night. So I was rocking out last night. Just kind of just listen to the songs I haven't heard, but today I was listening to it in its entirety. It's great. There's some interesting choices when it comes to riffs and songs and whatnot, but for dudes that have been doing metal and music for 40 plus freaking years, well, it's pretty much been 40 years almost exactly. Well, it's been a little more than 40 years, but the first album came out in 1983. So, for pushing 60 and everything, these guys still freaking have it, man. And I really enjoy the new album. I'm going to be listening to it religiously for the next 6 months, probably, and I'm going to be seeing them in August. So I cannot wait. So yeah, go see them in concert. They put on a great show. I've seen them like 3 times. I think I've seen them 3 times live. So this will be my 4th. So awesome stuff. What's going on, Sabang? What's happening? All right. The voiceover in the new Flash movie footage is that super. Yeah, maybe. What's going on, Mr. Lobo? Always good to see you, buddy. That's league or cow color. Well, the color. See the color though. I mean, that's the thing. Is like the color is grayish. We saw the behind the scenes footage of the stuntman on the bat bike, on the bat cycle. So, naturally, it's just like they were going for that concept, which I was totally okay with. Yeah, the suit's not the best. The suit's not the best, So the suit's not the best, but at the same time, from what I gathered, from what I heard, was the fact that, let's face it, a heavy bat suit is a heavy bat suit. And Ben Affleck was like, all right, I'll do it, but give me a better suit that gives a little more give, probably in the gooey bag, a little bit. It gets a little tight in the crotch area. So maybe, I don't know. But the suit looks comfortable, at least. So it's going to be interesting to see it on the big screen. Oh, okay. So you come from Saggy Melons. Okay, good. Well, I thank her and I thank you for becoming a member and becoming part of the family. Thank you, Susie. What's going on, Lane? All right. Good to see you, buddy. Let's see. We got Droga right here. Good to see you. All right. Who else we got? Anybody else that's doing this thing? Yeah, new album is fire, man. It's good. I think Metallica hasn't been the same. You're one of those. I mean, I will say that, yeah, that did put them into another stratosphere when it came to music. But, I mean, Master of Puppets is going to be always, it just seems like that's always going to be my favorite album. Yes, the first 4 albums are, just really, really good. They're like the best of the best. But, One of the things I did this week was kind of listen to a bunch of other stuff. The Black Album is actually really good. It really is good. Yeah, it might not be thrashy and all that stuff, but it's still it's a really good, very well produced album. I could see why it blew up the 90s, like 1991 that thing came out and it blew up. It blew the world up. You know, there's some it's not as thrashy and it's their trendiest album, sure, but I could see, like, it's still really good. It's really good. It's really good. It's just a really good album, and then of course after that with Load and Reload, they got a little softer. They were just making rock music essentially, but there's still some really good songs on those albums. And then all of a sudden, and then Saint Anger was just more like a demo album. So I mean, we all know the story behind Saint Anger. That was a rough one. So, but they still can put out. I mean, the riffs. It's all about the riffs, man. James Hetfield just knows how to just come up with some freaking catchy ass riffs. That's what it is. So it's good stuff. It's good stuff. All right. Who else we got here? Anybody? Let's see. I wonder if Keaton and Affleck will see each other. I know. That is the question. Cheers to the weekend. Eye on podcast. Good to see you. All right. Hey, we got Carlos right here too. Have you ever seen the movie Law Abiding Citizen? Yes. Gerard Butler, Jamie Foxx. Good movie. Good movie. Yeah, I really enjoyed that movie. I haven't watched it in a long time, but I thought it was a good movie. Really did. I was listening to Metallica in 1983 as a teenager. Whoa. Yeah. I was still in the oven being cooked, if you get what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Death Magnetic. See, that's the thing. Lane, you bring up a good point because I was listening to Death Magnetic, and yeah, I will say, like when it comes to 2000s Metallica, Death Magnetic is just I was listening to that earlier this week and I'm like, fuck, man. Yeah, they really, yeah, you're right. You're right on that. We don't agree on where Dave Grohl should be when it comes to performing, but we do agree on Death Magnetic being just so freaking awesome. So anyways, all right, guys. Enough chatting and everything. Let me get my guest in here. Let's have a little chat. Let's see. Let me set up my tweet. Okay. There we go. All right. Let me set up my tweet and we'll get my guest in here and we'll do some chatting. Talk about all kinds of stuff. All right. Here we go. Joined. I should always have this like pre-prepared. I don't know why I don't. There we go. All right. Let's go ahead and bring my guest from the Nerd Rage podcast. Let me see. All right, let me make sure I got that. Put that out there. All right, let's get Ryan in here. Mr. Ryan Anderson, what is happening, sir?
What's up, man? How you been?
Good. How you doing?
Well, I'm trying to figure out this whole StreamYard thing. I actually, I'm so used to being in audio land that I think I got it working here. So
yeah.
How about you?
You are a little low though with your camera.
Yeah, I know, camera angles and all that. And actually, it's usually cropped in so it cuts right where those lights are. But I'm making it.
I mean, we could crop it right here. I actually have that.
You have that ability?
Let's see. We could do something like this if you'd like.
I mean, as long as you get the Zack Snyder stuff right there, I think we're good.
Yeah, but I mean, that's we look like it looks like we're cuddling if we do that.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a little in there. Yeah, but yeah, how's things on your end?
Things are all right. It's Friday, thank God. So,
yeah.
But yeah, cheers. What are you drinking?
I actually like good Myers and Cola, so a little rum and Coke.
Nice. Nothing wrong with a little rum and Coke.
Yeah.
I dig it. You got it in a mug too, so that's good.
Yeah. Well, speaking of mugs, I was going through some stuff today and I found this from back in 2016.
Wow.
Yeah, custom made.
Custom made. Where'd you get that at it?
I think it was at C2E2 of 2016. So I was just out there. I had done shameless promotion, the CBS thing that I did years ago, and then go to C2E2, and I was talking to this one lady, and she's like, "Oh, we have one of those DC things here," and then she pulls up this. I'm like, "Oh, that's sweet." So custom made, and I guess the guy never showed up to pick it up, so I grabbed it, and I've had it ever since.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, guys, the Nerd Rage podcast is what Ryan does, and we're gonna dig into his origin story here. How long have you been doing the podcast?
It's going on 8 years now. I mean, there's been, pandemic and hardships and a lot of love lost along the way, but
Naturally.
still keeping it going. Got the Twitter. Yeah, that's where I keep the most active news going. And then if we really want to do deeper dives, we do the audio stuff and hopefully some video probably in the near future here. So yeah,
Video is the way to go, man. You got to show that face. You got to show that pretty face of yours. You just got to do it.
Well, I try and put it out there. Just did the whole WrestleMania thing just a weekend or two ago, and that was
yeah. We'll get into that. We'll get into that a little bit, but because we'll get into that. But I wanted to get the origin story on the Nerd Rage podcast 8 years ago.
Yeah.
What made you start it? Was it were you always just naturally just wanted to talk about all this stuff? What's happening? What's the
the nerd thing has been just kind of my background for a long time. I grew up in an environment that wasn't really as passionate about it as I was, to put it simply. And then we got to about 8 years ago. I just got done off stage doing a venue, and I bought these microphones so we could all play our gig. And the guys after that were like, I want to go on this band. I want to go on this band. And then it was just me and one guy. And by the end of it, I was talking to a couple other buddies of mine, and they said, well, what are you doing with those microphones? I said, well, I mean, I've been seeing a lot of this podcasting stuff. Maybe we should share in our love for all this nerd stuff that we talk about on a daily basis. So myself, a buddy of mine, Brian, and some other friends, we just got together. And the idea behind it was basically just getting friends together to talk about the stuff that we always talk about and share it with the world in our own little way. So from there, it's grown to we've got shows like 30 Minutes of Life, where we do kind of topics of just random things that we're thinking about. When I lived north, we were in near Gilroy when the shooting happened. So we talked about broader issues. And then I've got our wrestling show, which I kind of alluded to some of that wrestling stuff. But I try and keep it all kind of separate. So if you want to hear broader stuff, you can go and hear 30 Minutes of Life. If you want to hear wrestling, we got something for that too. But the main thing is Nerd Rage Weekly. So we try and give you all the news that happens in the week.
You have a whiteboard, though. That's good. That's always good. I remember I had a whiteboard at one point, but I don't know. I didn't like it. I just wrote stuff. I was like, I don't know. For me, it's like I'll have like a list of stuff that I put on my phone or on my computer. Yeah. I don't know. I think I just adapted the digital way of like trying to organize my stuff. And then sometimes I just don't even keep up with that. But I think maybe I should get a whiteboard again, because at one point I did, and I was like utilizing for a little bit, and then I just stopped utilizing it. And there is something about writing down things and organizing things physically, different than digitally, because digitally it's cool, and you can have something, an app or something that can organize the stuff, but there's just something about it right there that's always there. Because if you have it digitally, your phone's not always on your screen. If you have it like an app, like I was using a web-based app, and of course I'm not going to always have that page up all the time, so I'm not constantly seeing it. But if you have a whiteboard, it's always there, and things are always there. So I'm like, I gotta probably, but I had a very small whiteboard. I need a bigger one like you have, maybe.
This actually came to my office back when I lived in the Midwest. So I moved out here to California like 5 years ago. And as I was leaving my old employer, they were just like, well, we got this and a bunch of other stuff. You want to take it? Because they promoted me to go out here. But I was like, I don't know where I'm going to put this. And I was like, oh, in the studio would be great. So my place in Salinas, where we recently moved from, which was NorCal, I had like a little, like your brick thing you've got out here. I had that around the board, and it was great. That's awesome. It looked really cool. But I still got some tweaks to make in the office here, but the board stays for now. Yeah,
that still looks good. I mean, you had a good setup. You got some, you got some comic book covers up. You got everything. You got some figurines. I mean, it's a good background. It's good background. But where are you currently located right now?
So I'm out here in Ontario, California. So East LA-ish. Not so much the desert, but not so much the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're 20 minutes away from me.
That's yeah, because I knew you were SoCal something. I just didn't.
Moval. I'm in Moval. I'm in Moreno Valley.
Oh, okay, Morena. Nice. All right.
Yeah. So I could literally take the 60 freeway and just hit Ontario. Yeah, probably taking about 20 minutes. Yeah. So we're pretty
That
close.
is, yeah, it's awfully close. So I mean, if you're ever at a convention, we could always like buddy up or whatever, you know?
There it is. There it is. I mean, like I said, I told you this was overdue. Because we, on Twitter and yeah, and like what Nighthawk even said in the chat right there. We used to work in Ontario. I used to work in Ontario actually, right across like Ontario Mills right there, which is the big mall that's in Ontario where, and I used to work right across the street from there. So yeah, it's like right there. But like I said, this was a long overdue because, we've been following each other and I was like, you know what? And I was like, what? I saw you tweet something. I'm like, why the fuck? I haven't had Ryan on.
Yeah.
Yet. I mean, and I know you did your own thing and stuff like that. So I was like, and then of course, when it came to the Snyder fandom, you're very much a part of that too. And
I try and spread the love, you know?
you got to spread the love. But that was the next thing I was going to ask is when I know I noticed the hoodie that you're wearing. When did you start, and when did you I guess you could say join the Snyder fandom? I don't know if
there wasn't a fandom per se, but at that point I'd already been doing like reviews for our show and things had just been evolving the way that they were. And then I just went and I saw Man of Steel in 2013 before we started recording, and I like that before there was a fandom of any sort. Like I sat in that movie with like 4 or 5 of my other buddies, and I honestly felt kind of ridiculous because he's taking flight. He's when you hear Arcade kick in from Hans Zimmer, and just that whole movie, like after Superman Returns, I just kept thinking like, why can't Superman throw a punch? Why don't I feel any emotional connection to this Superman? Yeah. And all respect to Brandon Routh, it is not his fault for that movie. But I'm watching Man of Steel and I'm like involuntarily just kind of like tearing up. I'm like, I'm crying during a movie. What is this about? And like, there's something that emotionally resonates with his films. And that's why I've always loved what Zach puts to the screen, even if it gets tampered with along the way, unfortunately. But I've just kind of kept that passion going. And even though I'm in a bunch of DMs and chat groups that are like, look at me sideways, like, are you one of like, like the diehard, like weirdo?
Are you a cultist? Are you a cultist, Ryan?
But they say it constantly. And I'm just like, I'm just here to spread the love of movies. That's like, there's such a joy in it. I can watch Renfield like I did this week, and last week with Mario, and like all these movies are what makes the whole experience of film just fun. And whether it's deeply resonating with you emotionally or it's something that's just like a fun kids film from Illumination, I'm happy for all of it.
Yeah. So no, it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, when it comes to Zach, I mean. I became a fan after 300. Well, I was a fan of Dawn of the Dead, but 300, it was like, who is this? Like, who directed this shit? This thing was like amazing. Yeah. And you're like, oh, Zack Snyder. And then, you watch Watchmen. And then, I saw everything but the Owl movie. I didn't see the Owl movie.
I was going to say Gahul. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see the Owl movie in theaters. That was the only movie I didn't catch in theaters because it was just, obviously he did something different and it was kind of, a lot of people didn't probably even see that in the theaters, but every other movie of his I saw in the movie theaters, and it was just like one of those things. And then when it came to Man of Steel, for me too, I just remember going with my buddy and I remember hearing about it. Who's the producer? I forgot the producer on it who said of Man of Steel.
Not Joel Silver. No, Peters. It might have been Peters.
Was it John Peters or whatever Peters, whatever his name?
Yeah, but I think you're right.
Yeah, where he was just basically like, from the trailers, he goes, yeah, you haven't seen anything yet when it came to like the action. And I remember just watching that final act and me and my walking out, we're like, holy shit, like that statement was correct. That was insane.
Yeah.
And I remember we talked about it in front of the movie theater for like probably 20 minutes before we left, just talking about certain things and how, and I remember at first I was like, yeah, it was like an interesting style. My friend didn't like it, but I like this, and I was like, I like the fact that Zach chose a style where he like zoomed in on things where it looked like it was almost handheld on certain shots. Like, things would happen and it was just like, it would be like a grand shot, probably full VFX, but hey, let's make it look handheld. And I went like, man, I could see, and he didn't like it. And I was like, I could see why you didn't like it, but it was a choice. And I thought it was kind of cool because he had a Superman film that had these zooms and like almost like a shaky cam when it happened, where it almost felt like it was handheld. And I thought that was kind of like a brilliant cinematography choice to make it feel just a little bit more grounded, because obviously that's what he was going for.
Right.
Because they wanted him to ground Superman as much as possible, because of course they asked Nolan to do what he did with Dark Knight with that, but he's like, no, I'm not going to do that, but I know a guy. And Christopher Nolan making the recommendation, thank God.
Yeah.
But so basically that was when you were all about Zack Snyder, but when it came to later on and
so much more. I mean, like, honestly, you're talking about going back to like Gahul and stuff like that, but like even Sucker Punch, I remember it was like myself and like two other people, and we went and saw Sucker Punch, and they walked out like, what was that movie? And I was like, I think there was more that he was trying to say there, and I found myself analyzing it, and that's one of the things I've noticed about Zach's movies, that you can go back and you just analyze and analyze and analyze. And like, there's stuff to this day with BVS, which is, I think, what we were transitioning to anyways, where you can just watch it. And then like 3 years later, someone points out another thing that you missed along the way. And it's sometimes it's subtle, but it's ultimately just a beautiful piece of filmmaking, even if there are some naysayers along the way. I can say that right around 2016, when BVS came out, I was like one of those first people in like the Chicagoland area when they did the big screener and all that stuff. And I think that's when everything kind of like took off with Nerd Rage and everything that we do, because we do the screener and then I speak out, because that early screening, whatever you want to call it, everyone was cheering. Like, everyone in the middle of the movie was like, woo, for Wonder Woman and all that stuff. And they were genuinely into the movie. It wasn't until about maybe 24 to 48 hours after that the world decided to just call this like the worst film of all time. And I was just like, whoa, let's talk about this, because until you guys started getting involved, all these random critics and whatnot, there wasn't this feeling of like that was a bad movie. And I admit that even though we didn't get the Ultimate Edition in theaters, it fooled everyone else apparently, because they all seem to love the movie. And I don't know, I came out of it saying 10 out of 10, and maybe I would pull it back to maybe an 8 or a 9 after realizing there was a better version out there. But still, we all loved it. Then the critics come in, bash it, and I go, whoa, okay, so we're going to talk about this. And sure enough, that's when CBS gave me the call, and then I stood up for that, and then for Suicide Squad and how films are rated on Rotten Tomatoes.
So you went on CBS and defended BVS and Suicide Squad?
Yeah, it was CBS this morning, or whatever it is, the morning show for CBS. So it was like they made me hold off for like 6 months. They're like, oh well, I think X-Men and then Civil War was coming out. So that I think the timeline was BVS, Apocalypse, Civil War, and then Suicide Squad. And every time another movie would come out, they're like, oh, the producer says we're going to wait until blah, 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 because they really want to get some, I don't know, eyes on it or whatever. So they pitched to me like their set of questions for like 2 hours, and then they cut it down to like 30 seconds maybe of like me and other comic book shop owners, and they shot me out in like a field outside my work. Like, it was all really rushed. It's so weird, but I really got to kind of understand more about like the television production, like we got to make this on the fly of it all. But I really was disappointed, because not only did they cut the entire segment within like a week of it being on their social content and all that, websites and everything. But then I went to go and find images, and I only found one, and it was because my good Aunt Karen, she was looking and like took a photo with her camera of me on there. So if you look through, there's like one shot of me that exists of this whole experience, and it was great that I got to do it. But there's not a lot of like acclaim or a clip that I can show people that's just like, oh my gosh, hear what I had to say about Rotten Tomatoes and their terrible job at this review aggregate that they call it. Because I think that's one of the things that really hurts a lot of films is like this perception that Rotten Tomatoes is this simplified end all be all of what makes a movie good or not, you know? And it hurts.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I have a love-hate relationship with Rotten Tomatoes because, I mean, no matter what, if I want to see a movie, I'm going to see a movie. Like, there's nothing that's going to prevent me from seeing a movie. But some people will get, and I've had friends that like when I say, hey, you want to go see so and so, and then they look at the Rotten Tomato score like, yeah, but it's so it's 42%. I'm like, so what? Let's go freaking watch it. Like I don't care about that, and but I do like what I like about it is the fact that they get a bunch of critics and they pull it together. I mean, their rating system is flawed for sure because I don't like the whole. Wait, okay, so it has to be 60% to be a positive, be a fresh tomato as opposed to 50. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Why did they chose 60? I don't know. Who knows? Like, I don't know exactly the why they chose 60 as opposed to 50 or something like that. Like you'd think like 50 would be more of like, hey, if more than half of the critics like it, it should be a fresh tomato to me.
Right.
And when you click on a movie, that percentage is right in your face, right when you open the page. And then right under it, they'll put like they'll put like a rating system, which is like you have 7.1s and 2s and whatever the hell right underneath it. And I'm like, well, why isn't that more emphasized? You have like this percentage that is more geared towards being a Rotten Tomato than a positive. But then you have a rating system that's also there too, and you have an average of that. And sometimes, I don't know. It's just it is a flawed system they have. But I do like the fact that they do have these critics that they accumulate all of them, and then you could read like their full on reviews to click their links, which I think that part's cool. That's why on Film Junkie Live, I'll read some of those, or at least a brief thing of what they say, which is also kind of funny though too, is like sometimes I'll read some of these reviews for movies and it almost seems like they didn't like it, but why is it considered a positive? They rated it a 2.5, but that's a positive tomato. I'm like, I don't know. So
film is so much more nuanced, especially when there's criticisms involved in it. And like the idea that, like, for example, this bad review that we've been seeing for Mario Brothers is not indicative of people's enjoyment factor of it. Like, what did it end up with? Like a 40s or 50s or something like that?
It was like 54 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently it's a stinker, but 500 million closing in soon, probably on $1 billion. I'm sure people just hated that movie, like there are just like it from a critical aspect. I totally get it. Like there are some things that you'd be like, oh, it's very much like they copied and pasted the video game and they just threw it up on the screen. I can see that argument, but was it fun and should people see this? If you were looking at like Super Mario and going like, well, you could compare it to the original movie and it's miles ahead.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, just as a film, it's fun, it's enjoyable. And if you like anything remotely close to Mario, it's got everything in it and then some. So I don't see why. Like, I think if you were to dig deeper, as you kind of said, like reading the actual reviews, you'd have a better understanding of it. And I kind of wish that with more movies, there have been some, I think it was like a Creed 3 or something like that, where they only showed like one blurb of someone's review, like, oh, it was excellent. And it was like that one guy who's always flexing for all these movies. He's a young kid. I always forget his name. But I think they they just kept showing his name, and I was just like, well, there are other people reviewing this movie. Let people see the variety of comments around this so that they get a better understanding. I think it was like when we were growing up, they do a whole bunch of movies, and in the middle of the trailer or at the end of it or whatever, it'd be like, all the critics agree, and then they would just be filling up with all these different quotes. And now you get this idea of like, okay, it's not just one person sounding off that this is great.
Yeah.
It's a plethora of people going like, hey, we all are in agreement. This is a good movie. Go check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I could see why it's a good thing, and I know why, studios are going to utilize it. Let's face it, it's not going to go away. It's never going to go away. I mean, fans can utilize it the way they do. Anytime like fans are excited for a movie, and if it gets a super positive rating, they'll utilize it like, hey, look at that. But then if it gets a shitting rating, they'll be like, fuck the critics, fuck Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah. And I'm like, all right, you can't just like pick and choose the way you're going to use it. No matter what, it's always going to be there. There's always going to be rating systems, and there's multiple rating systems. IMDb has one. You got Cinema Score. You got all different kinds. It's like you could pick or choose. It's whatever. What I always try to emphasize is like, and what I try to do is like read what they're actually saying. When it comes to Super Mario Brothers, I mean, there are some people that were just like, I didn't play the game, so I don't know what the hell was going on. It's like, all right, then the movie was not for you. Okay, it wasn't for you. When I watched it, I had a smile on my face for like 85% of the movie, because I recognized things. There was nostalgia, and I thought the way that the story flowed and the way that they, the story, the plot and everything. I mean, the plot was basic, sure, but I wasn't expecting anything fucking in depth. There wasn't going to be like, what kind of demons is Mario fighting within? Does he go to a therapist? I'm not trying to it's all about
Mario's political views,
exactly. Does he like pineapple on pizza?
Right, exactly.
I'm just like, I as an Italian, he better not like that shit. Anyway. No, but I'm just saying, like, I wasn't looking for anything in depth. And when I was reading critics that were saying that the plot was just like, man, I'm like, all right, they nailed it, because they kept with a basic plot. And sure enough, when I watched it, I enjoyed the absolute shit out of it, because it wasn't trying to be too deep. It was like, hey, we're going to show you this is going to be nostalgia. You're going to recognize this. And there were so many things. And that's why I like really enjoyed it. And that's why I'm like, yeah, this movie's going to make $1 billion probably, because it's already at $500 million. It's already well past $500 million. Crazy. And people are just enjoying it. New generations are enjoying it. I thought they did a good job of with the animation. The animation looked gorgeous. Yeah. And the fact that they implemented the game, the stuff that the adults would remember from the games, and the kids probably really just enjoyed, the visuals and what was happening with it. Right. So
I got to ask you one real quick thing on the Mario, because it's been an ongoing debate. Peach's song, yay or nay?
I love it. Love it.
Okay, I'm on the opposite side, but it's
okay, cool. Because I'm a Jack Black fan. Jack Black fan.
It feels like Jack Black just doing improv in the moment to like, hey, just make up something on the fly. And then he was like, peaches. And I'm like, all right.
Cool. 100% it was him just like going off. But I like Tenacious D. I've seen him live. I've always been like a Jack Black fan. If you're not a Jack Black fan, I can totally understand why people are like, eh. But when that scene came about, I was like, all right, that's why you cast Jack Black for that, because of that scene right there. So, but I dug it. Because I'm a fan of his. So,
needless to say, you can tell they were all having fun doing that movie.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike the original Mario Bros. Movie, where they all hated it, got stabbed, and electrocuted.
Jesus,
have you heard all that story? Yeah, I think Hoskins got stabbed like 4 times.
Yeah. Something got
electrocuted.
That.
Yeah,
and him and Leguizamo were getting drunk like every day.
Just so that they can get
That's how bad that production was. It was like so bad. So I know. And then but I mean that's the way to approach it. I think like it's gonna. To be honest, I think these animated video games are going to be like the new thing, because Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2 were successes and enjoyable as hell. So I mean. I think like, now like when now that we have comic book movies still now trying to find their footing, which is interesting, because Marvel is still like, okay, we got done with the Infinity War. What do we do now? Let's go to the multiverse saga. And they kind of stumbled into it a little bit. Like there's been some really good and some bad. It hasn't been like, the Infinity Saga, and then of course you have DC still trying to find their footing. And now I think in the meantime we're going to be getting some animated video game adaptations. I think the fact that Mario Brothers is such a success, it's going to be they're going to create a universe, Smash Brothers and all that. We're going to be seeing more of all this stuff, and obviously they're going to be doing spin-offs of what we saw in Mario Brothers. But yeah, I think that's going to be like the next big thing while these comic book movies are still trying to find their footing. It's going to be interesting to see how that all comes about.
Yeah, of a Nintendo verse, what's the next one you'd like to see?
Zelda. Yeah.
Zelda would be good too. I was talking just before I got on here, I was doing one of our episodes, and I said Star Fox and Metroid because those are the first ones.
Star Fox too.
Yeah. There was a little ship on there too in the movie, so they're thinking about it.
Oh, there definitely are. You better believe that there's drawings, there's concept art everywhere that's talking about this. Yeah, we were talking about it last week on the Vodka stream of like how awesome a Star Fox movie would be in animation, because you can't do it live. Sometimes you just can't do live action. They tried with Super Mario Brothers back in the 90s, and it was a valiant effort, but my God, was that just even though I watched it a lot as a kid just because I was a kid.
Yeah.
So
insert that Bart Simpson birthday cake. At least you tried.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's whatever. But I really want to see a Metroid film. I've wanted to see it since
that would be sweet too.
9 years old. I was like, this is going to be a movie one day, and still waiting. But maybe one.
It'll happen. It'll happen. I think this opened the door. This opened the door for all of that, and they just got to realize that they just. Live action is just, maybe a Metroid could work live action, possibly, but it's always risky when it's live action. Zelda would probably work very well live action if you put it in the vein of like a Lord of the Rings or a Game of Thrones even, or something like that. Maybe you could do something with that, but still at the same time, it's like, it's gonna be very difficult. And if you're gonna try to keep like a world where maybe you're gonna have a crossover, which is always a thing that studios are trying to do, you got to keep it animation. But I think with Zelda, they could probably do both. You could do like a live action something, maybe a series or something, and then just have these animated movies be like their thing where they cross over. I mean, I don't know if a Kirby is going to be coming out, but possibly.
I mean, if it does well enough. I mean, I think we're going to have to get through Donkey Kong first. I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, I kind of like Seth Rogen's version of it. I know some people didn't like the rest of the Kongs, but I think that's just the obvious choice next. Although, if you get to the end of the movie, they could go in another direction. Maybe a little Super Mario World, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, which I think, there's definitely going to be a sequel when it comes to Mario Brothers. There's so much they could do. They could bring in Wario in, and obviously you have that little Easter egg, literally an egg.
Well, you said it.
Yeah, literally an egg. That's all I'm gonna say. It's been out for a week. Everybody's seen it, so it's not like it's
yeah, exactly. $500 million later, I think we've got most of the base covered there.
Yeah, let's just, but I know there's some people out there maybe haven't seen it. But if I'm saying egg, who's in the egg. It's got green spots on it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But I'm excited for a Nintendo verse, whatever they're going to call it. As long as they don't 93 Mario Brothers it, I think we're good.
Yeah. See, that's always been like I said, it's always been the hardest thing is to adapt a video game. And, even with the last Mortal Kombat, we all had high hopes. And for the most part, there is some really good fight scenes and some really good fatalities, but the whole story was dog shit. And it just was not good. It was just not good.
Yeah.
High hopes. And I really love Mortal Kombat. I played that more than Street Fighter. And I know they just announced a new Street Fighter game, and I have high hopes for it. I'm just like, you know what? There's an animated movie that came out in the 90s that was based on Street Fighter 2. Just go off of that because it's really good.
Yeah.
It's good. Like, it totally emphasizes just go off that. It's all you need to do. I want to see a scene. Did you ever play Street Fighter? Were you a Street Fighter fan?
Oh, I mean, fighting games that
Yeah.
other than like RPGs are my specialty. So
Yeah.
all
I
of them.
mean, did you see the Street Fighter 2 animated film? I don't know
I
if you
saw the
did.
TV show. I've seen the
Okay.
movies. Yeah. All
Yeah,
that.
I mean, the whole thing starts off with Ryu and Sagat fighting on this hill during a fucking lightning storm, and it's so freaking cool. Like it's just, and then Ryu just gives that Haruket death blow that gives the scar on Sagat's chest.
Right.
That was like his final punch, and I'm like, God, imagine if somebody could capture that live action. I mean, again, back in the 90s, they try to do a Street Fighter live
I still
action.
love that movie. We do movie
Guilty
nights
pleasure.
every night. It's
Guilty pleasure.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. It's definitely a guilty pleasure.
Yeah. Definitely a lot of fun. It was such a typical 90s movie too. Like I remember growing up
Yes.
watching that or Double Dragon. all
Double
those ones that-
Dragon.
yeah, they kind of felt like they were trying to be street level, but you could see all the hokey props around. I mean, they did the best they could, I guess.
They did.
Yeah.
And I mean, when it comes to nowadays, it's like they still try to appease all that, but it just misses. Like I said, there was like when it came to the Mortal Kombat movie that came out a couple of years ago, it was just like, okay, the Scorpion Sub-Zero stuff was awesome. Everything else, okay. Who's this guy? What's his name? Who's this guy? He wasn't a character in the movie or in the game. Why do I have to care about this guy? Cole. His name is Cole. Why is he not Johnny Cage? What the hell's going on here? Like it just did not. I don't know why they decided to just introduce like this whole other new character to be a part of this world, as opposed to just using like the many characters that were already in this world.
Yeah, it's weird when you have characters that are established for like 20 years and they're like, oh, well, these are the ones from Mortal Kombat 10 that you might have heard of, like maybe from your friend in passing. It's like, well, you've got all these over here. Why don't you work with the people that everyone knows?
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't do that, but I mean, like they could have just did a whole freaking movie just on the Scorpion, the Sub-Zero like beef.
Yeah.
I mean, God, the way that it started and then the ending fight scene was phenomenal. But yeah, they just and apparently there's going to be a sequel, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah, where is it? I'm wondering because I've been checking for any production, anything on that.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting because I mean, well, it came out during the pandemic, and it was towards the beginning of the pandemic, so that was a little bit difficult. But yeah, it's just. Oh God, but it just frustrated me with the whole like, oh, you have to get to your, I forgot what they call it, where you have to find your inner fatality or whatever the hell, like you have your inner power that you could, whatever they called it. I mean, I know they added that to like the later games, but I was like, but that's fucking weird. Kano gets angry at the dinner table and all of a sudden he has a laser eye.
Right.
Like, what?
Yeah, I kind of like the idea that they introduced in the original one that like if you like I don't know, reach down inside and you find your animality that like something could come out. Although he didn't need to actually like in the 90s style of turning into a dragon. I don't think that needed to happen necessarily, but the idea behind all of that where it's like, okay, there's something inside you and like let it come out and boom, there's a fireball or something like that. I can work with that. But I definitely go for animated Mortal Kombat stuff. Like, have you seen the ones they've been doing with I think like Joel McHale is playing Johnny Cage in those. They're like direct to DVD, but
haven't seen those.
Yeah, they're like Scorpion. There's one about Scorpion. I think it's Scorpion's Revenge, and then there's like two about Sub-Zero.
Oh, I saw Scorpion's Revenge. Yeah, I saw that one. Never mind. Yeah,
they're like that kind of style.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. It's like when it comes to animation, it's like it's hard to like miss with that sometimes because you could just do so much and just like Scorpion's Revenge was great. What else came out? There was like something else that came out too that was an animation. I can't forget. Did Sub-Zero have one? No.
Yeah, that's what I said. There were two Sub-Zero ones.
That's right. There were two Sub-Zero ones. That's right. Sorry. Yeah, and I mean, like. But again, trying to translate that to live action is just like one of those things where you're just like, okay, is it going to work? Is it not? But at the same time, I'm like, you guys got things to go off of. Why can't you just? But then, of course, you have studio heads that are messing around with all that shit too. We know what that's like, right?
Yeah, right.
Oh.
I mean, I'd take those animated films any day over like The Legend of Chun-Li, for example.
Ooh, I forget about that one.
Yeah, I think most
Forgot
people
about
have.
that one.
I got
Yeah,
here, man.
that was what's her name from Smallville, right?
Kristen Crick, or how
Yeah,
he pronounces it. Yeah.
not a bad choice for Chun-Li, but
Yeah.
and then you had what's his name, who's been in so many movies, that was M. Bison, and it was
Oh,
just like
yeah.
I can't remember his name. He's been in so many freaking
Arrow
movies.
and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in so many things. He's one of those character actors. When you see his face, you go, "Oh yeah, that guy." You don't know his name, but you know that guy. But it was just kind of like, okay, I see what you guys try to attempt here, but just did
Yeah.
not work. And it sucks that it didn't, because it seems like, it's like, all right, you're doing something different, live action, cool, but you're not gonna, it's not exactly Street Fighter, but it's characters that are involved in that world. Let's see what you got here. But nope, did not
Yeah,
work.
it definitely feels like, these studios are very, kind of gun shy about trying to get into any of these kiddie properties or whatever. And video games have always been a touchy one for them, especially. But, when you see the 500 million plus truck roll in, you're like, oh, maybe we can do something with this. I don't know if you've seen Dungeons and Dragons. It's the only one that's escaped me so far. How do you like Dungeons and Dragons?
The newest one is
Yeah, adaptation. Yeah.
pretty fantastic, actually. When it came to my first reaction review, and I even said it on Twitter, I was like, guys, the world's gonna end because I actually really, really enjoyed a Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Right.
I'm like, I'm not big on that world. I've never played Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm not big on the whole wizardy, dragon type world. So I didn't think and when I first heard that they were making the movie, I went, oh, that's gonna suck. And when I saw the first trailer, I went, that's gonna suck.
Yeah.
When I saw the posters, that's gonna suck. And then all of a sudden I was seeing clips, I'm like, huh, maybe this is not gonna suck.
Yeah.
And then I started seeing reactions where people were like praising it. And then I went and I was like, huh, maybe I will. And then when I went to go watch it, maybe about 10-15 minutes in, I'm like, nah, this ain't for me. This ain't for me. And then all of a sudden something happened where it just turned around, and I'm like, wow, this is actually getting interesting. I like these characters, and yeah, I am engaged. What the hell?
Yeah, it was they had like this executive producer who came over, I think from like the Marvel movies, and he was just like, yeah, trying to like shepherd this thing in. He didn't know if there was going to be like a universe that came out of it. He was just like, we just want to make this movie as good and as fun as we can, and we'll worry about the rest later. And I was just listening to him talk, and I was like, you know what? I have the loosest connection to this property because I have friends who will roll some dice, paint some figures. They're in that kind of crowd, and I never fully latched onto it. But I always was interested in Dungeons and Dragons, so I wanted to see what this was, and now I'm more excited to see it than ever. I just had too many other movies that kind of got in the way. So I'm hoping
it's good. Yeah, you got to go see it. You got to go see it. I mean, it's just one of those things where I'm seeing other people that I know too. They were like, "Wow, that was very enjoyable," and I'm like, "Yeah." I mean, I think what they did right was the fact that it's like you have these characters. I mean, even if you don't know the world, and I've talked to people who know that world, they even enjoyed it. They're like, "Oh yeah, they." There was that, there was this, they had all that. And I'm like, well, that's cool, because me being somebody who doesn't know the world at all, I wasn't lost. Like, I understood what everybody's part was, because they gave equal amounts to each character to explain where they come from and what they do. And I thought, like, all right, you guys did a good job. You gave a good balance of what they all do. And not to mention, it just the humor didn't feel forced. Did every joke land? No, but most of it did. When it came to some of these scenes where I was like, these characters like just would spit out something before it cut to the thing, and I'm like, yes, good. That was actually funny. Like, yeah, good on you. And Chris Pine's very likable. Michelle Rodriguez is great. I mean, the whole immediate cast was just pretty fantastic. So, and the action was great too.
Chris is a nice guy. I met him just very briefly as I was doing extra work up in NorCal, and he was part of the movie that I did. And like, I really wanted to see this just to support him, because the movie that we did, even though we weren't really like anywhere close to each other, was kind of a stinker, if I'm going to be honest.
Which one?
It was All the Old Knives on Prime Video.
I don't think
It was like
heard about that.
It was like an espionage thing, which for some reason,
yeah, I did hear about that.
It was like they were once lovers and they came back together, and for some reason they meet
Yes.
in a way. And I was just like, I mean, it's in my backyard. I'll go out, and they gave me the extra part for it.
What's wrong with that?
I got to meet him on my way out. He was like getting into his SUV. He's like, "Oh, you were on the thing. Cool. Okay. Well, yeah." And then I was like, "I understand." And then he just booked it. So, I mean, anyone who takes time to just have a chat with, little old me, I appreciate it. But I wanted to know with the movie, though, because we were talking about, what does work. The thing that I don't know from Dungeons and Dragons, is there a traditional book or a through line that they incorporated into this story, or is it okay? Yeah, right.
I'm sure there's probably books, because I'm sure there's literature out there and everything, but I have zero anything knowledge when it comes to that. I heard about it growing up. It just never appealed to me.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there is.
It just seemed to me like they were like, oh, we like Owlbear, we like Bard, we like, whatever. And then they just kind of made a story around them or whatever. And that's interesting to me, because what I hear a lot of people like on the Marvel side of things go, it's like whatever, 24 movies in and TV shows and stuff like that. I don't want to go back and like reread some of this material so I can watch this thing. And that was kind of my concern, is like, is there something I have to pick up before I get into the movie? See, but it seems like it's a pick up and go, right?
No, yeah. See, that's the thing, is that's what, and this is one of those things where I keep trying to tell people, and some people need to realize, is the fact that it's like, all right, if you know the source material, I mean, yeah, it's good to go by the source material, but at the same time, you have to realize that a huge chunk is not going to know the source material when it comes to, even when it comes to comic book movies. I mean, that's the thing, is like, I remember even tonight, I was somebody was saying, like, like, obviously when you're talking about the Flash, it's like, what would be better? Would it be, the fact that we'd have Thomas Wayne's Batman and the Flashpoint type of story? It's like, obviously for us, we wanted to see something like that, sure, because we know the story. But I thought it was a stroke of brilliance, the fact that they were like, no, we're going to go multiverse, and we're going to bring back Michael Keaton Batman. And I'm like, when they announced that, I was first to be like, that's fucking brilliant, because that's going to put way more butts in the seats. And I think it's absolutely going to be doing that. So,
and maybe more people, we'll see.
Yeah, way more people. It's like, it's like so many people. I mean, I remember when I was at a Super Bowl party, and when that TV spot came on, they were like, wait a minute, like, who is that? I'm like, that's Michael Keaton. And they went, what the fuck? I'm like, and everybody was like cheering, like, well, I'm going to go see that. I'm like, there you go. Yeah. That's why you do that, because you just have to do that. And I think when it came to the two directors, I always forget their name, Jonathan Daly and whatever the hell the other guy's name is, that did Dungeons and Dragons. I think they understood that, and like you said, maybe like the producer that came over, like Marvel, whatever the hell, like they understood that it's like, all right, it's almost like, and I hate that I have to bring up Joss Whedon, but I mean, I think at the time, before we knew he was a piece of shit, was the fact that he kind of understood the assignment when it came to the Avengers and balancing out the Avengers. Like, all right, who's the most popular? Tony Stark. So essentially, the Avengers movie is going to be a Tony Stark movie, which if you watch it, it is an Iron Man movie more than anybody else. And then it's like all about giving the balance, and it's not going to be equal. It's not going to be equal. Obviously, Tony's going to get, Robert Downey Jr. is going to have the most screen time in this movie. And then maybe Chris Evans is next. And then you go down the line. And it's like one of those things where it's like you have to give that proper balance. And I think they just understood that when it came to Dungeons and Dragons. It was like, all right, we have to figure out, because but at the same time, it's like nobody knows these characters. We have no movies that have established anything. So now, but we still have to give proper balance to all this and proper backstory when it came to it all. So
that's a hard thing if you come out the gate with like a team movie, so to speak. Like, I mean, X-Men
Right.
just barely towed that line, like the original, early 2000s one, because I mean, that's a lot of characters you got to develop and get people interested if they don't already have a relationship to them in any way. And that's also pre-superhero explosion. So they're not doing, like, there's probably some people who know Wolverine because he was, through the 90s, he was such a big deal and continues to kind of still carry on in that way. But yeah, like, you have to go through who Jean Grey is, why Xavier founded the school, and all the stuff that makes them up.
I think when it comes to X-Men, I mean, and it's funny too, because anytime that when people talk about, why have the team up first? I know that happened when it came to Zach, and the fact that people are like, oh my God, I mean, we're already getting a Justice League.
Yeah, we're rushing.
Yeah, so they're rushing, and then some people would be like, hey, you didn't complain about that with X-Men. I'm like, well, X-Men, technically, you can't just do individual shit. Same with Guardians of the Galaxy. You can't just do, you're not going to do just a Star-Lord movie or a, Gamora movie. You're not going to do anything like that. I mean, they were created as a team, and then they had their spin-offs and everything. So it's like, you can't really compare to that. But then at the same time, it's like, I think like when Zach was doing that, he was just kind of like, well, first off, I don't think that was it wasn't his original intent. When he made Man of Steel, he wasn't going, oh man, we're gonna be going right to that Justice League movie. I think he always
Booster Gold in here,
yeah, right. God, a Zack Snyder Booster Gold, that would be interesting.
That would be sick,
right?
I'd love to see him work with time travel. I think that'd be an interesting.
I know he hasn't really. I mean, he has a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, yeah, not like, I know. I'm wondering.
I mean,
yeah,
the from the Flash is like, oh my gosh, if you explored that, maybe combined it with like a techie kind of scene, like when Dr. Manhattan's born or something like that. Like, man, I just want to see something like that from Zach.
I know he needs to tackle time travel. Yeah, it would be interesting, because I always liked his concept when he talked about the first Snyder Con. He talked about the concept of like, okay, so if we're going to travel back in time, it's like, you got to realize, you got to take in part that the fact that the Earth has to be in the exact same spot in orbit and rotation in order to be in that exact same spot. So it's like, if you were to time travel back in time and you're going to go right to the same spot, it might not be in the same spot in space. And I was like, wow, that's kind of brilliant that they thought of it that much. Like, wow, like I didn't think about that either. Like, when you think time travel, you just go back in time and it's whatever, like, and you're back like, like Back to the Future. You're it's 1:00 in the morning, but you're back in 30 years ago.
Yeah.
But you never think about, like, well, if the space-time continuum is like going to the exact same spot in space, you might just go back and just be in space.
Right.
Because the Earth is not in the same spot. And the fact that they thought about those little details, I was like, wow, that's actually that's kind of cool. So yeah, Zach,
my hat's off to anyone who thinks that intently and deeply about trying to just get it right. And I feel like that's Zach's approach to a lot of things that he does. And that's why I continue to grow in my respect for him, is like, you could have that, or you could have Superman just zooming around the
Earth.
Planet Earth. Yeah. Just to get it to spin backwards or whatever that logic was. And, to be honest, like, the general audience, they don't really care. I mean, some people are going to be blown away, like maybe yourself and myself, but, I like Project Almanac, for example, as a time travel movie. I don't think it's like head and tails above everything else, but it's enjoyable and it's got a fun concept. So have fun with time travel. That's all I'm saying.
There always is. I mean, like, anything, if you give me a movie that has time travel involved, I'm gonna watch it. That's my bag. I love time travel stuff. And in Project Almanac was great because it was a found footage type movie, and it played on that aspect of it, because I remember for like a while there in like the early 2010s or whatever, late 2000s, like found footage was like the shit, especially after Paranormal Activity came out. And then of course you had Chronicle that came out, which was excellent as well. But yeah, and I was just like, okay, yeah. The anything that has to do with time travel. You ever seen the movie Primer?
No, I haven't, but I'd heard it in passing.
Yeah.
So tell me about that one.
It's interesting because it's about a group that is trying to figure out time travel.
Hmm.
Very indie, very low budget, but their concepts, and I won't spoil anything when it comes to that because it's just kind of like, oh wow, that is an interesting look at that concept. I
Yeah.
mean, it was probably made with a budget of $50,000. It was so indie, but they did a very good job. And it was just like one of those things where I'm like, all right, well, what's this about? And then I watched it and I was actually like, oh, wow. And I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it since. I need to watch it again. But I remember just being kind of blown away by just such a small, like an interesting concept, like that they had when it came to it, and being so indie and so low key that it just worked. It just
Yeah.
freaking worked, So yeah.
I'm just like a big time travel, what if, Elseworlds kind of thing, and also Origins too. But those are the most interesting stories to me. I don't really get caught up in the middle of the road, or sometimes the end of a thing is good, but like I don't get emotionally invested in these characters until I know where they began. Like your payoff at the end means nothing if you don't start at a place that I can invest in with you. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I might not win everyone over with this take, but I genuinely believe that, at least to some degree, every superhero movie should have some level of an origin to it. I don't care if you've seen Batman a million times. There should be that one passing moment where he looks up, sees a bat crash through the window, or where he looks down an alley and just gets a quick flashback of his parents, and it fuels him to go further and be the hero that he is, essentially. And like, whether it's that or like a full-blown, let's get an actual Flash origin, which would be nice for the movie's sake, because not everyone's seen the Flash on TV, so people are just going to jump into it like, I'll just go with it.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to see how the public perception of the Flash is going to be, especially with a lot of moving and new parts added into it that they've never seen.
No, you bring up a good point when it comes to that, because just like a little something. And
Yeah.
I was thinking about, like, even when it came to like the original Batman movies, Burton and Schumacher, it's like, all right, so obviously we got an origin when it came to the first Batman, even though he was already established and all
Yeah.
this kind of stuff and blah blah blah. So we got a little bit of, we showed the Waynes getting killed. Obviously they tweaked it because it's not Joe Chill, it's it was Jack Napier that did it,
Yeah.
which was fine.
Yeah.
And
Tweaks.
but then when it came to Batman Returns, there wasn't really, I don't think there was any really acknowledgement of like an origin. But when it came to Batman Forever, there was like, the whole Red Book thing,
Yeah.
And I thought that was really strong. And that's why I'm like, Schumacher cut. Can we see what the hell he was
That
trying
would
to
be
do?
cool.
Yes.
I'm all for extended cuts, man.
Yeah, I know. And like, maybe one of these days we can get something like that out there, but who knows what's going to happen. But yeah, and that too. Yes, of course, the Suicide Squad. We're so anxiously
Nice.
waiting. But even Batman and Robin had a little bit, because obviously Batman and Robin, Alfred was dying. And there was like a moment I remember, and I thought this was probably the best scene out of the whole movie, was the fact that, Bruce is like looks down a hall and you see like little Bruce like running in the hallway and he falls down, and Alfred goes, "Oh, Master Bruce, are you okay?" and blah blah blah. And it was like, wow, that was probably like, there's just something deep about just that one little scene right there. I mean, let's face it, the movie is just terrible, but but at least that they had at least that aspect there, even when it came to
It's
the
the
whole
Street Fighter
Alfred.
of Batman films.
Yeah. The Alfred part was probably the strongest of the whole thing. It's like
Yeah.
everything else was cheesy and campy and everything like that. It was like cool. But when it came to the Alfred part of the plot, that was like, oh yeah, Schumacher was showing us some shit. He was like, oh yeah, there's something deep right here. And we're showing the relationship between Bruce and Alfred here. He was trying to put that in this campy fucking crazy movie, with the puns and everything. So
Yeah. Kudos to Michael Gough, though. I mean, for
yeah,
all four of those films he was in, like he was easily like my favorite thing throughout all of them. I mean, I love Keaton and all that stuff, but he is I think honestly my favorite Alfred that we've had. I mean, there's nothing against Jeremy Irons because I thought he was incredible, but he's more in the Gotham. I can't think of the guy's name. That more like he has kind of that military background, and I've always thought of like just the sweet, helpful butler that just attends to anything Bruce needs because his life is hard enough as it is, and he just wants to take care of him, you know. So I've always liked that, and Michael did a great job.
No, I do love I like the fact that yeah, he did a great job when it came to that, but then I'm really digging the fact that it's like now they're and I'm kind of curious too because when it comes to the Flash, it's like I wonder what acknowledgement he's gonna give Alfred. Obviously, they're gonna probably they're gonna have to say something about Alfred in the Flash.
Yeah.
Huh. So and then I'm wondering if they're gonna show a picture. Is there gonna be something like? Yeah. I'm very curious of how they handle the whole Alfred thing when it comes to the Flash.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's going to be long dead because obviously Bruce is, the Alfred's age now pretty much when it comes to that. So that I'm kind of curious. I'm like, is there going to be pictures? Are they going to do some kind of flashback where we're going to get this, CGI like Michael, like what the hell? Like, oh my God, we're going to see something and it's going to blow everybody's minds. I don't know. Like, I'm just very curious how they handle the Alfred thing when it comes to
all. I wonder, like, I think a great, like, very subtle through line would be, just kind of how Barry is one of those things that helps bring our DCEU Bruce, Batfleck out of the darkness. I mean, we can definitely go back to BVS and some of that too, but like I think the introduction of Barry as this kind of light in the darkness of everything that's going on around them, I wonder if he'll be that for this older age Bruce too, that Keaton he's probably been living in darkness for a long time, and I'm sure the death of Alfred will probably play a part in that to some degree. I was talking in the last episode we did about the idea that they never jumped into Batman Beyond. And man, I don't know who you would like to see, but would you like to have seen it with Keaton or with someone else?
You know what? At first, yes. At first I would have, but now I'm like, man, wait a few years, and if Ben Affleck wants to do it, age him up a little bit, put some gray in his hair, because, I think the Keaton van has now passed. Now, I mean, we got Keaton back for this. And I remember hearing things even before, like when it came to all this, I was hearing that that he wanted to do something like that, but there was like a whole stipulation where he wanted like Burton to come back, and there was like a possibility for a Burton like Beyond, and that would complete the trilogy.
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah, that would be sweet, but I think that that's no longer going to happen. And I think like they were trying to do something like that when it came to Batgirl.
Yeah, did you see it was kind of gothic with their structure?
Yeah. So I think it was trying to do something that with Batgirl, and it just obviously didn't pan out.
Yeah.
So now I'm like, all right, if you're going to do something and you're going to already have a Batman that people already know and established, I'm like, just age up Ben Affleck and try to do it like with that and put it more in the future. Because I mean, if you think about it, I mean, like obviously Keaton is 70, he's in his 70s.
Yeah.
So it's like, even though, he doesn't, he's aged pretty well, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, if you do more, if you were to do a Batman Beyond, it's like, I don't know if it would have the feel, because it's like, if you're doing it in modern day, it's like, it's not all cyberpunky like it was in Batman Beyond. It's like you almost have to still go into the future more for it to be like that kind of world that they established in the original animated series and even in the books. It's like, so I'm like, now I'm just kind of going, see, maybe Affleck would want to come back and do something later on. I don't know.
I mean, if you're going to do the futuristic color world and everything like that, maybe you can really sell Clooney on it, because I mean, that's the universe he came out of.
True.
I would love to see some Clooney. I think there should be some justice for Clooney, man. He did not deserve those movies.
I know. He was a great Bruce Wayne. I always said he was a great Bruce Wayne, not a good Batman. But You
Better
know,
directing could help, but yeah, what are you gonna do?
yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, God, it's just like one of those. And then of course there was like the whole rumor that he's gonna possibly even show up in the Flash, which, to be honest, if they do it a certain way and it's just a brief little thing where multiverse craziness happens, I would not be against it. I would not be against it. Like, and I even did a whole thing where I explained like how if it did it like this, I'd be okay. But I mean, a lot of people were just going, but there was that whole rumor like, oh yeah, Clooney's gonna like he's gonna end up being Batman, and then he's gonna be the DCU Batman, and then he's gonna be the DCU Batman. It's like that doesn't make any fucking
Yeah, it doesn't.
sense.
Yeah.
People who believe that and people who are putting it out there, Grace. It's like what the hell? Like, okay, you heard something, and some of it sounds like it could be legit.
Yeah.
But the fact that you kept going with it, and you said that, oh, it's that Batman's going to be now the definitive DCU Batman. It's like he's 61 years old. No way he's going to fucking do that.
Right.
Like, what are you thinking? Like he's going to be the Batman that's going to have Damian, and you're going to do Brave and the Bold with George Clooney? What? Like, it just like that doesn't make any sense. And I'm glad that James Gunn was like, no, it's going to be a new one.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I want, kind of justice for Clooney, as I said before, I don't. There doesn't add up logically, especially when Gunn is trying to establish this like clean slate. Let's go from here and move forward. Now, I'm sure at some point the multiverse will open up and they'll call up Gal Gadot and be like, "Oh my gosh, we missed Wonder Woman," and pop her in somewhere. But like for now, once you hit Superman, it's their thing. It's not our thing, so to speak. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure I'm gonna like whatever Gunn's doing to some degree. I'm not ragging on the guy because yeah, I want more Snyder stuff. But
Yeah.
it is what it is. And from what they've announced, I mean, that Green Lantern show, anything like making it like True Detective, I'm fucking in.
Dude, that thing has been in development hell, which sucks because
Yeah.
I remember hearing the original idea. Like I had somebody, yeah, I know, obviously you got it right there. I mean, I heard the original idea.
I'm Green Lantern diehard, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I heard like the original idea, and the fact that the original idea was going to be like, okay, yeah, they're going to have a show, not going to be Hal Jordan. It's not going to be Jon Stewart, but it was going to be the other Lanterns, and it was going to be like this series that led into this crazy cosmic war, and then that was going to lead into the movie where you were going to have Hal Jordan, and because they were already well established and they're going to be fighting in this war, and then it was going to lead into like Jon Stewart and another Green Lantern, not Hal Jordan, landing on a planet that's that's not really inhabited by any kind of intelligent life, and the rings are totally no charge in them, so you're like trying to figure out, and Hal Jordan was going to be looking for Jon Stewart, and it was going to be like a whole thing like that, and I was like, wow, that sounds pretty cool. And now I'm like, okay, hopefully they take some of that idea, because I thought that was kind of cool, but at the same time I do want Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart to be like the main. When they said there was going to be like a buddy cop movie, I'm like, all right, it still can be that, but they could be detectives, that's fine. I mean, they are so polar opposite from each other that it would work. It would just fucking work. And I'm like, you gotta, like, if you're gonna do another Green Lantern thing, you can't just have one of them. You have to have both.
I mean, and there's a pretty even, I would say, split between like people who want Hal and people who grew up with the Justice League cartoon and they want John. And I get it. I'm Hal all the way, maybe even a little bit more Alan, honestly, but like, it's all cool, man. Like, whatever you like. I mean, as long as there's a passionate base behind this. Like, my whole thing was I wanted so badly to get McQuarrie to do that movie that he was.
I know.
Oh my God, how great would that have been? And then have maybe like Cavill show up somewhere in that, like because of his connection with him from Ghost Protocol or whatever it was. Man.
Yeah. No, I know. There's a lot of missed opportunity. Well, I mean, there was that. And I remember McQuarrie even like pitched, a Superman, at one point too. And it was just like, God damn, that regime, that old regime, just they didn't know what the fuck they were doing when it came to things. And like, you have Christopher McQuarrie, who's making awesome Mission Impossible movies with Tom Cruise.
Mhm.
He just, and you don't take up his fucking Superman pitch. Like, really? You're
Yeah.
trying to figure out what to do with Superman, and he gives you a Superman pitch, and you go, nah, we
No,
have something else for him. No, we don't need that.
I mean, I can't say with whatever they pitched that it was going to be absolutely perfect. Like there is a story about how Wonder Woman was going to go with the director before Patty Jenkins, or maybe it was one that Patty had thrown out casually, but there was going to be like some weird stuff about like a tiger going around with her on adventures and stuff. And I was just like, I don't know that this, I can see why this got canceled. It was it the director of, who did, like Point Break and stuff like that? I think they were courting her before Patty Jenkins.
Oh, I'm trying to remember who you're talking about now. No, yeah. but that does sound pretty awful.
But some goofy stuff that's like, I could see you having fun with this material, but maybe it's not as respectful as you want. But it's McQuarrie. I mean, has that guy ever done us wrong? I can't think of a stinker from that guy. So, I mean, I would have given him the chance.
Yeah, and then of course we know that Whedon put in a script too, and that was like when we saw some of those pages, we're like, oh yeah, we should have realized he was a scumbag.
I try not to think about it, but
yeah, we try not to. But we got some people that are going to be joining us right now. We got.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Mr. Casey.
Hey.
Look at you. You're a little more zoomed out. Got a cool background.
Yeah,
look at you.
It's a different setup now, yeah.
Yeah. I know. I was noticing because I peeked in when you were on with Ben last night, and I noticed like a little bit different for Casey. I didn't say anything because I just peeked in real quick and hit the like, and I said, there you go, Ben. That's what you need right there. So what's going on, Casey? How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's almost my bedtime, so I'm gonna be going off like in an hour or so.
It's almost your bedtime. Wait, what time is it there?
Yeah, my shift has changed, so it's 9 a.m. right now, 9:30 or something, and I go to bed around like 10 or 10:30 now.
A.M.
Because I have to, because I have to wake up at 5 p.m. for my 7 p.m. shift.
Oh,
and yeah.
Wow, we're all over the place.
So. Yeah, I know. It's just weird because I had morning shift for this whole 3 months, and that was even a weirder thing because I'm a night shift person, and this has been a disaster for me for the last 3 months. But now it's kind of getting back to normal. I've got my night shift again, and so yeah.
He's fighting crime, everybody. That's what's happening.
Yep.
What time zone are you in?
I'm in India.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh man. I did that whole thing like years ago. I was like, they opened up an Amazon back when I lived in the Midwest, and my hours were all messed up like that. So, hats off to you, man. I'm sorry you got to go through that.
We got somebody else, somebody from the other side of the world as well. Mr. Draga right there. Mr.
Fuck was that clip? Hey guys, what's up?
You
should have used the one from Beverly Hills Cops. Don't think, Axel.
I know, and that's what I should probably do. I should probably find an Axel clip. So
yes, but yeah, how are you guys going?
It's good. How you doing? Man?
Yeah, not bad. Nice to meet you, Ryan, and
nice to meet you
Casey.
Too.
Wait, no, I've met Casey.
Then we got one more person that's joining right now.
Blah blah blah. Fake, fucking fucks.
Saggy Mills.
Oh my god. Saggy.
I'm leaving.
What? You didn't like that clip?
No, because that's what I do on my own channel. I don't need you to do that here.
Well, I'm just trying to appeal to what you do.
Appeal to the general audience. What you gotta do. That's why you have Keaton
like all Hollywood does. like all of Hollywood does. General audience. Hello, Ryan.
Hey.
Hi. How's it going?
Yeah.
Good. How's it going? A lot of stuff that went on this week with movies and stuff.
Not a ton.
Especially today.
Well, today was a lot.
What happened today?
I must have missed it. I wasn't online as much today.
Oh, for real? There were too many Flash, TV spots dropped.
Oh, you cancel those.
Yeah, a little
Flash footage dropped. You haven't seen any of that, Peggy?
I think I've seen a few, but I've been not on For once, I haven't been on Twitter like a crazy person.
Oh wow,
That's
I
gonna be a
know.
new record.
kicking the habit.
I know. I think yesterday was enough for me. I was like, all right, I'm gonna take a little day off.
You know, it happens. You got to take a break. You got to take a break. You got to take breaks from Twitter. That's for damn sure. No, but yeah, there was. I mean, obviously, we got a new trailer that's going to be showing up in probably a week and a half. CinemaCon, April 25th, they said.
Yep.
And yeah, today. I mean, it started yesterday, didn't it? Kind of. It started yesterday, and today.
Yeah, I think it started. I think it was about that time. Yeah.
It was like a tease of a tease almost. Yeah.
Pretty much, where it was just kind of just showing footage of things like. I mean. I talked about it on a Film Junkie Live. I need another
Cheers.
beer. I know, but I need another beer. It was actually Wednesday where they were showing, like, because of the whole WBD presentation where, you know,
Boy, that was something.
They talked about rebranding HBO Max to Max. Max.
Yeah.
Max. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Drop the brand that you've been using for fucking 30 plus years, 40 years maybe, and just deal with Max.
Yeah.
Anyways, but then
the maximum effort trying to come up with that idea.
Oh, I know. I mean, when I was coming up with the thumbnail, I'm like, oh, there you go. I already know what I'm going to call this. And then I put the logo. Yeah, see, I'm crafty like that. No, but it was just kind of like one of those things. But then there was they showed footage for The Flash that had some things we saw and some things we didn't, but it leaked as it does. I didn't show anything. I mean, I showed little still shots briefly, but yeah, they showed like some pretty cool shots. Like, I think my favorite shot was, I don't know, something happens to the Batwing during that whole Kryptonian fight. And we see Batman like bailing out, and then he puts out his wings. It looks pretty sweet. And I'm like,
yeah.
Of course, people are like, he looks like Gumby. And I'm like, all right.
Who's that?
Gumby.
You don't know Gumby?
No.
No, he does. He lies.
Okay.
I don't know. You don't know who Gumby is? Yeah, you should look it up. You're a young.
I have a question.
Gumby.
Uh-oh. Don't ask who Gumby is.
No, I know who Gumby is. I'm old enough, unfortunately. Yeah, Pokey and Gumby. Come on, I used to have the toys. Did you guys speaking of toys? Did you guys see the Michael Keaton Batman figure that looks like
awful?
It looks like Ray Liotta without the helmet. He looks so much like him.
I saw that and I was like, what the heck is this? I was like, why? Why are we doing this? What's going on? What is this? Whose idea was this? Who greenlit this and said, yeah, we're gonna put this out there? I was like, who the hell is that? Oh, that's supposed to be Michael Keaton? Oh, okay.
Probably the same people who, came up with a Max title for the streaming service.
Must have been. Or must have been somebody who hey, the Barbie movie's coming out real soon. Let's make Michael Keaton look like a Ken doll.
So, I mean, I'm not trying to promote like another show, but is it that one that Flash Film News put out there? Because there was that and then Flash right next to him. And I thought the Flash looked really bad. Like the cowl just isn't sitting right. It looks weird.
Yeah, the cowl hasn't been working for me for the film.
I mean, I like the idea of the grooves and maybe that and I'm sure Snyder would have come up with something similar but better. That like it goes from plating to something smoother so that he has less resistance. But man, I don't know, something just isn't vibing, and maybe it only makes him look more CGI when you actually put him in motion, because it all just looks like a blur, no pun intended. I don't know, man. It's a choice. I'll just say that.
It's definitely a choice, but yeah, I saw that one where people were like, what? Like when that was the toy does look ridiculous with the head, the cowless. And those are, I mean, they always do that too when it comes to Batman, especially like with McFarlane's. You can get like the cowless one and then of course the regular one, which is great. But yeah, that one it's not a McFarlane for sure. I don't even know who makes that figurine, but there was some other ones that came out too, some statue looking ones that look pretty cool. But yeah, I know you guys were talking about the Flash helmet. It's grown on me. I think it looks fine.
Yeah.
After we saw that DC fandom footage, yeah, that some of that looked a little wonky, but I think it's gotten a little better. And then some of the shots. I mean, again, like the TV spot and the footage that we saw today. Obviously, the biggest thing was like, what the fuck? Like people were complaining about Batfleck, and I'm just kind of going, and people were like, it's full on CG. I'm like, the cape in the background is CG. Everything else is real. Come on, guys.
I think that's just blur on it because it's in motion. Yeah.
It's in motion, maybe.
There's that. Yeah. What were your thoughts about it, Casey? Like when it came to that shot?
I really liked everything that I've seen so far.
He's a shill.
Obviously the face and some of the stuff is not completely finished. Which probably they will fix it by the movie comes out, by the time it comes out. But the VFX and CGI, everything around the faces, I'm really liking. And I love the effects. I love how it's kind of consistent with Zack Snyder's Justice League, but also evolved in a new way and added some more elements to it. I'm liking the new color, and
hey, it's transparent, man.
Yes, it's transparent, man. You'll see eventually.
So especially, the color grading and everything, I'm loving all of that. It looks like an event film. Like we are back to that, BVS days of marketing and, the big DC event level film that used to come out, which Black Adam also kind of tried. I know, Saggy, you won't agree, but he tried. It didn't go that well, but yeah.
You're trying to push that.
He did try though. He did, but it was just like, I don't know. God,
the movie wasn't good.
That was him trying. If that's him trying, I would hate to see him when he's not trying. Because holy crap!
Oh wait, that's his whole fucking filmography. Just kidding. No, I don't know. God, Black Adam. There's so many. I mean, I thought whoever did the VFX though I thought it did a great job.
Yeah,
the VFX was great, but it's just everything else just kind of was like
the kid. That was
the kid. It was like,
and the uncle. That was the worst part.
Do you really have to do a kid thing again? It's like we don't.
Casey.
Yes.
You know what the Rock? You know what the Rock tried to do?
What?
He tried to make a rock film.
And he did.
Okay. And he did.
But yes. It was awful.
Instead, he hit rock bottom.
Hey.
You know what he tried to do, Casey? You know what he tried to do, Casey?
I thought we were talking about the Flash.
He tried to ruin Black Adam, and he succeeded.
Back to Flash.
The whole thing about like that being a passion project for him, I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it.
Next, he's gonna go into the Mario movies and he's gonna play.
He's doing Moana
or something, and he's gonna. Oh yeah, and he's gonna say, "I have loved Mario since I was young. I love this universe." The hierarchy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. When it came to, the whole thing when he's like, yeah, I've been trying to get this and it's a passion project. I'm like, was it really? Because if it was, you would have tried to work with the hair and the pointy ears. I'm just saying you would have somehow you would have got like a top-notch makeup artist to make that work on you.
Yeah.
And the fact that you didn't have any of that, the suit was fantastic.
And
the fact that you got big enough where you didn't need any padding. Good on you, man. But if you was really a passion project, you would have really tried to look like Black Adam in the books. Yeah. And there wasn't really anything,
But that wouldn't have improved the movie or the performance of the movie.
You're right.
Anyway.
You're right. But I'm just kind of going
I think they just had a bad movie to deal with. He should have picked a better director and writer. So
agreed. Well, it was such a race to the end too. Like so much was happening, exposition, just move along. And it's cut at such a brisk pace that you're just like looking at your watch like, wow, it's already over. All right, well, cool. You beat the bad guy.
I still like the movie. I've seen it like 4 or 5 times. I like a lot of elements in it. And
don't
I
even
think
see
it has
movies
a
I
lot of.
like that much.
You guys must not have a lot releasing in India right now if you've seen that movie that many times. I don't know what's going on. Maybe you guys are still waiting on the better movies to come out, Casey, because you saw that.
Yeah, because Shazam 2 didn't do that.
Casey's lying. He's lying. He's like, I like the movie. He saw it 5 times because he had to make sure 5 times that what he was seeing wasn't completely abominable. Am I seeing this right? Is this movie really this bad? I gotta see it again. Okay, it's not getting any better. I gotta see it again.
Yeah. Well, I saw Black Adam with my dad, and he hated it.
Really?
Like, he absolutely hated it. Like, I've never seen him hate a movie that much. Like, Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Even when the Superman scene came on, spoilers. Well, not really. Like he was just like,
wasn't even a spoiler of the opening weekend.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was just like the Super Pets thing. Like, it was pretty much the same thing. Like,
yeah.
Why would he post that? Seriously,
Axel. Here's the thing. I understand where your dad's coming from because I didn't even see the movie and I hated the crap out of it.
Oh, you haven't even seen it.
Wait, you didn't see it? What the fuck?
Why would I? Of course, I wasn't gonna see it. I knew it was gonna be trash.
You could watch it. Just watch it. And you should do a live stream where you watch it.
Listen. Somebody's gonna have to pay me to watch it.
We could watch it. And
somebody will have to pay me to watch that movie. I'm not gonna pay to watch. I'm not gonna pay to watch it.
People are technically, you could be. Just saying.
Isn't it free on HBO Max?
Yeah, it is.
No, it's just Max. It's just Max.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I don't even want to watch it for free. Somebody has to pay me to watch it.
No. Well, someone else can, not me.
The one you go to watch HBO.
How much are you going to charge for that? What's that price tier? Exactly.
Yeah, whatever that sound was, yes, that's exactly what it was.
The sound of disappointment.
Pretty much.
But yeah, I mean, I saw it 3 times, but mostly it was because
there you go.
Yeah, I did, and I'm a big JSA person too. So I was like, when are we going to get JSA again for a while? Because we're going to reboot the universe. So I'll be sitting and waiting for some Dr. Fate or Hawkman content for a long time, I'm sure. So
yeah,
Dr. Fate was awesome,
right?
Yeah, he was the best part.
Yeah, I
don't know why they killed him off. They killed him off. Like,
I heard that if they were going to do a sequel, they were going to try and introduce another one because there have been a succession of different Dr. Fate.
Giovanni Zatara, maybe? Like Zatanna's father. My choice would be Antonio Banderas.
Ooh.
Right.
Good one.
I love how somebody in the chat's like, why the fuck are you still talking about a movie you don't like? Because it's hilarious. That's why. Because that movie was so
talk about movies
bad.
we don't like. We talk
about that movie was so bad.
I was talking about The Flash, but she interrupted me. So
sir, you brought up the Black Adam, and then you said, well, Saggy. And as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, Casey's bringing up Black Adam again because he wants to trigger me, and it works. And now I'm getting yelled at in the chat because of you. Thanks, Casey.
Yeah.
Speaking of chat, I wanted to say thank you to Gio Ramos. I just opened up the chat and he said Catherine Bigelow. That's the director I couldn't think of before.
That's right.
Bigelow, that's right. But we got somebody else coming in right now. No, it's somebody who looks like me.
Nicotino?
Damon!
Hard fact.
There he is.
It's Damon.
Hey!
How's it going, team?
Hey,
yeah.
He's in his car.
Fuck yeah.
He's in his car.
I'm parked in my car at a hockey field.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, Damien, I gotta teach you Boston language because you was like, I'm packed in my car at a hack.
Australian accent almost got to that point of car,
Fuck yeah.
In my car. My car.
No, it's car. You don't say R, it's car.
Car.
I'm in my car. Yeah. I'm in the Batmobile. That's where I am.
That's where he's at. He's in the Batmobile. That's good.
But it's been a little while since I've been on. I've missed everybody. It's good to be here.
We missed you.
Definitely good to be here.
Nice to meet you.
I haven't watched the second Shazam movie either, and I've tried to convince myself to watch it because the first one was a lot of fun, right?
Yes, the first one's great.
I was in Manhattan when the first one came out for a work trip, and I made time to watch it when I was in Manhattan. It was great, but the second one, I'm like, I want to like you, but I'm not sure I do, and I just don't want to get disappointed, so I might just park you for a little bit. So that's where we're at with Shazam. But I brought myself some Pop Funkos yesterday, some Flash Pop Funkos.
Ooh,
I've got the Michael Keaton Pop Funko with his mask off, so it's the Michael Keaton with the white hair. And then you've got this sparkly Batman, Michael Keaton, where he's got sparkles all over his batsuit.
What is he, from Twilight?
I don't know. It looks like someone's brushed him with some type of toothpaste or something. But
no, he's a vampire. Cool. He's a vampire. Yes. Sparkles with sun.
Wait, I thought that was Pattinson.
Yeah, I was about to say that, but I was like, nah, I don't want to kill that joke.
Yeah, Funko called it the Diamond Collection, I think it's called.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sometimes Funko goes, hey, we're going to do a gold edition. We're going to do a silver edition. We're going to do a ruby edition or something like that. So,
like Pokemon.
Yeah. Like, just a way to try to squeeze some more dollars out of people. Like, we got this rare edition over here. It's got a sticker on the box. Oh, boy, it's worth $2.50 more. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, $2.50 more than the original one. I have some of those, by the way. Those are the ones I don't. Those are the ones I don't remove from the box. I've been instructed not to. I remove all the other ones out of the box, which I know some people are like, "How dare you?" I'm like, "What the fuck? I don't want. I'm not. I don't live in a comic book shop. I don't know."
Prospector, he's out of the box.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't get that. I'm like, all my McFarlanes are all out of the box. They're all like positioned on a table right there. They're all, and I'm like, unless it's super rare, then I'll keep it in the box. But if it's not rare, I'm gonna take it out of the fucking box, guys. Like, yeah. But some people
maybe
are like,
I should start doing this. I'm running out of room in my man cave.
It'll free it up, man.
Fucking boxes everywhere, man. It's like,
what do you plan on doing with it? You're gonna sell it later? You're gonna hand it down to your kids?
Hashtag sell your basement to Netflix.
Nice.
But maybe I should take all my McFarlane stuff out of the box too. Maybe I should be like you and just take.
You know what? They deserve to be out of the box. But like I said, if you have a rare one, keep that in the box, sure. But all my McFarlanes are not rare, so I just took them right out of the box, put them on their little stands, and now they're all grouped together on my little table right there next to my TV. So. I don't know. But if I had, because I know one of the rare ones was Batman without the goggles on. There's like a rare one where he has the goggles on his head as opposed to wearing them. That's a rare one. So if you found that one, oh boy, that one.
Nightmare or not Nightmare?
It's not the Nightmare one. It's
it's the tactical suit, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Because that's all they made for Justice League. They didn't make a Nightmare McFarlane, did they?
I don't think they didn't even make a Wonder Woman one.
No, they didn't. My Wonder Woman's from Wonder Woman 84. And it was funny because I thought they had one. And anytime that I went to Target, they had stacks. They had her in that and also in the golden armor. Nobody was buying them. And then I was like, and then I think it was Meg that told me, like, oh, yeah, they didn't make a McFarlane for Wonder Woman for Justice League. I'm like, you seriously? He's like, yeah, you have to buy the 84 one. I'm like, well, shit. I keep on seeing it at Target. I might as well get it. So, so no.
And didn't they make one?
Oh,
like a Wonder Woman one for Shazam without the tiara.
Yeah, I think they did.
Yeah, I think so. Or maybe
I've been trying to get my hands on all the Flash stuff, and Michael Keaton, but they've all the pre-orders have all sold out, so I can't get my hands on any of it or any of the new stuff, which is kind of frustrating. I want the 1989 McFarlane Batmobile. That looks super cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a Batwing.
Yeah, the Batwing too. Oof.
Batwing looks huge.
Those are
Todd McFarlane was holding it up.
That's what she said.
It's so large. It's large and it's big.
I love it that the only girl here said that.
And it's uncut. What?
Oh my God. You guys took that to like a 20.
Yeah, I know, right?
Exactly.
I was not expecting you guys to lean into that as much as you did.
Which is pointing that, but Axel had a better one, better singer. Add to it, He's good with the singers.
Damien was going in on how big it was, and I was like, oh, he's just leaning into it.
Yeah, big and black, and well, it is. It's black. And it's big. And Todd McFarlane had trouble holding it. He was almost falling over. Like,
Big
he
and
was holding
black.
it in the Instagram video. He's like, look at the bearing, and
He
he's
was
kind of stepping back. I'm like, this dude's gonna break his
my
back.
God.
Shit.
I think it was funnier because he was so serious with the face when he said it. He was so serious in the face. When
That was
he
great.
didn't even break a sweat. He's like, it's big and black. I was like, oh my God. Dude. Oh my
man.
God, I got tears in my eyes.
That was great. Good job.
That was beautiful.
No, but I mean, yeah, the Batwing. I mean, obviously it's a new Batwing and it looks pretty great. And see, that was
That
one of the
shot.
things too. That was one of the things too that you notice in one of the footage, like when, oh man, I mean, there's a shot where like Keaton's Batman, it's like nighttime, and he just does he just drops from the bottom and like does a whole little free fall thing. That was pretty sweet. I don't know if you guys saw that.
We haven't seen
I saw that.
Batmobile yet in any trailers yet.
There has been no Batmobile, but there's been a lot.
Oh,
of
there
Batmobile.
was that one where
where it's just like sitting there after they've uncovered
Yeah.
it or whatever. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's about it. But there's
Yeah.
not been Batmobile in motion kind of thing.
Yeah.
But there's been Batwing action, which I'm like all about. But what was interesting about that shot, though, when you see Keaton's Batman, where he's gonna drop from the bottom and do like a whole like I don't know where exactly he's going. It's at nighttime. You have both Barrys, but it's
I
interesting.
think they're the accident where that gave him powers. I think that's what they're doing.
Is that what that's happening? Is that what they're trying to do? Because what's interesting about it is like you have Barry in the new Flash costume, but he's acting like young Barry more. And then you have the other Barry who looks like he has shorter hair, not the long hair. I don't know. I'm very
He
confused
looks
about-
more serious too.
Yeah. So I'm like, what is happening here? Because I always thought the younger Barry was the more like animated one, I guess you could say, the more non-serious one, because that's what they've been marketing. But again, you have the
The
Barry
simple Jack one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I keep getting reminded of.
Don't make me do an impression. I'm gonna get canceled for it.
Okay,
no,
don't. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, but yeah, but I'm just kind of like, what is happening in this scene that's warranting this? Are they trying to do the whole reenactment of the lightning in this whole thing? I don't know. It's all very strange to me, and I'm like, when I pause it, I'm like, wait, why is the Barry that's like more like blown away by what's happening wearing the new Flash costume, and the more serious one is shorter hair? And I'm like, well, okay, so they switch. I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird to me, but I like that.
Explain it in the movie.
I know exactly. It's making me more intrigued because I'm like, oh, can't wait to
what I've heard. I'm just saying that when he comes through, he's lost touch with the Speed Force. So it's one of those things where he has to reactivate it. And that's when other Barry gets involved too. And then they basically make two Flashes out of it. So
yeah, I mean, I get that too. But I mean, like, yeah, just in that scene, I was just kind of confused because, yeah, it was just kind of
two Flashes, one cup. That's it.
Oh my God.
that's the last thing he needs on his resume.
Axel, no.
Perfect time.
What did we think?
Yeah, we got somebody else coming in, and I almost don't want to invite. I almost don't want to invite him in because I see the hat that he's wearing, and I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed in my team tonight that was playing his team.
Yeah, it's definitely Andre.
Ray.
Fuck.
Damn it. I was wrong.
Ray.
You wore that hat on purpose. You did. You did, Ray. You wore it on purpose.
Because this is the only time all year I'm going to get to wear this hat. Because you should be disappointed. Because
that was so bad.
How did you lose? How did that happen? And it was, and not only that, it was on Apple TV Plus. It was Friday Night Baseball.
Yeah.
So it was like
so bad.
But
yes, if anybody's like wondering what we're talking about, my Giants played Ray's Tigers tonight in Detroit, and it was Giants seemed like they were going to go away with it. Went into extra innings because bad defense, and then the Tigers won on a walk-off 2-run home run. I'm like, fuck!
I went into the grocery because I was on my way home from work, and Shauna was like, she wanted me to pick up a few things. It was 5-4 Giants.
Yeah,
when I went into the grocery store, I get into the car to see because I'm like, okay, how bad did they lose? And it's like
they won. Walk-off home run. Yay!
Yeah. I still don't know. I don't know half my team's roster. I still couldn't tell you who hit that 3-run homer. I have no idea who he is, but just no, that's wow. Like that so I have to. This is the only glory I'm gonna get all year.
Fine, I'll let it be.
We're the worst team in baseball. This is the biggest win we have so far to this point. It's just it's not good. It's not good at all.
See, whoever this Magma person is, I'm down with her. Like Cubs, Dodgers, that's my thing. I'm getting back into baseball tomorrow. We're gonna go and see Cubs, Dodgers, and I hope that's gonna be a good game.
It's gonna be good because Bellinger coming back to the Dodger Stadium. Everybody's talking about that. Yeah.
Cubs fan, born and raised, but I'm getting into kind of Dodgers swing because I'm out here now.
Don't do it. Go Giants. Sorry,
Giants. When I was NorCal, maybe.
Yeah, true. I don't know.
Anyway. They're too far. Like I can't do that thing regularly. I mean, as a raised Packer fan, I mean I can, right? But I can't do it religiously. You know what I mean? Where like in the Midwest, I could go to Packer games. Out here, I don't even think they're going to play a California team all year, so I'm a little for loss on that one.
Oh, you don't even know. Try going into Dodger Stadium as a Giants fan when they play each other. Oh yeah, it's fun, but not fun at the same time. You're sitting there like you're looking over your shoulder because those Dodger fans. Especially when they get that booze in them. When they get that booze in them, they get a little rowdy.
Ray, I feel you. That's literally how we felt about the Red Sox for so long. Like, when are you gonna get to the World Series and win a game?
You know what though? But but how old were you the last time the Red Sox won a World Series?
I think I was in my mid 20s or like late 20s, maybe.
All right, cool. Dave, how old were you the last time the Giants won a World Series?
Well, it was 9 years ago. So
okay, Ryan, how old were you the last time the Cubs won a World Series?
So 2016, like 25, something like that.
I was 1.5 years old the last time the Tigers won a World Series.
Yeah, I knew where Ray was leading to this because I'm like, I can't even fucking remember the last time.
Okay, but hold on. Here, I get that, but like for some reason, especially in Boston, our sports fans are are ridiculously insane when it comes to sports, and it's like, guys. No. The Red Sox haven't won the World Series in forever. The Yankees are always kicking our butts. If we were lucky to even make it to the World Series and we're up against the Yankees, chances are the Yankees are going to win. And then finally we won one, and everyone made it seem like we were the best team ever. Like, guys, please stop. Like, we can have riots over sports sometimes. It's insane.
No, that happens in California too, especially with basketball. Lakers win, they riot.
but Saggy, like, okay. That first one in 2004 broke the curse of the Bambino, right? Yeah, 86 years done, right? You've won 2 more since then. I don't want to hear it. I just don't want to hear it.
It's rigged. It's rigged. I'm just saying it's all rigged, and I'm sorry that your team
and don't get me started on the Patriots.
Don't get me started on the Patriots.
You have ruled football. You Boston has, and then the Celtics. I've seen the Celtics win championships. I've seen the Bruins win championships.
Hold on. First of all, it wasn't the Patriots. It was Tom Brady. The moment Tom Brady left, we started sucking.
Who did he play for?
Huh?
Who did he play for? They drafted him. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. What was the team we went to?
He was drafted by the New England Patriots. He won 6 championships.
Right, but then as soon as he left, we got screwed. That
I've
same
been to
year
two
we left,
baseball.
we
All
didn't
right,
even
all right.
make it to
No,
the
no,
World
no.
Series,
We
the-
no.
the
Okay,
Super
here.
Bowl.
Let's try this again,
Here's
Saggy.
sports
How old were
talk
you
of
when?
the stream
How old
tonight.
were you when the Patriots won a Super Bowl? Last time Patriots won a Super Bowl. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I stopped watching after Tom Brady left.
Okay. You know how you how old I was last time the Lions won a Super Bowl? Oh wait. That's right.
They
It's
have not
never
won.
happened.
All right, maybe they need to. Maybe they just need to get Tom Brady and they'll start winning. Jeez.
Oh,
I've been to
he's
two baseball
retired.
games in my
He's going to be
lifetime.
an actor now or something.
Also,
All
FYI, Cinefity, I wasn't complaining about the thing. I was just talking about the Red Sox because out of all the Boston teams, the Red Sox had a pretty bad hit, like couple of years for a while, and now they're starting to do a little better. But for a while, it was pretty bad. That's all I'm saying.
Mhm.
It's okay, right? Do you need a hug?
Oh, I'm a Detroit sports fan. Yes, I need a hug.
Oh,
Come
Are
on.
Detroit good at
Seriously.
basketball? Are Detroit good in the NBA?
No.
Pistons?
No.
They haven't been good for a while. But what about the Red Wings? Hockey?
No.
They haven't been good in a while either. I know Detroit's
Detroit's not good at any sport. Is that right?
Not right now. No. Not right now.
Are we talking about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about all sports right
talk
now.
about sports. I'm surprised I could actually talk about sports because I don't watch sports often anymore.
Did Detroit have an NFL team?
Yeah.
Yes, the Lions.
Yeah.
They've
Oh,
never won a
sorry, you
Super-
were talking about the Lions before.
They've
Sorry.
never
they're
been to a Super
terrible.
I
Bowl.
got mixed
They're pretty
between the Lions.
terrible.
Okay.
Well,
They
were
got the Lions and the Tigers and the Red Wings.
the Lions were not terrible last season. They were 9-8, but that's like the best we've been in like a while, and we're probably going to be better like this upcoming year. But they've never been to the Super Bowl, like never. I've never been to the Super Bowl,
wow.
let alone won a Super Bowl. I think the last professional championship we won was 2008. That was
Right,
that was
you need
Red
some new
Wings.
teams, dude.
All right.
You need to root for some new teams, dude.
Okay,
I-
Seems like you're a man in pain.
Damien. This is what's funny about the Lions. They had a quarterback named Matthew Stafford. Okay, he was playing for them.
This is
for
him
a
getting
while.
back at me for the Giants game
Yes,
today.
yes. This is why I have to, Ray. He was their quarterback for a while, and then he gets traded to the Los Angeles Rams and wins a Super Bowl with his new team that first year.
Oh wow! In the first year,
Last
The first
year, the year
He
before
wins
last.
the whole thing. The whole thing. Yeah.
12 years. He was
That's
our starting.
painful.
He was our starting quarterback for 12 years, and we didn't even win a playoff game with him. And not only that, he had Calvin Johnson, Megatron, like one of the best wide receivers in NFL history, and just nothing doing because he was in Detroit. I saw it coming. I knew it was going to happen as soon as he got traded, because like our fan base for years thought he was like half our fan base thought he was the problem. Like, Stafford sucks. We can't win anything with him. We need to draft a new quarterback. And I sat here for years and I was like, guys, you don't understand what's going to happen when we let him go. He's the best quarterback we've had like ever. And I saw it coming. I told Dave, I said, I see it. It's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. And sure enough,
It did.
Yeah.
He went
Totally.
to the Super Bowl with a brand new team.
and he got hurt and they suck again.
Yeah, I
So-
know. See, that's the thing. It's like Stafford's a really good quarterback, but he just gets hurt. And, he's not in his prime anymore. He's been around for a bit. So we'll see what happens.
I've experienced two baseball games in my lifetime. I went in 2011. I went to go see the New York Yankees play. That was actually quite funny. We had like these VIP tickets where you could, and I don't know if they still do this now, but we had these VIP tickets where we were sitting kind of right on the, I guess you call it the boundary line where the fence is, like right at the front.
Oh, the foul line, yeah.
And you can order food and drinks from there. Someone comes, walks down the aisle, and they take your orders. And
was it first base or third base? Like which line? Which line was it?
I'd probably.
You're confusing him.
Third. No. I know what he's talking about. Is that as far as where you're situated? As in what you can see? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
It would have been third base. First base was like to my left.
Okay.
So you would have been behind the home dugout. Yeah. You would have been behind the Yankees dugout. Okay. Yeah.
And I remember someone came down to take our order for drinks and food, and for some reason I had a brain fart and asked for a martini, and everyone was ordering Budweiser. Budweisers.
Yeah.
And I remember everyone just stopped and looked at me like, "What the fuck is this Aussie guy
Who's
doing?
the guy ordering the martini?
You got James Bond over here.
Yeah.
And this guy thought the guy taking my order thought I was joking. Like, he's just looking at me smiling. Anyway, he goes away. He comes back with all the Budweiser beers, and the guy that I was with, my mate, the guy came back down and he kind of wanted to make it known that I ordered the martini. The guy was like, "Who ordered the martini?" And my mate goes, "Yeah, my wife has ordered it." So they're passing this martini down the line, and like everyone was having a crack at me for the rest of the game.
But martinis are delicious. Your friends are evil. Your friends are like, we have to be men, so we're gonna drink piss water while you're drinking a martini. Like, okay, enjoy your piss water.
Yeah, it's like, hey, we're drinking a tall can that costs $17, while you're drinking a martini.
That Bud Light costs more than the martini, I guarantee it.
Probably.
Right. And on top of that, it's like the martini tastes better. You're literally drinking piss water. So good on you, mates. Enjoy your pee water.
So I thought you were going to say they didn't have it. I thought you were going to say they didn't have it. They didn't serve it to you. No, they had it. It was there.
No, they had it.
It was
they
an
gave
option.
It to me, and everyone laughed at me for a long time. I never really let that one down. And in 2013, I went to go see the Giants play. And that was a lot of fun.
Oh, wait, the New York Giants? Or the San Francisco Giants?
San Francisco.
Okay, good. Yeah. Baseball. Yeah. That's when they didn't win. It was every other year.
So you've been to
2014.
So you've been to Yankee Stadium, and you've been to what is it? Petco? Is this still Petco?
I think it's still Petco.
No, it's I don't know what. No, it's Oracle.
It's Oracle.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That stadium's like down the far end of like the downtown San Francisco. It was like it felt like it was down the back end.
Yeah, it's right on the water. It's right on the water.
Yeah, right on the water.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful. I've been to one game up there, and we were like had seats that looked right out on the water. It was gorgeous. It was a fucking awesome night. It was sombrero night. I got a giant sombrero. I was wearing it the whole time. Yeah.
What year did you say you went there, Damien?
It was 2013.
Yeah.
Oh, so you went there the year after his Giants swept my Tigers in the World Series.
I'm sorry.
What's funny? It's like they talked about that because I couldn't watch it because it was on Apple TV and I have MLB TV and it was blacked out. So I was listening to the broadcast and they talked about that very series and I was like, oh, Ray, I wish you were listening to this.
No, it still hurts.
I have a question.
Okay. What's up?
So since we're a movie channel, talk about sports, I want to know what is everyone's favorite sports movie?
Ooh.
League of Their Own.
Ryan,
there's a lot of
what do you got? What do you got, Ryan?
It's the reason like I associate so much with the Cubs, but I mean I just grew up loving Henry Rowan Gardner, like
Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, Rookie of the Year, man. Like that is just it warms my heart every time I see that movie.
It's a good movie. Rookie of the Year is a good movie. It is. I think out of the three like kid, because remember there's like 3 kid baseball movies that came out like close to the same time. It was Rookie of the Year, Angels in the Outfield, and Little Big League.
Yeah.
And like Rookie of the Year is the one that I watched the most.
Little Big League is excellent.
Little Big League was good.
Movie.
Yeah.
But my all-time favorite is Major League. Come on, Major League.
The first one.
First one, of course. The first one. First one was just absolutely fantastic. I mean, come on,
that's a good movie.
It's an R-rated baseball movie. You don't see that. I mean, what Bull Durham maybe was R-rated, but that wasn't even like Major League Baseball. But
is that the one with Tom Hanks and Madonna? And is that?
No, that's
a League. That's my favorite, A League of Their Own.
Oh, sorry,
which is also excellent too. Yeah. I love that movie as well. But and then of course there's The Sandlot. Sandlot is also near and dear to my heart. Yeah. That movie I could watch. I mean, any one of these movies I could watch, but a Little Big League, if you haven't seen that, do yourself a favor. It's pretty damn fantastic, because my favorite part about that movie is the announcer who just announces the most ridiculous stats throughout the movie. If you watch that movie, like he'll like, because it does happen even when you're watching baseball now. They announce the most weird stats, like, oh yeah, so and so like is batting 250 when in the 7th inning, when the sun and the moon are close to each other, when it's like rising and setting at the same time. I mean, it's stuff like that, and they like really emphasize that, and I thought that was great. But yeah, that's why one of the things I love about that movie. It's still a great movie because it's about a kid who becomes a manager of a and not to mention it's got Ken Griffey Jr. in it, who was my favorite player at the same time at that time. So, but I know Casey, you have to go. I know we're like keeping.
No.
Yeah.
Casey, no. Stop having a life. Knock it off.
Go fight crime. He's got to go fight crime.
How dare he have a job?
Yeah, I have a job to do at the night, which is very secretive, which I can't talk about.
You don't even know what job.
He's gonna order. He's
under NDA.
Yeah,
he's under NDA.
Casey, are you a CIA agent?
Yeah, he might be.
I will neither confirm nor deny.
Hey, Saggy, he doesn't live in America. It's different where he's at. It's not CIA. It's something else.
You do
Or maybe I do.
in different parts of the world, right? CIA operates in different countries.
If you need an international sidekick, I'm your man. Casey.
Thank you, Dave.
Exactly. We got a lot of international things happening right here, even though two people are from the land down under. All right, thank you, Casey. Subscribe to him. Do all that. Nice shirt, by the way.
He has a channel.
Thank you. Yeah, it was nice meeting you, Ryan, and you're awesome. Everyone else, you're awesome as well, except you, Axel.
No.
I'm kidding.
I thought, for the record, Axel, I thought he was going to say except for Saggy. So I'm glad.
I thought something was gonna. I knew something. He was gonna say something except for someone. I thought it was gonna be Ray. But
well, this time
that's what I thought. I thought it was gonna be.
There's no Andre this time, so
you got to pick on someone,
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, Casey. Have a good day.
Bye.
See you, Casey.
It was nice meeting you all again.
Hey,
I'm missing you already.
Oh my god. Now Staggy's like, I gotta go too, guys, because
I gotta get going because I gotta make a phone call.
Well, okay, but did you? All right, so you asked about sports movies. Did you see 80 for Brady?
No.
You didn't see that? Okay.
It was one of those free screeners they sent me. I'm just.
I like.
Yeah. Did you watch it, Ryan? No. Yeah.
I'm with Ryan. It is between Rookie of the Year and Angels and Outfield. I watched both those movies 100 times. I loved them both, so it's hard to pick one. Like, if I had to pick one, it's hard because Rookie of the Year had a really great storyline.
Oh yeah, it did.
And Angel and Outfield did too, but it was also kind of comedic. So it was like,
well, it was a little more far fetched. I mean, like Rookie of the Year is like broken arm and he can throw fast. Okay, I can accept that a little bit. But then you had Rookie of the Year that had literal angels. But it had Christopher Lloyd as the main angel. Well, I was like,
the actor.
But that's what I mean. It was funny. It was, but that's what I mean. Like Angel
young
was a little fun. I mean, both movies were very, very, very well done. So it's hard. Yeah, and I think I think sports movies back in those eras were at their peak. Any sports movie now is kind of like I don't give a shit.
Well, I think it's funny. I think it's funny that you asked for sports movies and we just gave you baseball.
I know.
Like it's all baseball.
Actually, one of my favorite
baseball movies were great.
Yeah.
Any given Sunday.
Any given Sunday.
Any given fantastic movie.
It is.
Yeah.
That
was more in the 2000s. That was in the 2000s. But
I love that they couldn't use like the NFL. Like the NFL would not sanction that movie because one, it was Oliver Stone.
Yes.
Two, it was just way too accurate.
But that's Ray. When it comes to football movies, for some reason the NFL was like, nope, you can't use our shit because remember the Replacements with Keanu Reeves and Gene Hackman? They also couldn't use the NFL teams. But when it comes to baseball movies, they're like, yeah, go ahead. Use it.
Why would the NFL?
We need the promotion.
Why might the NFL sanction anything?
The NFL
is there a reason why?
The NFL is a mafia here. And no, I'm not. I mean, they are like football, like baseball, national pastime. Tons of people love basketball. None of that matters. Football is king. Football is king. And the NFL like rules with like an iron fist.
Yeah.
They do.
Seriously.
But Ray, the best football movie to ever exist is Waterboy.
Oh God!
Waterboy is funny.
That's what I call high quality.
But yeah, like when it comes to, because Damien, the other thing of it, like from a business standpoint, like the NFL like charges a lot for their licensing. Like EA Sports a number of years ago, like sports video games used to be like a couple of different companies, like EA and 2K and other companies would make football games, and then one year EA ponied up $9 billion to buy out exclusive rights to the NFL, and they're the only studio that has been allowed to make an officially licensed NFL game since then.
It's disappointing.
$9 billion.
Yes.
That's like TV rights money.
How did you guys not see Dave's face when he was doing the impression of Adam Sandler's Waterboy?
Oh, I missed it.
I did. What are you
Do it
talking
again.
about?
Do it again. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Like Ray and Damien are just having this serious conversation, and in the middle of it, David's just like, slap hands.
I want to see it. Show me.
Don't.
Show me. I want to see it.
Don't spend
I'm like cracking up, and you guys just Ray. This is why I love Ray. Ray can have the most serious conversation in any fucking setting, and it cracks me up because like we'll be joking and laughing, and Ray will just stone cold face just keep going, and I'm like, I freaking love Ray. Like Ray is not just easily distracted at all. He's like, I'm gonna just get this out.
That is not even remotely true. I'm one of the most ADHD distracted individuals on the planet.
And that's crazy because you literally will be laughing about something, or somebody will say stuff or try to talk, and you just still keep going. And I'm like, dude, Ray is
you know what it
Ray's
is?
a special man.
No, what it is special in quotations, probably, but like
no. I said this a couple of months ago, and I maintain what I said about you, Ray. I think either consciously or subconsciously, you understand the meaning to life. I know you've got it. You've got it there. You've fucking got it. When you just tell us what it fucking is.
When I unlock that part, like I got to get the limitless pill, like and unlock that part of my brain. And then I promise I'll tell you as soon as I figure out.
Just tell me the winning lottery numbers, Ray, and I'll be okay. Yeah. Just tell me those.
Right? Yeah, totally.
That's all I need from Ray is the winning lottery.
No, but I'm
numbers.
glad you caught that. I'm glad you caught that, Saggy. I was like, yeah, slap hands.
I watch. I'm very see the benefit of not being on cam is I am very observant. Like I watch everyone on cam because like I don't think I have ADHD, but like my eyes, anything that moves, my eyes will always go to it. So like I'm always watching everyone's camera. And then when you started being all like slap hands, you're moving so much, I was like, what the hell is he doing? I just lost it.
Oh yeah.
But I
remember watching that movie on opening night, man. Oh my God.
Yeah, but no, you're right. Licensing NFL, like licensing, that's a no. Like even draft day, which is okay. Here's the thing, I like draft day for what it is, as long as I understand as a sports fan that under no circumstances is there anything remotely realistic about that scenario. There is no NFL draft day that will ever happen like that. Ever.
Well, you got to Hollywoodize it, man. You got to Hollywood.
I know, but they went so far. They did.
But it's Kevin Costner. You're like, okay. Yeah. You know, but anytime Kevin Costner's in a sports movie, you go, okay.
Yeah, but that was one.
Field of Dreams, though.
Fuck
Field of Dreams. Yeah, no, but no, draft day was one that like the NFL was like involved in. Yeah. And because like Rich Eisen was like the NFL Network guys were in it. They used the Cleveland Browns. Like that's one of the few times the NFL is like sanctioned like full use of their product. Yeah.
Would you classify Jerry Maguire as a sports movie?
Yes.
What about Talladega Nights? Is that a sports movie?
Yeah. It's a NASCAR movie.
Yeah, it's a NASCAR movie.
NASCAR movie. Yeah.
I actually saw that for some reason. I don't even watch NASCAR.
I watched it. I love that movie.
Days of Thunder.
Yeah, it's
Days of Thunder. Yes.
Days of Thunder.
Yep.
Sports movie.
If you ain't first, you're lost.
Yeah.
Days of Thunder. Yeah.
Well, you know, I saw Air last week.
Ooh,
It's so good.
Air is
so
really
good.
good.
So
Air-
freaking
and,
good.
and it's weird because like Air is a sports movie, but it's not like Michael Jordan is the plot device. It's really about Nike.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And like and it's just half the fun of watching the movie is knowing what happened and knowing how much of a monster Nike is now and comparing it to how it was perceived back in 1984 when the movie happened. It's like, wow, none of you guys know what's about to happen and how crazy this is all going to get. But it's a great piece of sports history, like fictionalized history, because like everything happened, but that's where the dramatization comes in because it's Matt Damon and it's Viola Davis and it's Ben Affleck and everybody, right? But it's really good. It's a really good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say it because
Did they show
Batman's
the sweatshops?
One of these days they will.
Yeah, one of these days, yeah.
So we're just gonna act like that wasn't a thing.
Probably still is a thing.
So basically, they got Viola Davis like, "Hey, so you were already in a movie that wasn't historically accurate. You want to be in this one too? We're just gonna ignore some key elements of history involving this situation. Yeah, you want to."
Didn't Michael Jordan ask?
He did.
Yeah.
That was
He
a
wanted
stipulation.
Viola Davis to be
that was a stipulation. And to be fair, Saggy, I'm pretty sure they didn't have them then because they wouldn't have been able to afford them then. So that was a
Wait, what do you mean afford them? That wasn't the whole point of those type of shops was to be cost efficient, so you'd save your money on labor.
Yeah, but Nike wasn't that big back then. That's the point of the movie. Nike
Oh,
got
so we
bigger.
we were at that point. We weren't at the point
They
where like,
led
hey,
to the point where they were like, hey, what do you got?
So the after credit scene was the sweat.
Kind of like E1 back then, you know.
That's gonna be the sequel.
No spoilers. I want to say it. No spoilers.
Yeah, it's gonna be called Air: Sweat.
No, I was gonna say it's good. No, I was gonna say it's gonna be called Ground.
Well, the shoes aren't made in California. What are you talking about? Shit! Damn it! I've been betrayed.
But
yeah, to what Ray said though, that was really an interesting thing because I didn't understand them kind of coming from nothing, and I don't want to spoil it for Saggy, but like they had a choice basically, is like take this long shot, and which is always one of the greatest things about sports movies is like we've been doing it the same way for X amount of years, but we're going to take this long shot, and then the long shot goes the distance, and it's just awesome. The performances are fantastic, and it's such a departure from all the nerdy stuff we normally do, and it's such a good movie.
Well, the thing that's interesting about Air is that the fact that they're like made like when I heard about it, I was like, why are they making a movie about shoes? And like I did, like, you know what I mean? Like that was my whole thing. I was very confused because obviously, like I said, but it was Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. So I was like, there's a reason why they're doing it. So I'm sure it's gonna be fine. But I think it's interesting that like the stories behind all of the biggest companies and products that people purchase, they all have very interesting like how they started. Like, for example, Samsung started off as a fishing company in Korea.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure that biopic's coming.
Yeah, it's like a lot of companies start off in like you'd be like, wait, how did we? What the?
Someone dropped?
Did he just?
He probably lost connection.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did they get him?
I mean, he's in the car, so yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, it's amazing what kind of startup stories a lot of these companies have, and you see like where they've started and where they are now, and you're just like, holy crap, that's insane. But yeah, I imagine that Nike had interesting stories too.
Well, and especially with that one because like it wasn't like at the time, Saggy, like Nike was considered a running shoe, and that was it. Yeah. And like the basketball shoe was Converse. Like Converse and Adidas were like way bigger at basketball back then.
That's true.
And so the long shot that Ryan is talking about, it wasn't even the company, it was the basketball division.
Yeah.
Like the basketball division of Nike was gonna go under because nobody liked them. Michael Jordan did not like them.
Yeah.
And so
actively protested having to go there. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like the long shot was trying to sell him and his family on this idea and basically using it to springboard. Like they were just trying to springboard the basketball division, and it ended up literally being the genesis of them becoming the sweatshop controlling monster that they are now.
Well,
this
the
is
thing with
before
okay.
Michael Jordan was Michael
Involved.
Jordan too. By the way,
Oh.
he was
he
just
had just been drafted. He hadn't even played for
just
the Bulls
been
yet.
drafted. It's like, okay, we know he's good, but we didn't know how good he was going to fucking be.
Yeah.
And that's
Exactly.
the thing. That's what's so cool about
I'll
the
never understand the hype around shoes. I'm like, listen, and when I get famous or have enough money where it's like fuck
You
you
don't want
money,
some
where I
saggy
can just drop.
shoes?
No, I don't. Listen, but I think Jordans. I used to get so mad, right? Because my friends, when they have their kids are like freaking like 8 years old, and they're buying them Jordans. I'm like, your kids are literally gonna outgrow those shoes. You literally spent so much money on shoes. Your kids are gonna outgrow. What is wrong with
they
you?
make baby Jordans for like
No, I know.
babies.
I've seen people bring. I'm like, are you serious? Like, you must have no care in the friggin' world to spend all that money on shoes for that your kid's gonna grow out of in a few months. Like, why?
Listen, to truth be told, I've never liked it. I've always thought it was an ugly ass shoe. I've never liked how it's looked. But it's been so insanely popular.
His decal thing with the that whole thing,
yeah.
which they explain.
Oh, the jump man.
Yeah,
right. Well, Ray, I will give you this. Listen, the Jordan shoes so much at least appealing on the eyes over than freaking Kanye West shoes. Oh my god, those things are so gross looking.
I don't even. Those are you talk about the sorry game pieces.
Whatever they're called, they look like somebody put Crocs in the microwave for 50 seconds.
The melted with the
those
are so and they're like hundreds of dollars. Like, who wants that on them feet?
They're almost like melted Crocs that went through like a jet stream or something.
Okay,
right?
It's ridiculous.
I've never understood impractical footwear. Like, if I'm ever in and I'm not saying I just am worried that someone's going to start chasing me, but if I'm ever in that position, I'm done. Like, how can you run? You're going to have to John McClane it from the first Die Hard movie if you want to get away, and that's not going to work.
Well, the biggest thing too that makes me angry when parents buy those type of shoes for their kids is like, dude, your kid is like, especially not middle school, but like elementary school, young kids, right? I'm like, while you're sending your kid to school with Jordans, like your kid is jealous of the kid that's rocking the Batman sneakers or the Spider-Man shoes, like, and you're talking about Jordans, like, come on. Like, these kids don't understand the value of shoes, yet you're buying them for your child that's, again, going to grow out of them in a few months or a year anyways. So it's like, it's such dumb money that's wasted. The fact they even make them for children like that's like, y'all are just like, we want you to be stupid and buy these shoes at extremely massive costs. And like, yeah, go for it. Like, no.
People like to collect them too. They'll like Funko Pop them. They'll put them on shelves and things like that.
And not even wear them.
Yeah, never wear them.
Sneakerhead culture is a thing. It is real.
Oh,
yeah, it's a big thing.
They have YouTube channels too. They have YouTube channels dedicated to shoes like that. It's like crazy.
There's a show.
It's a big thing here. There's a lot of shoe collectors here in Australia.
There's a YouTube show that like for sneakerheads that literally like had like a week ago. They had like Affleck and Matt Damon and Chris Tucker. They like followed that. They like went to a shoe store, and like we're talking about like the history of Air and like how it had an impact on the game and athletes and sneaker culture. And each one of them walked out of there with like over $3,000 in shoes.
Yeah, I believe it.
I mean, they could afford it, but I'm just saying.
I mean, right. I was gonna say if I could afford it, because it's the brand for me, right? Because like Apple, when I used to sell phones, like people would always ask me, well, what's the difference between this? I'd explain to them the iOS system versus the Android system, blah, blah. I'm like, and it's like, listen, the phones do the same things. iPhones have this perk. Samsung, it's whatever you want to do. But overall, because people will ask, well, like, what is, because, you know how much Apple actually puts in their phones? Like Apple, the company, you know what they really do with their phones? It's just the software. The software is their main thing. Most of the entire physical phone, most of that's like usually third party. Samsung made Apple like screens for a long time before Samsung became competition. But it's like you're buying it for the brand. At the end of the day, you're buying the brand. Apple products, they're decent. Don't get me wrong. I love my Apple phone and stuff, but like you're buying it for the brand. Let's be honest. Like that's mostly why kids want the Apple phones.
Well, for me, it was the
Android all the way.
Yeah, features guy.
Enjoy your viruses, Dave.
When I got into video editing, like that was when I switched over because I used to be like anti Mac for like a long time, and then I went when I studied film when I was in film school. Our lab was all Macs, and it was all like, and we were trained on like Final Cut Pro, so it was like, okay, so I switched over to the ecosystem at that point.
Right.
And
the benefit
Adobe
of
is
Apple
better,
Perk,
yes, but
right. I mean, Apple products perk is like they really do pride themselves on their security and their virus protect. Like they always say, you'll never get a virus on Apple, which they can.
They
not
can.
Really,
I've never had.
Yeah,
one.
they can.
Yeah,
I've never had
they
one,
can.
but they can.
I mean, they can. Anything's possible. Trust me, hackers have field days trying to do that. But I mean, the chances of it is very unlikely. That's why I said enjoy your viruses, because even though like obviously a responsible user of a phone, they're not going to get viruses because they're not downloading stupid stuff on their phone. But a lot of cell phone users, especially older ones, they are downloading stupid stuff. And that's what causes Androids to have a lot of problems, which is why I'm like, Android software could do the same thing Apple does, but they choose not to because I think they just don't care. And they're like, we don't want to limit our users. It's like, no, you want your users to be stupid, so when they have malfunctions, they have to come in and probably not have any idea what's going on, so they can upgrade to a new device. That's how they get you.
What? But then Apple has like shit that makes their batteries like go to shit after like 2 years, so you have to upgrade to the new one.
Yeah.
Don't even talk.
That annoys me.
It's all shady.
Okay, whoa.
Shady
Hold
too.
on.
Apple is shady too.
Dave, this has been a long time coming because me and Dave had been fighting about this on and off for a while. So now we're gonna do it live. Okay. We're doing it live. We'll do it live. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Android and Apple phone, like the software is updated. The problem is they do it across the board, which is why most older models, that's what screws it up, because the software updates on the phones are for the current system, the current programming, but they don't like they can't really, I don't know why, but they just don't, they do it across the board, which is what causes most older phones to have issues. Yeah, that's true. But at the end of the day, yes, they obviously do want you to get their newer phones, but then it's not like people make it seem like, oh, it's intentional. It's like, no, it's not really intentional.
Yes, it is.
Androids do it too, Dave. Androids do it too.
I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying that Apple does it too.
How much is the?
But they do it across the board.
But they do it with their hardware.
The iPhone. Wait, which one? The iPhone 14 or the big phone, the biggest one?
Isn't the 14 Max, Pro Max or whatever? How much is it outright? US dollars.
I think crap. I should know this because I was literally working as a mobile technician.
Like $900 or something? Is it like $900?
It's close to that. Yeah.
I thought it was over.
No, it was about the same price. Literally, I think it was like $100 more than the iPhone 12 or 13 or the one that was.
Oh yeah, okay. It's 1,100. It's 1,100.
Yeah.
It's 1,100. Yeah, in Australia, it's $1,400.
Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
$450.
So here's a fun fact. Apple phones in certain parts of the world, you can get double the price. I used to have somebody who would buy Apple phones and sell them in Brazil and double their money.
Smart.
Apple is way overpriced. That's all I gotta say. Like this MacBook was just a little bit less than my fucking desktop that
I am not disagreeing.
5 years later.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Dave, but here's my pitch for why I like Apple better. It's because, all the stuff you're talking about, the throttling and the battery stuff, yes, that's true. I can hang on to my desktop for longer than a year before I have to worry about it being outdated. Because if it's a PC, that shit's outdated in 6 months.
Okay, well, take it from somebody who's literally worked on repaired phones. I can tell you right now, the Android batteries are ass. They die quicker than iPhone batteries. Yeah, they do.
Dave.
Yes, they do. Dave, I literally work. Dave, you do understand part of my training was to understand how the difference between the ion batteries and the batteries that are used in the Samsung phones batteries drain like crazy.
Okay, this is not a Samsung.
What is it?
It's literally the Google phone. It does not fucking,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For the record, we weren't authorized to work on Google phones, so I don't know much about
it. Sorry.
That's Google's fault. Google's very
4K.
picky.
I'm just saying.
I love how we're a movie channel. We're talking about sports and phones. I love this. I love the.
I can tie this back to Batman.
Google is
Bat phone.
Yeah, because in 2014, I think it was. Yeah, 2014, Samsung released the S7, but it was a Batman edition.
Oh yeah,
and it came in like a fucking gold. I got it. I brought it. I brought it. I've got it in the box. I only turned it on once, and it's in mint condition. Like I've got the case for it.
Wait,
it's got
how
the
much is that gonna
Batman
go for?
theme in the operating system. It's got these other little gadgets that come with it. Like it's awesome. I've got it's in mint condition, man. It's
I wonder how much that's worth.
A lot.
I think it'd be worth something now. It's just been sitting on my shelf in my man
Wait,
cave.
it's an Android, right?
Yeah, it's Android. Yeah, but they modify the operating system, so it's all Batman. The wallpaper, the icons, it's all Batman themed. Next time I'm on, I'll show it. It's pretty sick.
I'm wondering. That sounds like something that you could probably, if you were to sell there, I'd hang on to that for a while because that's probably going to be a rare thing. It's going to probably be worth. Somebody's going to be looking for that.
If I ever get a retro like car phone, it'll be the red one that he had in the car in 66 show.
Oh yes, that's a cool one.
I guess.
Oh yeah, if there's ever a time where I get to that point, I'm gonna have that. Yeah.
At some point, growing up, like watching that show, we all wanted that phone. We wanted the red phone.
The red phone.
We wanted a red phone with the blinking light with one button.
It has one button right in the center. That's all because it goes directly like Commissioner Gordon. He also had it in that little cake display. Like he took like the fucking glass off of it, and that was so awesome.
I want a red phone with one button, and that button is speed dial for fucking Todd McFarlane, so I can get my goddamn Batmobile and the fucking Batwing without it.
He'd be like, hey guys, it's me, Todd McFarlane.
You know what?
The Spawn movie's still coming out. You know
what? Actually, this. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Axel.
I'm done. I'm done.
It's
okay, Shaggy.
I was just thinking about Damien's comment. I'm like, you know what just made me angry? It's like, why don't these movies why don't they do things like that anymore? Like exclusive, why aren't they making deals with companies like phone companies make phones like that? Like they're not. I think the promotion, the marketing lately with these companies is just getting so.
It's just
crazy.
shit.
Like they don't want to do these things anymore.
Right now. Ever since COVID, pretty much.
Yeah, they don't want to do exclusive special edition stuff for movie promotions and stuff. Like, oh, that would be great because like Jumbled Beat said, thought we were talking about Flash. You know, it'd be great. They came up with a Flash edition phone or something like that.
Not a phone. Well, the phone would probably be too expensive. They should have an app. Have some kind of. I mean, remember? What was that? What was that video? There was a mobile game that came out years ago. It had something to do with jungle, and you ran through it.
Temple Run.
Temple Run, yes.
Yeah,
if they had a Flash Run, if they had a Flash Run app or something like that, where the Flash was running through something.
They had a Spider-Man one like that. It was cool.
Maybe it doesn't work nowadays. Like it's just, I don't know. Doing marketing in different mediums nowadays, I guess it can be a little harder because it's like if it's not on TikTok, then what's the point? I guess I don't know.
If you can't find a way to throw a microtransaction in there, it's probably not selling.
Oh yeah. Well,
I mean, Fortnite does stuff, but
they had the Black Adam skin, which Saggy bought. She told me, and
I did not buy it.
You did. There was a Bloodsport one, a Harley Quinn one. There's a lot. And
they have a lot of they have a lot of DC and Marvel skins in Fortnite.
I think that's part of it, though. I think that's part of it, though, is if it's not digital, because I think these companies don't want to spend a lot of money on mass production and the factories putting out toys and anything that's physically produced. They're let's just get them digital. They had an app that was just loaded with microtransactions. If you want to buy his boots, it's $5. If you want to buy the cowl, it's $10. If you want to give him a speed boost, it's an extra. There's 1,000 different insidious ways they could do it, and it would cost them nothing. Yeah, it would just cost them code and not manufacturing.
I'm wondering if they're going to actually make Flash skins in Fortnite because they usually do it with all.
There was that CW one they had.
Yeah, but I wonder if they're going to do it because they did it with Tom Holland's Spider-Man stuff when the Spider-Man movies were coming out. But I wonder if they're going to do anything with Flash because they do it with every DC property in Fortnite. So I'm kind of curious if they're going to come out with a Flash.
They haven't
Flash
done
game.
one for Shazam yet.
What?
No one's gonna buy that.
Man.
No one's gonna
Yeah.
fucking buy that shit. No.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
On the topic of merchandise, to Ray's point, I think Funko has had to like write off $250 million worth of merchandise that they can't
Oh yeah,
sell for some reason.
they're having troubles. Yeah,
Because
the Funko craze has now kind of subsided a little bit, and
Well,
yeah,
the issue with the
because there's
Funko
too many
Pop-
boxes. There's too many boxes out there. Unbox your Funkos, you weirdos! Come on.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's like, so I worked at a GameStop, and what the issue is, like, they make a friggin' pop for everything, and not everything is going to be like a hit with fans. Like, I've literally seen them throw away pops that are just like literally collecting dust because it's like from something I've never even heard of before. And I'm like, this is why
there are individual Big Bang Theory Funkos. Now I would buy them because I love the show, but they're not selling like that. The general audience, people who like that show, are not going to buy a Sheldon Cooper Funko.
Exactly.
They're not going to.
No fucking way. I ain't going to buy that shit.
I only got a Leonard because he was Green Lantern.
They literally, like, for a certain show, they'll release a Funko Pop for like every character. It's like, not every character is popular. Not every character is gonna sell. Only like hardcore fans will get it, and unless there's a big, huge fan base for it, they're not gonna buy it.
I mean, it's Big Bang Theory, so I can see why they did that. I mean, it was like the biggest show sitcom for a while. So.
And now they're gonna spin it off
again.
Yeah, that was part of the whole Max present.
Yeah, there's going to be like a spin-off of something. Nobody knows we don't know the details, right?
I didn't see.
Spin-off a Side Squad. That's what it's going to be called.
Well, but so this is this something happening after the show, or is it another prequel like Young Sheldon?
Well, Melissa Rauch is doing Night Court right now, so it's probably not going to be the aftermath unless they're like Penny and Leonard go off and do amazing things together or something. But
she was pregnant when the show in the finale, so maybe.
Yeah. But the only details that was known was like it's going to be a spin-off series, and that's about it. And it's like, all right, yeah, I don't know if that would be dumb. But,
I didn't. Yo, Dave, can we check out the video that I'm sharing?
It's 9 minutes.
Yeah, we'll watch a bit of it.
What's the video about?
I did a video of the presidents ranking DC movies.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What, is it Biden? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Biden?
I used the AI.
It's potentially political. Not potentially.
Yes.
No, it's completely political.
Yeah, it is very political.
All right, boys. Today we're going to rank DC movies starting with Man of Steel to now.
What's Man of Steel?
Joe, it's the movie about Superman and his origin.
Oh, yeah. I remember seeing that back in 1978, back when I had nice hair.
Fuck's sake, Sleepy Joe. We're talking about the one that came out in 2013. Oh, whatever. Let's start. So where are we thinking of putting Man of Steel?
I'd say A tier. I love the way they recaptured Superman's backstory, his Kryptonian heritage. And don't get me started with the fight scenes, like when Superman fights Feora and that other guy, you could feel their strength destroying shit and blowing stuff up.
Of course you like seeing small towns blow up, Obama, but I will have to agree with you on Superman's backstory. Henry Cavill embodied Superman so well. Same with Amy Adams as Lois Lane. I mean, my God, I could just...
Trump, careful what you say. We don't want to get taken down.
I love the part at the oil rig where Henry Cavill is topless and you can see his hairy chest. Such an amazing scene.
Next is Batman versus Superman Dawn of Justice. When I first saw it, I wasn't a huge fan of it. But when they released the Ultimate Edition, then the movie made a lot more sense because they cut out a lot of shit.
I think the movie itself was good. It showed us a good perspective on how the world sees Superman and if he's needed.
I think the movie is mid. They should have gotten Christian Bale to come back as Batman.
Shut the fuck up, Sleepy Joe. Ben Affleck as Batman is one of the greatest castings ever. I mean, when he was cast, people went nuts online.
I agree. His scenes of him as Batman and Bruce Wayne are great. I mean, just watch the warehouse fight. That is the shit right there.
I feel like they killed off Superman too early.
Kind of like how you killed my presidency too early.
The one thing I like is Wonder Woman. Her entrance alone is cinema, as the kids say these days.
Agree. I also think Lex Luthor was a great character in the movie, and people give so much shit to Jesse Eisenberg for his performance.
Obama, you are absolutely right about that. I mean, his plan of bombing the Capitol and framing Superman was just a brilliant plan.
What are you implying there, Trump?
Nothing.
That's kind of sus, my G.
Let's put this in A tier. Next, we have Suicide Squad. I'm not going to lie, this movie is kind of forgettable. I mean, Deadshot and Harley Quinn's story are the only interesting things about this movie. Besides that, the villain was terrible. The music is so out of place, and overall, the story was kind of boring.
It does have some interesting ideas in it, though. Recruiting bad guys and making them work for you under their will is pretty brutal.
Again, why didn't they bring back Heath Ledger to play the Joker?
Joe, you do know that Heath Ledger is...
This movie sucks. However, there's a director's cut in the WB vault called the Ayer Cut waiting to be released.
Let's put it in E tier. Not the worst, but not good.
Next is Wonder Woman. People consider this film to be the best, but I got to disagree. I mean, Gal Gadot is hot, but the film is kind of overrated.
I think this film is really well told, expanding on Wonder Woman's story, and I like how they made it set in World War I.
Joe would probably agree. I mean, he was probably about 100 years old during that time.
Fuck you, Trump.
The chemistry between Diana and Steve Trevor is amazing, and when Steve sacrificed himself at the end, that really just got to me there. I will say that the final battle with Ares did come out of nowhere.
Yeah, the studio probably interfered with that. It was really cool to see a whole island of warrior women. Bill would love to be there since he's been to islands before doing weird shit.
So we're putting this in A tier?
Sure, A tier works for me. Next, we have Justice League, or as most people call it, Justice League, because it was reshot by Joss Whedon.
Fuck that guy.
Joe, that guy may be a weirdo, but we both are anyway.
This isn't even up for debate. This movie is straight garbage. They ruined Zack Snyder's story, overdoing the saturation, adding cringe jokes, cutting Cyborg's backstory and that god-awful CGI on Superman's lips, trying to remove his mustache.
I thought Flash falling on Wonder Woman's tits was kind of funny.
Joe, what the hell?
Joe, remind me how you were even elected.
We're putting this in F tier.
Agree.
What's that?
Next, we have Aquaman. I agree that the visual effects are amazing, but I really can't take this movie seriously.
You kidding me? Yeah, sure, it's a bit silly, but that's the whole point.
I like the part where Mara started eating the flowers. I thought that was pretty cute.
Okay, that part was unnecessary, but the whole film has got great action scenes, good acting, and the villains were cool. I personally thought Ocean Master was pretty badass.
I agree, but it doesn't excuse bad dialogue. Like every conversation was interrupted by an explosion.
I never actually noticed that.
The worst part has got to be where they play that remix of Africa done by fucking Pitbull of all people.
Agree to disagree. Can we just put this in S tier?
You think it's better than Man of Steel, BVS, and Wonder Woman?
Yeah.
I think it should go in C tier.
Never thought I'd ever agree with Sleepy Joe, but yeah, it belongs in C tier.
Don't make me call in a drone strike.
Fine, I'll put it in B tier. Next, we have Shazam, or should I say Shitzam, because of how shit it is.
That sounds a bit too harsh.
I like Shazam.
Honestly, I think I'm being too kind on that film.
I enjoyed it.
Of course, you enjoyed a movie with young actors.
The fuck is that supposed to mean, Peach Boy?
You know what I mean.
This movie does stand out a lot from the other DC films, especially with its tone and protagonist.
The movie looks cheap, and I can't stand Zachary Levi as Shazam. I think he overplays the part and acts more childish than the kid actor.
I think this movie belongs in D tier.
Don't I get a saying?
No.
But I
don't care.
I think
go take your nap, Sleepy Joe. Next is Joker, starring Joaquin Phoenix.
As great as it is shot and told, I do find this film to be really disturbing.
Obama, you don't get it. This film is a commentary of mentally ill people not being accepted into society and being seen as different.
I understand, but my point still stands.
This movie has got a lot of iconic scenes, such as the train scene, the scene where he goes on Murray's show and shoots him, and the part where he starts dancing on the stairs.
I thought the dancing on the stairs scene was a bit unnecessary.
At least he doesn't fall down the stairs.
You know, you act a lot like Thomas Wayne in this film, Donald. Rich, selfish, and fat.
And you act a lot like Arthur Fleck, touching kids' faces and making them smile, you creepy
You know
old
what,
fuck.
Donald? Suck my nuts, you orange orangutan.
Go back to the nursery, Sleepy Joe.
Will you guys shut the fuck up? Now, where are we putting this?
Just put it in B tier above Aquaman. Also, Obama, maybe you should have asked the movie to promote Obamacare because that was more of a joke than the Joker himself.
Fuck you.
Next is Birds of Prey. Didn't really enjoy this movie, but I do love the villain Black Mask and the way he treats women in this film, showing the dominance he has.
They should have just made it a Harley Quinn movie because that's all it was.
I love the egg sandwich scene. I was really upset when it fell apart. You could feel the emotion and sadness Harley had witnessed.
Can we just put this movie in E tier?
Works for me.
Next is Wonder Woman 84. Where do I even begin with this?
This movie makes absolutely no sense, and it doesn't fit in the continuity of the DCEU at all.
Like, where the hell is her sword and shield? They just got rid of it.
Plus, the wishing stuff made no sense.
Why did they even bring Steve Trevor back? That just ruins his death in the first film. Also, the villain was weak as fuck.
Obama, I got to disagree. Pedro Pascal did an amazing job and pretty much carried this movie. And he reminds me of myself back in the 80s.
I was talking about the cheetah woman or whatever she was.
Oh, right. Yeah, she was not a good villain.
What would you guys have used the dream stone to wish for?
I don't know, but the part where that Egyptian guy asked for a huge wall and got it, I would have asked for the same thing.
Also, they made Diana a rapist in this film, sleeping with a man that was possessed by Steve Trevor.
Yeah, not going to lie. That part was pretty creepy.
Put this movie in F tier. It belongs there.
Next, we have Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Put this movie in S tier. This movie is cinema. All the characters are fleshed out properly. Cyborg's origin is told beautifully, and Steppenwolf is more badass in this one.
Agree, although there were a lot of slow motion scenes that I feel like could have been cut out, and they played Wonder Woman's theme too many times.
I guess you just can't handle awesomeness.
I thought we already did Justice League.
Joe, this is the director's cut, the proper version.
Don't think I saw that one.
Joe, you, me, and Trump saw it together at the White House after we got ice cream.
Oh, now I remember since you said ice cream.
My favorite addition to this movie was Darkseid. I mean, I could just relate with him so well.
My favorite scene is where Superman comes down and beats the shit out of Steppenwolf with the Hans Zimmer theme playing. That made me cry a bit.
My favorite part was where the Flash slows down time and goes into the Speed Force.
Because it's slow and you could keep up with what was going on?
At least the Flash can run, you fat lard.
Fuck you. I'm not fat. I'm actually quite fit.
Fit as in you don't fit in a fucking elevator? Go take a jog, fatty. Shouldn't you be giving Willy Wonka a hand job right now? Man, fuck you.
Will you guys shut the fuck up?
Holy shit.
I'm trying to rest in peace while you guys are arguing about slow motion scenes or jogging.
Sorry, John, won't happen again.
Good. Now I shall see you guys later on Fortnite.
For a guy who likes sleeping, you sure know how to wake people up, Sleepy Joe.
Fuck off, Donald. Just put this movie in S tier.
Okay, let's do the other movies quickly. What did we think of The Suicide Squad?
Didn't like it.
I like King Shark.
Let's just put this in E tier.
Funny that all of the movies Harley Quinn is in aren't that good.
What did we think of The Batman? I quite enjoyed it.
I fell asleep to that snooze fest.
What a shocker. Sleepy Joe falls asleep.
I had 4 Red Bulls before the movie, and I still fell asleep.
Thought it was pretty mid.
You guys have no taste at all. And last, we have Black Adam.
Put that trash in F tier.
Yeah, fuck that movie.
Okay, it looks like we're all done. Is anyone going to be watching The Flash or Blue Beetle?
I'll check my schedule.
Good talking to you, boys. Jill says it's time for my nap.
Wow.
Hey. Yes.
That was pretty good. That was very good.
That was good. That was all with AI?
Yeah, all with AI.
They're
How long did that take you to make?
Yeah, it took me about 4 days to make it. I had to write all the
Full time?
dialogue down and yeah.
Okay, so you were like when it comes to the dialogue, you wrote that dialogue?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm like wondering when it comes to AI, I don't know what it's actually doing. Like, did you know?
Oh, it just makes their voices. Yeah.
Okay, but you wrote all the dialogue. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, the back and forth. I mean, it was zinging. That was good, man. I like it.
It's pretty good. Very
Especially with
talented,
somebody who doesn't live in America, so you're not like you pretty much gave equal to how ridiculous each of the 3 are when it comes to that. You're not taking a side because sadly, like when it comes to political here, sometimes people might lean, but you were just kind of equal. You played it was pretty balanced because it's like,
that was really good. Very
that was
entertaining.
pretty good. That was good. Yeah, good job. Good job, Axel.
Yes. Thanks.
Well done, Axel.
Hope I didn't make Saggy or Ray leave.
I know, right?
They're probably like, oh god, this is
Both of them were like, oh no.
Ray's like, fuck this shit, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I'm out. No.
I think Saggy's outside my house, but yeah.
Nah, that was pretty good. That was good. That actually flowed too. When I saw that it was 9 minutes, I was like, holy shit, man. But it flowed very well. It kept going. It was snappy. So yeah. Good job.
It was pretty good.
You know what's funny? I actually did a while ago. This was before Justice League came out. So back in 2017, I actually made a video where Trump reacts to the I think it was the latest Justice League trailer. And I had like a whole thing where like I had different faces, and it just changed and I did my Trump impression. I just did the whole
That's
thing.
a good one.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, and I was like, I did that whole thing. It got fucking blocked. It got blocked by YouTube.
Yeah.
Got blocked.
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
so
because it was
things
like WB.
no, because
WB.
it was Trump. It was because
Too accurate.
It was Trump.
Probably.
Yeah, I know. Maybe that was it. Maybe because because you could do a reaction video and it's fine. But
Yeah.
I think it was the fact that it was like a Trump thing. They were like, nope, get rid of it or something. I don't know. It was very strange because obviously when it came to reaction videos, they might go like, oh yeah, you get a copyright thing, but you could fight it and then they release it.
Especially if it's a Blue Beetle trailer, they'll take you down. If you're
But I did but it was
Yeah.
like the entire video I think it got blocked worldwide. And I'm like, why? Because it was Trump? I mean, I don't even understand it. It was like very strange. And I worked hard on that one. I thought it was pretty funny. I was making jokes like, and doing the Trump impression. It wasn't, it was very strange, and I wanted to keep on doing it, but I'm like, why would I keep on doing it if it's just going to get blocked on YouTube? So
yeah.
Let's just
and
face
I'm also
it.
doing like a video
like
of the DC directors gaming. Like we got Christopher Nolan opening a bag of chips in his mic. We got
that'd be funny.
That's
pretty funny.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll actually send it to you, Dave. It's pretty funny. But
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the topic,
If it's like this, it's great, man. I can't wait to see more.
Yeah. Cheers.
on the topic of things getting blocked, I got a message from Instagram a week and a half ago now. So they were saying that the DC Comics News Instagram account had somehow broken community guidelines.
What?
9 years of content, 27,000 followers. The account's been terminated.
No shit.
And suspended.
What?
I can't get access. I can't get access to it. I can't.
Why?
I tried.
What was the reason?
I tried. Well, they don't give you a reason. They don't tell
that's
you what
bullshit.
content it was. I've tried like 6 different ways to get in contact with Instagram and like escalate it in different ways. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So if anyone is watching this stream that works at fucking Instagram, please turn on the DC Comics News Instagram account again. I'm very upset. I still am upset because it's 9 years of content and 27,000 followers is just gone.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
Like, what was the last thing that you posted before you got the notification?
The last thing we posted was it would have been a Shazam, like just a picture from the Shazam.
Probably of Rachel
trailer.
Zegler.
Yeah.
Rachel.
Just crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yeah.
crazy. And the worst thing was, because trying to restore the account, I didn't want to create a new one. But I thought was it Monday night? I was like, fuck it, I'm just going to create a new one. I can't even create a new one because the handle DC Comics News is taken. So I can't even create a fucking new one. So it's like,
ridiculous,
Oh,
man.
so this is an account you owned.
Yes, this was
It's an
his.
account I own.
shit.
It's attached to my
He owns the
website.
website. He has a website, DC News, and that was the official
shit.
website right there. Yeah.
Oh, that fucking sucks.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
if anyone
So
knows
you
anyone on
posted a
Instagram-
Shazam. Was it a clip or just an image?
No, just an image, but I don't even know if it was that. I don't. Maybe someone, for some reason, reported something else. But it's funny because in 9 years, and I had posted most of the content on that account. We've never had an issue, never had any complaints, never had any problems, and now all of a sudden, all of the blue, bang, you've broken community guidelines, gone.
Wow.
And it's like, what the fuck? So
It's ridiculous.
yeah.
Like, I don't know what it is with Twitter, and I don't understand how engagement completely works, and I do my best to put everything out there. But like, even going back to the very beginning, like I threw out something about Luke in his Last Jedi robe before the movie came out. Flag for that. There's just a bunch of other little things along the way, but like, if you're apologetic, you take the content down. I don't understand why we need to like ban this guy or take down their account forever. Like, it's not intentionally to spoil things. You're just doing the best job you can. And I've seen that people get demonetized or what do they call it? It's not ghosting, but it's something like that where
Shadow ban.
Yeah, stuff like that. And I don't know. I find it really shady. Like if someone's on the up and up, you can kind of tell. It's not stuff like that shouldn't happen to you, man. And that really sucks.
Yeah, that's shit, man. And especially if they don't clarify what exactly you did.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you can't remedy it, I mean, especially it's like, okay, what did I do? I'll delete it. Sorry, give me a slap on the wrist, and that's it. But it's like nothing.
Yeah, and I was thinking like I work in tech as a full-time job as a multi-billion-dollar tech company. They should have the capacity to send you an email and say, "You're the verified person in this account. Here is the content you posted. This is not. You can't do this." But it's like you've broken community guidelines. You look at terms and conditions of community guidelines. It's so broad. It's like, well, what was it like? But anyway.
So were you verified on Instagram? Because I saw that they do that now, is verify Instagrammers.
They do.
Like you have to pay a certain amount of money and you can be verified.
Oh, yeah.
Were you verified?
No, it wasn't verified. It wasn't a verified account, no. Maybe it would have been a little bit different. It was verified. Maybe someone, I don't know. But
I mean, I can't blame you for not doing it. I mean, you got to be verified for everything nowadays by paying money. So, I mean,
yeah.
The world we live
which I
in.
did. I admit it, but
of course, I did. Well, I'm just hoping that Twitter gets into the whole creative aspect of it. That's why I paid for it, because it seems like it's gonna try to get there, but who knows if it's gonna happen. I don't know if they're gonna take on YouTube. I'm just like, all right, because I post videos, I post my shorts on Twitter, so I'm like, all right, if somehow Mr. Musk is gonna summon up something where he takes on YouTube and it could be a creative friendly place, all right, let me see if it happened. I mean, obviously right now he's it's still iffy on, but I'm just kind of like, all right, let me just get on top of this. That's the only reason why I bought it.
Yeah, I like being able to edit and do some of the features.
Edit's nice.
I made some gaps with what I've typed. I'm like, do you want to send? I'm like, oh shoot, nope, swipe away, undo.
Although if you post a video and you edit it, it turns it into a fucking still shot.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I was like, what the fuck, man? I was like, when I've done that, I mean, I did that like when it came to the whole SnyderCon full circle video. I posted it and then I realized I fucked up my tweet, so I edited it and then it just turned into a still shot, and I went, well, that's just fucking useless now. Like, what the hell? What the hell, man? I'm like, okay, so if you edit it, it just turns a video into the first frame and then that's it. And I'm like, okay, well, there's a glitch right there that needs to be worked out. So yeah, if you have a video that you post, don't edit the tweet. Make sure you get it in there. Everything else is fine though, but it's all
I don't even need the leave behind of it all. Like, even if I've done a photo and I've had to try and undo it or whatever because I typed in the wrong caption or whatever, it shows me the record of it before. I'm like, I don't want to be reminded of my mistake. Just get it out of here. The new one is the new one, and let's just keep that there.
Yeah, that's a weird one too, because it will say like there's an updated version of this tweet if you want to see it. And you're like, all right. It's weird because we've always wanted the edit button and now you have to pay for it, and it's still kind of weird and wonky. So,
and it's worse if you have 3 accounts, because then you're paying for it 3 times.
There you go. That's right. You run 3 accounts, not just
Super
Do you have to pay for it multiple times?
Yeah. It should be if you're paying into it, any of your accounts, but then I guess I could see the argument of, now that you paid for it, how many accounts do you want to have? If I have like 8, then they all get verified. And I don't know. There's definitely kinks to work out, to put it simply. It's just annoying because I could put that $24 into something a little bit more beneficial. Even like an ad campaign for like $20 could probably get us more traction. I don't know.
I know. It's one of those things where it's like you have to invest. You invest in the brand, I mean, I remember when going back to Rachel Zegler, when she put me on blast at one time. Yeah, she did.
Police.
Yeah, she put me on blast because I saw like a thing from Shazam Updates where she said that she went up to Adam Brody and said that, oh my God, I was in love with you when I was a kid. And I'm like, yeah. I said something about like, way to make it awkward on set or something like that. And she found it within like 9 minutes. And I was like, wow. And then all of a sudden, like, people were blasting me. And then, of course, I got so many messages that
you pay
always
for
the guys that
Twitter
pay
Blue.
for Twitter. And I'm like, fuck.
Yes, he has money.
I'm like, sorry, I can afford it. And I'm trying to, invest into the brand here and maybe something could happen. I don't know. Yeah, I had to like mute that whole thing because I was like, man, all right. Thank you, Rachel. We're good now, right? We're friends? Okay.
She's gonna be on the vodka stream.
I mean, apparently, she's gonna be a superstar. Anyways, okay. Cheers.
Yeah, you could have just doubled down on it. You could have been like, "Oh yeah, when you were a kid, that was like what, 2 years ago?"
I know, right? I'm like, you're how old? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I just was like, yeah, it was just kind of just, I don't know. Who knows? But,
I don't know.
But it was just
that
was the most criticism that I got was like, oh, it's always the blue check people that pay for Twitter. I'm like, wow. I'm like, well, I did it for so and so reasons, but I'm not going to explain it. So,
but she did lose the role to Supergirl. So,
ooh, that's right, she did. She did try to go for Supergirl, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of that, let's go back to talking about that at least.
The CGI.
Yeah, the CGI. Well, I know some people are still. The one thing about CGI is like when you see it on a small screen, when you see it digitally. Yeah, it's going to look a little bit more wonky. I'm curious to see what it looks like on the big screen,
Yeah.
Helps with the 24 or, frames per second. And obviously, I mean, I know, Ray, you get I'm surprised you didn't, I'm actually proud of you because usually you're on top of this kind of stuff. But man, people were going after this new Flash footage. Have you seen the new Flash footage?
Are we talking about from all the TV spots?
Yeah, the TV spots that have come out.
Yeah.
Do we have it handy? Can we play? Do we have it handy?
I don't want to play it because I don't know. I don't know.
Because the whole point of the campaign is we're getting a new trailer the day before the CinemaCon presentation.
Yeah.
I mean, check out my my profile picture.
What the hell is that, dude?
No, someone edited it, and it looks like that guy from Despicable Me. It is cursed. Jesus Christ.
So everybody's kind of talking about the Batfleck shot.
Yeah, I
because they show up close. They show up close of course, the Flash when his lenses come down. We've seen that shot, and then we see Batfleck on the bike, and then we see an up close of Supergirl when I think she's going to be taking on Zod or something. Like it's all crazy. Her hair, and she looks angry, and then we get Michael Keaton in the Batwing, and I thought I was like, cool, like. For some reason, the scope of this movie just is pretty damn awesome because the way that these close-ups look, they look huge. They look huge. It's not like, widescreen and just, kind of small. It's just like huge shots. And I'm like, cool. But everybody's like complaining about specifically the Batfleck shot. And they think like everything is CGI. Yeah. And like Ben Affleck put motion dots on his face. And I'm like, no, guys, the background and the cape is CGI. Sure. But the cowl he's actually wearing, so I don't know why people
want him to. It just doesn't look. It just looks really off. I don't want to hate it, but
which specific scene are you talking about? Which specific scene?
Him on the bat cycle. I mean, and we saw him in the practical suit too, like get on it or a stunt guy or whatever. Yeah. So we know what.
Is the one on the freeway?
Is what?
Yeah, he's on the freeway.
Yeah,
he's like.
I think we could be okay with
the part where Rob Liefeld thought that was Bale. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
he thought it was Bale.
Yeah, he thought it was Bale. Yeah, he tweeted it. I was like,
wow.
I think that was part of the marketing too, to just be a little tricky because it does have some familiarity to the Bale cycle. But yeah, I like him, but Rob was off on that one for sure.
Yeah, it's Rob Liefeld. He blocked me a long time ago.
Oh, did he? Oh, then I apologize.
Oh, yeah. He blocked me a while ago. So. It was mainly, okay, so here's a shot right here. Okay, this is, and to me, it does not look bad. It's
right.
I could totally tell, like, yeah, there's some CGI when it comes to the cape in the background, naturally, but to me, I'm like, it still looks.
It looks, cool. I think it's just the shoulders and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a moat. This is CGI. They CGI'd the cape and of course the background because
right.
Yeah.
And
but this looks great to me. I don't know.
Look, it looks fine to me.
I guess it would. I mean, yeah, the head looks good, but like,
why do
the
we care?
Shoulders.
Why do we
It'll be
care?
a blink of an eye. We will
Why
not
do
even-
we care?
we're caring way too much about
Why?
it right now.
Because it's Batfleck's last movie.
Okay, well, no, it's not. It's a shot.
Wait, he's
from
coming
a TV
back?
spot. It's a shot from a TV spot.
He's coming back
for
He's
a
coming back.
trailer that's 8 weeks out from the. Can we just wait for the fucking movie to come out?
Ray
And
has
then
spoken.
here's the deal. Anybody see the title of my episode, my podcast last week?
What's Saggy
Oh, no. What was
No.
it called? What's it called?
Fandom
Meaning of
ruins
life?
everything.
Yeah.
Fandom ruins everything.
Especially
I-
Star Wars. Yeah. I
The
can't
the,
stand
the reason that you didn't see me tweet about this is one, because I didn't really I had other shit going on at work and I didn't really see this until like I don't know, a couple hours ago. But the other reason is because I've had it. I've had it. Like seriously, like when it comes to I heard a thing this morning on sports radio that was it was it's not 100% accurate, but it was still hilarious. One of my guys I listened to said Twitter is 99% evil. And I was like, yeah, you know, there are days where it definitely feels like that. This is so fucking minutia to complain about this as far as I'm concerned. Just bring me the movie. I don't care. Bring me the movie. People want to
Do you know what's ironic
and
about
bitch and
this?
moan about this shit, they can, but it's like I'm so done with complaining about this shit, seriously.
Yeah.
What's ironic about this debate about CGI is that the whole fucking Marvel universe is built off the foundation of CGI. So why do we care? Like, they're superhero movies. The majority of them are built with CGI, given what it is that they've created in the stories they're trying to to tell, right?
Because we have people, especially in fandoms on Twitter, that they're not happy unless they're miserable. And unless they can share that
That's
misery
true.
with the rest of us, their lives are not fulfilled for whatever reason. And it's just, I'm so tired of it. I really am. I'm so done with just fandom ruining everything.
I mean, I don't like that show, but it's not gonna stop me from watching the movie.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
But I mean,
I can't wait to see.
I'm
But I
gonna
mean,
boycott it. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, what's
it's
funny
not
about it
even
is, like,
like
when I first saw the clip, I was like, "Oh, cool!" They like zoomed in on like all the characters, and I was like, "Oh, that gives me chills." And I'm like, "We got a close up of Batfleck." We got, and then people were just like, they just screenshot it, and there was, and it was just like, and then people just go, "This looks like ass," and I'm like, "Oh, what the fuck? You just screenshot like this." Fucking, I'm like, wait a minute.
Like my
I mean,
favorite part of that trailer or little spot is where they like cut to from Affleck to Keaton. That's just my favorite part. It's just like, yeah.
Yeah, and I thought that was cool because it's like you have the two Batmen, and I was like, that's what gave me chills was the fact that it was like you had Batfleck who was looking angry, and then you had Keaton Batman who was kind of like not angry, and he was just like, "Hey, I'm back," kind of thing. And I was like, that's what I thought was cool.
Yes. You know why you thought that was cool, Dave? Because you're a rational fan.
Yeah.
You have a rational mind, and you're like, and you looked at that. You didn't look at the CGI and go, "That's shitty." You looked at it and you said, "Batman, both of them, right? Like, isn't this like
that's what got me so excited? I was like, "Oh my god, we got two Batman close-ups on their face." I didn't think anything else but that. But then people
in a year, this is how I know fans. This is how I know so much of fandom wants to stay miserable. Because a year or so ago, the argument was whether or not he was even in the damn movie and whether or not it was just going to be Keaton. Now we're getting more confirmation that the both of them are in it, and we still can't be happy. I'm
with you, Ray. I think
so
people in
done.
general. I think people have short memories. There's a lot of fickle people out there. People find things to complain and bitch about. A lot of people get offended over nothing. It's unfortunate.
I think it's just because like the movie's been delayed so many times, and like we've heard so many rumors, and this was originally gonna this movie was originally meant to like make Keaton the main Batman, but like I don't think that's gonna be the case anymore. But yeah, I think it's just people are just tired and they just want the movie, or not.
I don't think that's what it is at all. I don't think that's what it is, Axel. I really think it's people just looking to be miserable for the sake of it. Because if you're complaining that much about one CGI and like the odds of that shot even being in the movie, I mean, the whole way that TV spot was constructed was it was all profile shots of all the heroes. Oh, so what? That's going to happen in the movie. We're just going to get this where it's like, oh, it's all the no, it's not. That shot might not even be in the damn movie.
Exactly.
But it doesn't matter if
That's
it is
true.
or
That's
it
a good
isn't.
point.
Oh, it will.
That's a good point.
But the I don't think it's people tired of like the movie being delayed. I think we're past that because we know it exists. We know it's happening. And what it is people are now looking for reasons to shit on it because they think it destroys whatever they're clutching their pearls to, whatever that is. Because there's 3 or 4 different angles that people have for why they hate this movie and why they want it to be boycotted. And fuck those people. Seriously, I am so done.
I'm with Ray.
I'm so done.
I'm with Ray.
Yeah, I'm
fuck
like,
those people.
I don't agree with the whole boycott thing because it's like, well, if they're losing, I don't know, it just doesn't work.
Well, anyways, with the CGI and weirdness of all that, I did get involved in one that was going on with this movie. So I don't know if you've seen the Supergirl punch of that rocket.
I've seen that.
That one looked a little rough to me. And I know that there's still probably some post-viz that they're going to work on, but like, I don't know, man. There's some Supergirl shots that make me a little concerned what they were doing there, because some of them look very.
What's your concern?
Just I don't know. It like I said it comment wise, that it just kind of looked like a cutscene from a video game, and I'm hoping that there's final polish. But like her sliding in past Batman in the trailer, that one looked a little rough, and then her going to punch this rocket. You know, I always try and be open-minded with all of it. Like, it is a gift. So when you just kind of do a thing on repeat, you're over-analyzing it to what you said, Ray. And then, I don't know, I just feel like there's a little bit more polish that needs to be there. And maybe it'll come, but it did have me go like, man, I feel like they should put a little bit more respect on Supergirl in this. And I hope she gets her time to shine as well as, you know, the other characters we came to see.
I'm with Ray. I think we're overanalyzing. I think we're overanalyzing things.
Right.
Yeah, suddenly everyone's a CGI expert.
I tend to agree with that because look, this is the first time I'm saying this tonight. It's all subjective, and like with CGI, with visual effects, people like to believe that there is an objective measurement for it, and the reality is there isn't, because just as you are, like you literally said the phrase, I hope they put more respect on Supergirl. And it's like, somebody else can look at that. Somebody else can look at that and go, Supergirl looks badass. I can't wait to see what she does with, you know, so it's,
there are people, the simps saying that, but yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of people Twitter-wise who are like, oh, chills seeing Supergirl. And it's like, I mean, I would like to see more, but I mean, hey, like we could be really impressed with her performance over everyone else when the film actually comes out. And I always like to keep that perspective on things. I don't know, like some things it's all about that first impression, right? And if some people don't get hooked on it right away, they might go, maybe this isn't for me. So I believe that the impression should be there, but people also got to have faith. You know?
Well, I think it's also like one of the things that we struggle with as fans is the difference between our perspective and the general audience perspective. Right. Because I hear what you're saying about first impression, but let's be honest, this is not for the 5 of us, this is not our first impression of Supergirl. Our first impression of Supergirl came from another place, whether it was the Helen Slater movie, whether it was the comics, whether it was the Melissa Benoist show on the CW, it doesn't matter. We all have our own first impression of Supergirl, and so that is what we measure this up against. And so for us, it's like, okay, how close does Sasha Calle's version come to the one that gave us that first impression? Whereas the general audience largely has probably not seen or paid much attention at all to any of the stuff that we have like ingested over the years. And so they go into it, and so they're looking at it from a lot of them is even generationally, like Gen Z especially, if they've never seen any Supergirl before, this film could be their introduction to Kara Zor-El. This will be their first impression. It is not ours. Right. And it can't be ours. And there's nothing wrong with that. We just come from a very different, there are different things informing our perspective with this than there are with others. So,
yeah. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to we do. Yeah.
Well, and that's what's going to determine whether or not, and that's, fans. I say this all the time, Ryan. Fans have an over-exaggerated importance. Like they believe that they are so much of the audience, and the reality is we are 5 to 10%, if we're lucky, of the entire audience. That 90 to 95% is going to be the difference between this film making bank or not us, because we're all seeing it whether we like it or not. We're going to see it. But the general audience, that's that 90 to 95%. They're the ones that, a lot of, like I said, a lot of them, this will be their first impression of Supergirl, might even be their first impression of Flash, because we can't assume that they've watched the show for 9 years. We can't assume that they've read the comics or that they've even seen Zack Snyder's Justice League or anything like that, right? So
this goes to Axel had a tweet that you posted earlier about we'd all probably prefer to have the actual Flashpoint story, but you realize that
I realize that general audiences that they would be confused, but for
us, if we of course John, Jeffrey Dean playing Flashpoint Flash, that or Flashpoint Batman would have been fucking awesome and great, and maybe that was in the cards at one point. But the fact that they tweaked it to have Michael Keaton come back, let's face it. Like I even said at the beginning of the stream, I was like, when I was at the Super Bowl party and that TV spot came out, and when Michael Keaton goes, "Yeah, I'm Batman," and then my buddy who was hosting the party was like, "Wait," he's like, "Wait, who was that?" I'm like, "That's Michael Keaton." He goes, "Oh shit. Oh, I'm gonna see that shit now." And then everybody else is like, "Hey, Michael Keaton's back," and everybody raised their fucking drinks, and I'm like, that's why they did it. That's why they did it. That's why it was a stroke of genius. I'm like, because totally. I want to see Jeffrey Dean in a fucking Flashpoint with the pointy fucking on his shoulders, the guns and everything. Sure, but I could see why they tweaked it for that, because the general audience is going, wait, Michael Keaton's back as Batman at 70 years old? What the fuck? It's a marketing thing. And I'm just like, yeah. So,
it's huge right now.
Yeah.
I also feel like before they asked Keaton, I feel like they may have asked Bale. But I know the superpowers don't exist in Bale's universe, but WB doesn't care. So that's why I thought they could have asked him.
I don't think they asked Bale anything. I've heard those rumors too. I don't think that's true.
I tend to agree with that because one, I think they know what his answer already would be because he said it before.
No.
But also for the purposes of generational nostalgia, if you want. Not to, and this thing's gonna it's already been getting compared to No Way Home, but if you want that generational impact, 30 years is perfect. Go back. My mom is a perfect example. My mom sees movies she goes to, and she might have been interested in seeing The Flash beforehand, but now she's absolutely going to see it opening weekend because Michael Keaton is in it. That is going to happen.
That's the thing.
No doubt.
My uncle's the same. My uncle's how old's my uncle? My uncle's 13 years older than me, and he was like, he wouldn't have seen the Flash movie actually if Keaton wasn't in it. Now that he knows Keaton's in it, he's a 53-year-old male. He's gonna go see the Flash because he knows Keaton's in it.
It's kind of different for my parents because they're just wondering, why is Keaton there? He looks old as hell. That's my.
That's all, but that also can drive you to go to the movies to be like, why is he there? I want to see what's the reasoning. So that's the thing is this movie has potential to be just something, and it's going to be crazy to hear in 2 weeks maybe. What is it, 2 weeks? Yeah, less than 2 weeks. When people are going to see it at CinemaCon, we're going to see some internet reactions, and it's probably going to be, from what I gathered, this movie is going to have, I don't know. There's just going to have a good amount of nostalgia, new shit, and just, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see the reaction to this movie because, it has potential to be something pretty damn big. You know, some people are saying, does it make $1 billion? I'm like, I'm still kind of on the fence because obviously that's always the benchmark and everybody talks. I mean, obviously when it comes to Super Mario Brothers, that movie is going to probably make, because it's already more than halfway there. And I mean, obviously that's the benchmark that people kind of look at, billion, but obviously it only needs to make profit in order to be something that's, something, but naturally we're going to look at that. And I think The Flash does have the potential for that, to make that, because it just kind of captures that nostalgia and it's something new. And it could be just something where maybe, I mean, the story, I'm just so curious in the story because I always go back to when I talked to the two VFX supervisors, which were the supervisors on Zack Snyder's Justice League as well, and many other Zack scenes, DJ and Brian Hirota. They were, after the whole debacle when it came to Justice League, they were done. I mean, obviously they helped Zack out and they completed Zack Snyder's Justice League, but they were done. They were like, you know what? Well, I take that back. Brian wasn't done because he was the VFX supervisor on the Suicide Squad. But he even was like, I'm done after this. I'm like, I want to just do different things. But there was something about the Flash. That brought them back. There was something about the script when they read it. They went, all right, I actually do want to take this, and I want, and I'm just, I don't know. It just seems to me like there's so much praise for the story of this Flash movie that I can't wait to see. I'm very excited for it because I'm like, I just gotta see this. Michael Keaton's back. What's going on? I can't wait. And I think it's gonna blow minds. I really do.
Yeah. Everyone I know who's seen it they can't really say what they've seen about it, but they were like all thumbs up. They're like, you gotta see this when it comes out. So I'm really curious what it ends up looking like, honestly. I mean, I feel like I have enough information about a lot of things with it that'll obviously put my butt in the seat more than a few times, but it might cut off after that point because there is a movie coming out sometime after that I did see, but I can't talk about. And
exclusive. Yeah, well, I know. I'm like, what?
I don't.
Another DC movie? Is it a DC movie?
Is it the Turtles movie?
There might have been something happening in Burbank on one occasion that I saw.
But what do you mean cut off? Like cut off what? Like what did you mean by that? Like what might cut off?
Oh wait. Oh,
like what were you saying?
I
you were
cut off. Oh,
yeah,
there's a thing that is coming from DC down the road that I might have seen.
Oh, I know what it is. It has something to do with a certain Latino.
Oh,
I mean,
what?
People,
Is he blue?
People like to run. I mean, was that?
Oh, is he blue?
Oh,
I mean, actor in superhero roles. I mean,
this is a new Turtles movie.
I think someone alluded earlier to not having the uncle trope from.
This does have an uncle trope.
Man, I can't say it.
Yeah, no.
I'm a big fan of George Lopez, and that's all I can say on that.
You like George Lopez? Is that what you said?
He's a funny guy. I'll just say
he's a funny guy.
So you're speculating that the hype for the Flash could halt when this particular other thing that you can't tell us you've seen releases.
Until we get into whatever Gunn's working on over there, I think we might be in a bit of a lull after Flash, and that might be a concern for me as to what we're getting.
Just put it in the Ryan. Just stick it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
I think there might be a bug on my shoulder. Can't get it off. But, can't.
Don't do it. Oh man, that's funny.
But
all right, we got somebody else joining right now.
Fuck me, right?
There we go.
That was a great intro. That was
But no, I mean, I love bug movies. You know, Arachnophobia was the one that got me as a kid. That one, I was terrified of.
I heard they're talking about remaking that.
You know, those movies have always been fun to make.
Everything.
Well, they are. They are remaking
that list. That list from earlier that Dave had tweeted out. It's like it's unbelievable.
Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's bringing back all kinds of shit.
It's like Legally Blonde, RoboCop. That's what I was saying. I was like,
RoboCop?
nothing sacred. There's nothing sacred anymore. I mean, come on.
I do like Stargate has potential.
Well, okay. I don't ask is nothing sacred anymore because there are plenty of remakes
to a degree,
and reboots that we enjoy.
Right.
Like the Kelvin timeline of Star Trek, for example.
It's a matter of time before, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's only a matter of time before Back to the Future gets rebooted. And I'm surprised it hasn't already.
No,
I swear to God, if they're going to reboot all the other bullshit, I mean, why not?
Well,
all right.
I hope they don't. I hope they don't.
Here's a list right here that Amazon is reportedly currently developing.
Okay.
So they got Legally Blonde, Poltergeist, RoboCop, Stargate, Pink Panther, The Thomas Crown Affair, Barbershop, and the Magnificent Seven.
Okay, now more than a few of those that you listed already have like 2 or 3. Like Thomas Crown Affair has been redone like 2 or 3 times.
The Pierce Brosnan one is not the first.
Rene Russo.
It's not. No, the first one is Steve McQueen. The first time was Crown Affair was Steve McQueen.
RoboCop was redone.
So I mean, if they're going to be series, if they're going to, I mean, Legally Blonde, I just never got into that, so I don't even know.
I never got into that.
But okay, so Poltergeist, I don't even know. I mean, they already did a remake with that with Sam Rockwell.
They did. That's right.
Yeah, they already did a remake of that, like that movie.
Yeah.
So I don't even know what the hell they could do there. RoboCop, I could see being a series.
They've done that a few times.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes.
Rick Flag.
Stargate, I could see them continuing because I didn't watch the series. I love the movie, but I didn't watch the series.
I watched the
but
series.
I could see them continuing on. Okay, sure.
Same,
I was like super into the series back in the day. I was like,
I don't know who's going to be into Pink Panther. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Pink Panther is a little weird one because
Peter Sellers ones were a big hit, but I don't see how you're gonna like.
But then they remade them with Steve Martin.
Yeah, Steve Martin,
right?
Pink Panther. And I don't even think the Pink Panther was in the movie. It was just about the detective.
Well, no, but that's how the original was. Like the original.
I'm thinking of
movies were like that. That's what it was.
Pink Panther turned into an animated thing at one point.
I know it's not Amazon remaking it, but aren't they going to be remaking The Naked Gun?
Yeah, with
Liam Neeson.
They've talked about that. Yeah.
How's that going to work in a day and age?
You can't do that.
You can't make movies like that.
Okay, guys. I watched Airplane the other day. Holy shit, you can't do that today. Like that part where there's a fake Indian in that movie. Holy shit.
Okay, no, that's not even that's tip of the iceberg, Axel, and you know it. But like,
you ever seen a grown man naked? Yeah.
I think I know where you're going. The jive speak. The jive speak.
Yeah, the jive speak.
The jive speak.
Yes.
Oh
yeah.
Or like the 2 kids. And she's like,
the 2 kids.
You want some coffee? I like my coffee black, like my men. You know what I mean? I was like,
whoa! What movie was this?
There's nothing wrong with that.
Here's the thing about the David Zucker, because that's David Zucker, the David Zucker stuff with Airplane, and also because he also worked on Police Squad, which was the show that The Naked Gun was based off of.
Yeah,
like that type of humor. Like, okay, you can't do those jokes today. But you can still replace them with other jokes that are appropriate today that still have like the deadpan reaction. It's just not. It's not going to be the jive speak. No, they're not doing that today. That's not going to happen, right? But like, and they're not going to do the kids, and they're not going to do the, remember the one where like it was like the one woman was the passenger was freaking out, and they're like, snap out of it, slap.
And there's a line of people waiting.
Right.
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
They have, like, steel pipes.
In that movie, there is a fake Indian. In that movie, like when I was watching that movie with my dad, I was like, "Is that a real Indian?" And then I looked up and I was like, "No, it's not." I'm like, "Holy shit!" Because it's that scene where he's gonna light himself on fire after that guy is telling the story about it. I'm like,
because he wouldn't shut up, then wanted to hear it.
Because all the other people had Like there was
they've
that one
killed
Japanese
They all
guy
killed
that-
themselves.
I
It
mean,
was
you
just
would
like-
literally see
Yeah.
suicide in the
Yeah,
and then there's
That
the
old
scene where
lady.
like where she's like freaking out and like they're in a line and slapping her and shit. And, like,
Yeah.
there's that whole
Right.
thing too. I mean, there's some things in there.
It's
where
a
you're
great movie though. I absolutely
yeah, it's
love
hilarious.
It's
Airplane.
so funny.
When she's like, okay, she tells the pilots, okay, so whoever ate the fish, that's who it's affecting. And then OJ Simpson looks over, or was it OJ?
No, it's Kareem.
No,
No, it
he
wasn't
wasn't
OJ.
Yeah, it's Kareem.
It was
Kareem, I'm sorry.
Kareem.
Yeah, Kareem looks
Kareem
over
Abdul-Jabbar,
and you just see the fish with like just the head and the tail, you know, with the skeleton. It's like, he's like, oh. It's a great movie.
That was a fun joke too when it came to Kareem,
Well,
because they were literally
has-
saying that, "Hey, you're Kareem Abdul-Jabbar."
Yeah.
The kid was like pointing it out. It's like, no, what are you talking about?
And when he got sick, he had his basketball pants on.
All right,
He had the
Damo,
whole
I know you
uniform. It
gotta
was,
leave. You
it
gotta
was the
leave,
whole
Damo.
uniform and the gag.
Yeah. Damo's got to leave right now.
Damn.
You gotta pick
I got
up
to
your
roll,
daughter.
team. I'm going to try to come back next
All right.
week. It was a pleasure
Alright,
chatting with
yeah.
everyone again. Take it
Thanks,
easy,
man.
everyone.
Always,
Damn.
man.
Take it
Thanks.
easy, Damien.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Hopefully, get that Instagram back, man. That sucks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Thanks,
Yeah.
team.
Best of
All
luck,
right,
man.
man.
All right.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Take it easy.
See you, mate.
Yeah, but they don't make spoofs like they used to, man.
They
And-
don't, and
Yeah.
you know, another big one is like Blazing Saddles. I mean,
No,
obviously
God,
they're
you
never
could
going to do
not.
that
You
again.
could
Well,
not.
okay, and like, all right, see, and that's like, thank you for bringing that one up, because it's like, you know how like when you go watch it on HBO Max, there's a warning, not a warning, but you know, like an intro clip.
Yeah,
There's like an
it's
intro
like, get
clip
ready.
letting people know, hey, right? You know, and
Yeah.
you
It's
have to do the
offensive.
same for Airplane, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just
Well,
a
to-
sign.
I
it's
mean,
a
to-
product of
to
the
a degree.
time.
Well, I think
but, like,
I think it's because there's a lot of N bombs. and
What, Blazing Saddles? Oh, God.
yes,
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
like,
no,
that's
right.
what it is. I think that's
Yeah.
the main thing. Is like,
well, it's
but
like,
I mean, but you can't. How do you not laugh when, you know, the sheriff, the black sheriff,
you had-
when everybody's looking at him and he holds the gun to himself and he goes, you know, step back where it gets it. I mean, like you just
Yeah.
laugh because
Like, he
literally
plays the
holds
whole thing
himself
out.
hostage, and it's
Right.
just like it's just comedy brilliance. I'm sorry,
right,
it's
no,
such a funny joke.
no, dude. I listen, like I told you, I watched.
Where
that
are the
movie.
white girls at? You know?
Nice
I
beaver.
watched-
Thanks. I claimed it myself.
Yeah,
I watched the movie for like the first time ever with my mom, and like, at first I looked to her for permission to laugh at it,
Yeah.
and got it, and then I've watched that movie on 2 separate occasions with groups of white people, and they've looked to me for permission
Yes.
to laugh at it,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And it's just and like the right, you talk about the you know, that where he's sticking
Yeah.
a oh Lord, he's desperate, do what he say, right?
It's
like,
it's so brilliant.
But like for me, it's like, yeah, I've said this before. It's like the governor's like, wow, come here, I gotta talk to you. Are you out of your mind? Can't you see that man is a
Yeah.
sorry, no offense intended. Yeah, no, it's yeah,
Oh my
no,
God.
it's.
I feel like the last movie you could get away with stuff was The Hangover. Then after that, you was like, okay, you can't.
No, I mean, I would say the
I
last
feel like
one
it was
was
that.
Tropic Thunder. I thought was the
Nah, I had to think it was The Hangover because that even the white guys.
Well,
were
Tropic
dropping
Thunder
N-bombs.
literally has blackface in it, though.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Tropic Thunder
yeah.
has blackface
So,
in it that you cannot
yeah.
do anymore.
But just like how Blazing Saddle was, it was crafted so well that
Yeah.
like when you literally had like, you know, Robert Tennant going like, hey, what do you mean you people? And then you had the black guy literally go, what do you mean you people? And he goes, and then he doesn't, and then he responds, he goes, huh? Like that. It's like he doesn't even respond to him. He just like, yeah, you know, it's just it's so beautifully
Say to me.
done and crafted.
Yeah, well,
Kirk Lazarus.
that you can't get offended by it. It's like they
Well,
crafted
you
it
have
so
to-
beautifully.
Well, I mean, even with Blazing Saddles, okay, if you get offended by Blazing Saddles, you are blatantly ignoring the context of the film.
Yes.
Because everybody everybody with the exception of Cleavon Little that drops an N-bomb in that movie is a fucking moron. They're all stupid, and that is the
Yes,
point
they're
of the
all-
movie. They're
they're
all
all,
dumb.
like, really, really
remember, remember everyone in the town of Rock Ridge is named Johnson. That joke is in there. They're all named Johnson because it's one fucking tree branch.
It was
That's all
great.
it is.
And then you can't obviously you got to remember the end of it where they literally like when the whole like place is like storming, they're literally they show the set and they're just storming off the set. It's so ridiculous that
Eddie gets into a limo and says, "Drive me off this picture."
Exactly. I mean, that's what's so brilliant about the movie is like they take the parody to such a next level, and that's what was so great about Mel Brooks is he always wanted to let you know every movie. He always wanted to let you know that it's a movie within a movie. It was so meta, like
yes.
that. You know, it's like
he
always wanted to let you know.
I used to be good, but now look at that. Steady as a rock to me. Yeah, but this is the hand that I shoot with.
Gene Wilder. Gene Wilder was so fucking great.
Like that line from Naked Gun. The next time I kill someone, I could actually get in trouble.
No, he's the next time I kill somebody, I might actually get arrested or whatever.
Yes.
Right.
It was like, whoa.
Oh, what about that scene in Naked Gun where he's like, where he's trying to like, he's giving like the guy like money to like shake him down, and then all of a sudden the guy turns it back on him and he gives the money back to Leslie Nielsen to get answers from him, and just stupid shit like that.
I mean,
you just don't see that.
Okay, no, hang on. The sequel, right? Remember, this the Naked Gun 2.5, Smell of Fear, right? Like,
yes.
They got all those cops like at that because there's a barricaded gunman in the house. And he just goes up to the one trooper who's got like an assault rifle point. He's like, "How's it going there, trooper?" He slaps him on the shoulder and he fires a shot. Everybody starts shooting. He pulls out his gun, starts shooting.
Just stupid shit.
Stupid shit. Or like when they're trying to get into the was it like the awards or whatever? He's like, okay, John Wayne and
the third one. Yeah.
It wasn't John Wayne. It was Clint Eastwood and Meryl Streep. It's Leslie Nielsen and what's her face? And he's like, okay, enjoy the show.
Presley?
Yeah.
Priscilla Presley.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Not even trying. Or
have you guys seen superhero movie that?
Yes,
I have not seen
that.
One
of the funniest movies ever.
The funniest scene in that movie is when they because obviously it's spoofing Spider-Man mainly.
Yeah.
And when it comes to that scene in Spider-Man where like Goblin is like throwing his little like ninja stars at him, and like he dodges all of them in Spider-Man, but when it comes to the superhero movie, he tries to dodge them, but every one of the ninja stars hits him. It's fucking. I was dying when I was watching it in the movie theater. He was like literally doing the moves, and every one of the ninja stars that the bad guy was throwing him was like landing, and he was just like, "Kid," and he's like trying to do it. And it was like, I just was dying. I was fucking dying.
Uncle
dying.
Albert, are you okay? No, your knee is on my crotch. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
Well, but I mean, it's a level of satire that you just can't do anymore. And
They need to bring it back.
Yeah, they need to bring it back. They really do. But or like movies like Team America, you can't do that anymore.
Holy fuck! You can't.
You can't do Team America. And then
they literally brown faced one of the dolls.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Or
and like
Kim
Jong Un in that movie.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kim Jong Un in that, or his father in that movie. Yeah, that is so offensive.
Durka Jihad. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god.
Matt Damon.
But I mean, at the same time, you're going, well, they're making fun of terrorists, right?
Yeah.
With that, right?
Yeah.
He's like, it's over on Durka Lane on Jihad Way. It was like, oh my
well, it's just like True Lies. We've talked about True Lies before.
True Lies.
And like
True Lies.
How you just you just like when they're doing the show on CBS, it's like, yeah, you're not following the movie. You can't do that.
No. It's funny you mention that because
that's my gripe, though. That's my gripe about the show. It's like, how do you do True Lies when, like, immediately if he once the wife knows that he's a special agent, then it's like
I've always thought that it was
there's no more lies.
But I've thought that it's essentially like what happened, like because Helen finds out. Spoiler alert. Helen finds out at the end of the movie.
Oh, really?
And And like she gets the phone call and she's like, "We're on." Yes, go ahead. It's like they're both agents at that point. So
yeah, they are.
To me, the show would be like, okay, it's just husband and wife agents.
Yeah,
like
no,
going,
but
like it.
Isn't that kind of like Mrs. and Mrs.
Yeah, like
Mr.
Mr.
and
and
Mrs.
Mrs. Smith or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's funny
Night and
because
Day.
they were trying to make a sequel to True Lies, and comedy is not meant to be appropriate. Exactly, right?
Yeah,
and that's kind
it's
of the
all
best comedy that
subjective.
there is. Well, okay. Well, yeah.
Offensive humor is the best. I love that.
I
But,
mean, it is. But I mean, there's certain things where it's just like, okay, you go too far. But no, there is definitely comedy is extremely subjective because what's funny to one person is not funny to somebody else, even if it's not offensive.
Definitely. But they had asked James Cameron to do a part 2, and I think they were in the early stages of trying to figure out what to do, and then after 9/11, he was like, yeah, it's just
yeah.
He's like Islamic terrorist really isn't just something that's very funny anymore, And so that's why he said, I'm not doing that.
Okay, but I get it after that. I do. Like at that point, it's like, okay, no, you can't. Like you needed to do this before.
Let's make a part 2.
You can't do it after. Yeah, no,
that was a great movie though. True Lies is a great movie.
Yeah, but I think it worked as just a movie and that's it. We don't need sequels. We don't need a show. I don't know. To me, it's like that's all we needed. Like I could watch that movie and be like, that is a fantastic. The best line in that movie is when he's on the truth serum and they're both captive, and Jamie Lee Curtis goes like, "Did you kill somebody?" And he goes, "Have you killed people?" He goes, "Yes, but they were all bad."
They were all bad.
I love that. I just love that line.
Well,
they were all bad.
What's great about that movie is that they were able to fit in a lot of comedy with really good action.
Yeah.
But and it goes for a lot of movies that are able to do this. But the fact that you're able to put in like a subplot within the story, so you have like the whole Bill Paxton is lying to his wife saying that he's a secret agent, and then they go and then they raid his house and he's like like that whole storyline that had nothing to do with the Crimson Jihad, the bad guys. That was so awesome just to have a second storyline going on in that movie.
Well, I just love that it evolved.
Bill Paxton was hilarious.
I love that I love that the B plot evolved because it started as Harry like, oh my god, my wife is cheating on me. And so he's got all this.
He's all walking the Chihuahua in the rain.
He's getting Tom Arnold to order all the spy tech to like put a tap on her phone, bug her purse, do all this shit, right? Because he's like, she's cheating on me. Oh my god! And then they find the guy, and at first they're like they're like he's the guy's a spook. He could be like they're thinking he's a real spy.
Yeah.
And then he takes credit for shit that they did trying to catch Salim Abu Aziz, the terrorist, earlier, and he's like, "Wait a minute, that wasn't him. It was us." So now they know he's bullshit.
And then Tom Arnold's like, "I kind of like this guy."
Right.
See, that's the thing. Is like, but I'm like wondering, like the TV show is like, how do you capitalize on that? I mean, like, it just doesn't work as a show. I just don't see it. But
I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm willing to give it a shot to see where it goes, see what they do with it. But yeah, I still think there could be something.
What's his name? Who's playing him? Who I actually picked him for Shazam before Zachary Levi got.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
forgot his name.
Guy from
you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Let me see.
He was in Shameless. He was in.
That guy.
Yeah,
William
H. The bartender guy, like he's a goofy, but he's a big dude.
He's a big dude. Steve Howie is his name.
Steve Howie. There you go.
Yeah.
I actually was like, before Zachary Levi got cast as Shazam, I was like, what about Steve Howie? I think he'd be a good Shazam, So
anyway.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Okay.
Sequels and everything. Actually, I want to say it was Andre saying something like that. There's like the movies that you can't do anymore, and then like I was thinking about Clerks. Clerks 2 is one of those movies. Like, oh yeah, you said take it back, and I was just thinking, like that's just you can never.
No, you can't.
You can't. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like
that,
the fact that even happened then.
Oh yeah.
Kevin Smith would be the first one to tell you no, we can't fucking do that now.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's literally a point where Where
how do you describe it, right?
What the fuck's his name?
You really can't unless we want to get canceled.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's Dante and what the fuck is his name?
Oh,
Dante and
Randall.
the other dude's name? Randall.
Randall.
I could not remember his name. Yeah, Randall. He tries to bring a certain saying back that he thought wasn't racist to the point where he puts it on the back of his shirt. And it's oh boy, yeah, he probably could.
And there's a scene that's Jeff Anderson. There's a scene where he's trying to explain what actually is racist and what isn't, and he goes through the whole fucking list of everything that you could. And it's just like, okay. And when we saw it at the theater, and I'm just sitting there like. Well, he just went through all of them. Shit. Okay. Hey, all right. And the only thing that was there that could it wasn't. You just look at the horrified look on Rosario Dawson's face. Like that's the only thing to stabilize the scene even a little, and it still didn't work. Truthfully, as far as like lessening that, like there's no way. Like it's just no, you can't do that today. Not at all.
Even
but that's
good.
I was just saying that's different than Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah,
like the way
very different, very different.
Yeah,
but even the original South Park movie. I mean, like the Operation Human Shield. I was like, oh wow, they went there. They don't care. That's just crazy. Oh my god.
Well, when it comes to South Park, those guys just but the fact of the matter is they push against like all of it.
Yes,
they don't just go one side.
Yeah, they're the same people who made the Team America. Like, I recognize those voices immediately. I was like, holy shit.
Yep.
Yeah, they're just going for like the hard, just where they want people in the audience to go, oh my god, can you do that? Kind of thing. But when it comes to even politics, they go hard at both sides. They're not
Family Guy used to do that too. Like that. Like I remember when the first year the Family Guy came back after it was like canceled for 3 years. This is probably still my favorite episode of the entire series, the PTV episode where Peter was funny. Peter was mad that the FCC was censoring everything, so he made his own TV network. Like I remember we watched that. Yes, the Peter Griffin side boob hour. Yes,
that's my side boob.
Side boob hour.
We watched that episode live, and we were all convinced that the show was going to get canceled the next morning. After that, we're like, "Oh no, it's."
They had a whole song that was like saying "fuck you" to the FCC.
Pretty much, yes.
And like, wasn't like the beginning of that episode like a parody of like
it was a Naked Gun parody.
Yeah,
it was a Naked
Gun. Yeah, because I saw that when I saw the Naked Gun, I was like, so that's what Family Guy got.
And it was and it was Stewie because like it started with it was Bin Laden, like it was Bin Laden doing like a funny terrorist video, and Stewie beats the shit out of him. And everybody else like Naked Gun style and like drives.
It was Bin Laden that was trying to do a video and he kept laughing and they kept on. They had like the outtakes. He's like, "Hey, you're smiling over there. You're smiling. Stop it! You're making me laugh." Yeah, it was pretty fucking hilarious. But,
and that was 3 years. That was 3 years after 9/11.
How could
after 9/11?
Well, but at that time, like even right after 9/11, like that was almost accepted because I mean, you had the one comedian, the ventriloquist, who had a puppet who was a dead terrorist.
Jeff Dunham.
I was watching that the other day, and I kill you. It was just kind of like I watched it the other day, and I was just like, wow. And I remember laughing my ass off to this, and now it's so offensive. You know what I mean?
What was this?
He's a ventriloquist.
Which comedian was it?
Jeff Dunham.
Jeff Dunham.
Jeff Dunham.
Look him up. He's pretty. He's fucking brilliant.
Right. It's like when he's like, spell your name, and he's like A-C phlegm.
Yeah, phlegm.
But no, you can't do it. It's just
it's
no.
But you know what's funny though? It's like Jeff Dunham has explained when he went over into the Middle East and everything like that. And
shit!
They were like cheering for that character. They wanted that character because they were like, "Hey, yes, we get it. We get the joke. And it's like, it's funny because over here we start clutching the pearls and like, you can't do that. But then the people over there are like, yeah, fuck those guys. And we know exactly who you're making fun of. Yeah, we want to see that character. We know who you're talking about and blah, blah, blah. And you're making light of it. And it's like, yeah. So he, so he's able to still do it. It's like over here, there's people that get all like offended by it. It's like, but the people who are in that country are like, yeah, bring on Ahmed, please.
Well, the people here that get offended on behalf of other minorities.
Oh, I hate that shit.
Oh yeah,
that happens all the damn time. And listen, as a minority, I can attest. There's a ton of shit where it's like, okay, shut up, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
Especially, it's mostly
like Ray. If we ever watch Blazing Saddles together, I'm not gonna look at you and be like, "Can I laugh?" No, I'm gonna be like shaking your shoulder, going, "Yeah, remember this part? Fuck yeah!" I'm not gonna.
If you look at me at all, I'm just gonna be like, "You already have my permission, fucker."
Exactly. There's no way. Yeah, exactly. We're both gonna be cracking up to the jokes and everything. And that's the thing. It's like, and I hate it when people like, when. It's like, know your audience, know your fucking audience. That's the thing.
And there's so many good movies out there that just you can't do it. I mean, like Ace Ventura is a great movie, but like the ending you couldn't do anymore.
Oh, because it's like almost like a trans kind of thing.
That one I kind of get though, Andre, because that's a little like that whole.
It's a little over the top, but back then when we saw it, we were laughing our asses off, like it's like. She has the worst case of hemorrhoids I've ever seen, and they all start barfing.
Yeah,
the crying game song.
It's I get that one. I get though. I get the people sensitive about like that's one where it's like, okay, no, that's
yes. They're playing the crying game song at the same time. It was like, oh my god.
Yeah, but that was shortly after the crying game came out, and
crying game came out like a year before that,
and it won Academy Awards and shit like that.
That was a big deal.
They were kind of spoofing that whole thing, kind of thing. So
your gun is sticking into my hip.
The funniest joke still to me in that whole movie isn't even centered around that. It's the soundproof glass.
Yes.
Soundproof glass.
Oh my god.
That whole scene is Jim Carrey brilliance.
Yes.
Because I mean, it's like this wacky pet detective that is figuring out the case for the cops, and then when it goes like only this, and then it goes on for way too long.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so funny is like it just keeps going, and then he goes and then he just continues. He doesn't even take a break. It's double pane soundproof glass. There's no way that neighbor, and it's like it's just that's what's so great about that scene is like it's just pure brilliance.
The way he ends it too, he's like, and the murderer closed the door before he left. Yes,
and then, yes. I know he starts celebrating before anybody acknowledges it.
I have exorcised the demons. This house is clear.
And just goes,
losers. Yeah, get him out of here.
He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care that anybody's acknowledging what he just brought forth. He's just like, yes, I won, and you guys are all losers. And, he doesn't even give a beat. He doesn't even. There's not even a beat. That's what's so brilliant about that scene. That's the best scene in the fucking movie right there.
Yes.
It's so good.
Like that was a scene that like as zany and stupid as he is, and I love it. But that was the one scene where you were like, he's actually really good at this, and he's better than all the detectives that were there. Yeah, and so it's like that gave credence to like his abilities. So you're like, oh, this guy is actually really good.
Because that scene leads into like the rest of his script. That's why it's Liar Liar. It's The Mask. It's like that scene is his career. It's like
you realize that in 1994, like it was Ace Ventura, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber all came out at the same time.
Yeah, just one of those.
1994. It was dominated. Jim Carrey's year. 1994 is literally Jim Carrey's year when it comes like that was where he just broke out because it's crazy too because was it 19?
And then he did Batman Forever the year after that.
Yeah.
Yes. And then Batman Forever a year after that. But it's crazy because I remember I was still living in Alabama before we moved to California, and we moved in 1993. I remember watching like some show on TV that was talking about visual effects, and they were showing The Mask and showing like when he's at the table and he's like, his mouth drops or he turns
the
into
tongue rolls
wolf.
out.
Yes, all that stuff. They were talking about, they were breaking down that scene, and I was like, what the hell is this movie? It was before we even knew I didn't even know who Jim Carrey actually was, or anything. And then all of a sudden, like, we get to California the first year, it's like Ace Ventura comes out, then The Mask, then Dumb and Dumber. And it's like all in one fucking year. It's just crazy, like, how that happened. Like, obviously they filmed them all in different times, but they just all released in 1994. It was like just insane to think, like, and all three of those movies are fucking just absolutely awesome. I love
in The Mask, they essentially had two like musical scenes, which was really good. And the scene where he's at the bench and he's talking to the detective, that was a great scene.
Hey, call me Cuban Pete. I'm the king of rumba beat. I go chick chicka boom, chick chicka boom, chick. Oh yeah, I had the soundtrack.
It's a great scene. Soundtrack. And they're all slowly like starting to dance to him. And pretty soon they're all doing the dance. It's just like, it was great.
No, the fact that it's like he had Ace Ventura, which put him on the map, and it was like literally like, and that movie was when they first pitched that movie, I think it was actually supposed to be for somebody else. And then when Jim Carrey got attached to it, they rewrote it with Jim Carrey to make it more in line with Jim Carrey. Because let's face it, you watch that movie, that's probably 76% improv, and it's like, it's just him just going off. When it came to The Mask, it was like, it's based off a fucking comic book that they lightened up for family, because if you read the actual comic book, guess what?
It's dark.
It's very graphic and R-rated.
It's very dark. Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm still waiting for that true adaptation, because I really like Big Head.
I don't know that they'll ever make it. I mean, maybe.
Dude, I know what I said though, Ray. I said after they made Deadpool and it was a success, I made a video like they need to make The Mask the real Mask, the Big Head Mask, after Deadpool was such a success, because there were some similarities. Because
what about Son of the Mask?
Oh God, that was so bad.
That was bad.
But then Dumb and Dumber came out. Dumb and Dumber came out, and that was the Farrelly Brothers, and it was just a different kind of comedy. And like all three of those are different kind of comedies. You had Ace Ventura, which was just Jim Carrey unleashed. You had The Mask, that was more a family comedy, and then you had Dumb and Dumber, which was just the Farrelly Brothers doing what they do best, was just dumb, smart comedy. I don't know. It's an oxymoron, but it's so dumb it's smart.
And didn't they make like a Dumb and Dumber prequel, like where they're in school and
when
shit?
Who
asked for that?
But get this, they also made Saturday morning cartoons for each of those three movies. There was an Ace Ventura cartoon, there was a Mask cartoon, and a Dumb and Dumber cartoon. That's how like much of an impact those three movies had. It's just insane. And they all came out in 1994. It was just.
I'm totally willing to
like. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm totally willing to agree with you that Ace Ventura is 76% improv, because nobody else wrote Asshole Emil. He wrote that.
Well, if you watch it, Tone Loc is trying to hold his shit together. If you watch Tone Loc, he is trying not to laugh so much.
Do you have a mint? Perhaps Panaka?
And it's like, and he is trying his best not to laugh. Watch that movie again. Watch it for everybody trying not to laugh. Like the scene.
That was a brilliant scene. I remember
in the home when he does like halftime, and then when he slams his head on the bench, the doctor, you could see him go, his shoulders go up because he's cracking up. I'm like, how did anybody keep a straight face with this dude? Because like Jim Carrey was just unleashed. Like, I don't know how they did it.
I love it when right after that he goes in that closet and that orderly comes in halfway like, oh, what's up? Hey, don't tell me how to do my job. Oh, this is no argument. And he's trying to hide in that box.
He's trying to hide in the box. It's so ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's such a ridiculous movie. It's such a ridiculous movie.
That, and then of course, I mean, obviously, when the whole Finkel and Einhorn, it's like Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is a man. It's Einhorn. He has the plunger, you know. He's crying in the shower. He burns his clothes, you know. Like, but even to this day, it's like, oh god, it's just such a good movie. Part 2 was all right. I liked it, but part 1
not as good as the first.
Yeah, part 1 was, because in part 1 he had moments where he was like just almost serious, you know. In part 2, he was just not. He was just a goofball.
You know what? I've watched that movie so many times. There is 2 points where he gets serious in that movie. There's 2 times where he gets serious in the movie, but it's only for about 8 seconds, but still he he doesn't have like that. He has like his normal voice. It's very odd when you see it and you're like, oh shit, he's serious right there. Yeah, but in Nature Calls, you never get a moment like that.
Well,
Bumblebee Tuna.
Yeah, Bumblebee Tuna, exactly. It was funny because in part 1 he tells that story to Courtney Cox about the dog who's chasing him in that dream, and it was funny. What's funny is that this past Thanksgiving, we were telling stories, and my son, he's only 7, he asked, what's your scariest dream? And so right off the bat, I'm like, oh my god, I'm totally gonna do it. And so I did the entire bit and I loved it where he's like, and I woke up and take a look back at my neck. Where?
Yeah. You scared the shit out of him?
Yeah. But even in the movie though, it was hilarious. But that story, he was being dead serious, and then he's like, take a look at the back of my neck. He just had to do it. You know what I mean? It was like,
couldn't help himself. He couldn't
help himself.
Could not help himself.
But yeah, when you're talking about breaking and all that stuff, like I go back to think about like Mike Starr, who was I think his name was Joe, the hitman in Dumb and Dumber. Like I don't know if I could have kept a straight face in any of those.
The guy who gets
poisoned? The most annoying sound in the world.
Yeah, or the Mockingbird.
Oh, Mockingbird, Mockingbird. Yeah. I mean, it was just like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't know how. I mean, again, like I'm always that, and like I said, it's noticeable in Ace Ventura, like people just trying not to lose their shit. Anytime, like when it comes to some of this stuff, and I think they were glad to keep that in because it's like, because it's so fucking funny. And there's other times too. It's like, how did they not break? I mean, how do you not? And when you watch the outtakes with Jim Carrey, it's like, how do you not? Like Liar Liar, you watch those outtakes, like Jesus Christ, the guy was just like unleashed, like. He's just an improv fucking guru. Him and Robin Williams. The fact that
I was just about to say Robin Williams.
Dude, I mean, like the fact that we never got a movie with them, but then at the same time, that might have been too much. Like,
it might have been too much.
That might have been too, like how like that the world might have ended because there was just two geniuses that
just
couldn't.
It's to this day like. It's still like one of my favorite Robin Williams performances ever. Wasn't even a Robin Williams performance. He was on Inside the Actors Studio with James Lipton, and it literally turned into an hour and a half Robin Williams stand-up.
Dude,
like literally, like he took over the interview.
Anytime that he was on like a talk show or anything like that, I mean, you couldn't keep him down. I mean, same thing with Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey was similar, but not like Robin Williams.
Robin Williams had that.
Lipton asked him a question about like his timing, like how did he do it? And so he literally stands up and he like asked for a prop. This woman gave him a pink shawl. And he just rattled off 15 characters using a pink shawl in like 10 minutes.
He was brilliant.
Like, how the fuck did he do that?
He was brilliant. I mean, growing up, we grew up watching him, and it's like he was such a big part of like my life growing up when it came to movies, because I watched a lot of movies as a kid, and he was in a huge chunk of them, Mrs. Doubtfire. I mean, I watched that movie so many times.
Yes.
And I don't know if you can make that movie now, but it was hilarious, and it was so well done. I absolutely adore that movie, Mrs. Doubtfire. But he was in movies like Toy, which was still a good movie.
Toys, yeah.
I mean,
people don't know about that movie, and that's a great movie.
That's a great movie. LL Cool J.
It's dark. It's very dark.
Yes, it is dark. It is very dark.
No, but you know, Mrs. Okay, you said Mrs. Doubtfire. Like, I think there's still a way you could, because one of the things I really like about Mrs. Doubtfire is that it had a real ending.
Yeah.
It didn't have a happy. It didn't have like the storybook happy ending, but it had the ending that, like, okay, if this shit actually happened, this is how it would end.
Yeah, it's like he didn't get back together with Sally Field.
He did not.
But they came to a resolution
for the kids.
And then the fact for the kids and the fact that the character that he created to be with his kids became a TV show.
Right.
You know, and it was just like, wow. And it's like, and I remember there was like talks about a sequel and stuff like that. I'm like, no, you can't do anything more with this story.
Yeah, you had to. That's
you had
one.
To leave it. You had to leave it at that, because if you do anything more, it was just gonna fuck it up. Because it was an awesome ending where, like, he picks up the kids, you know, especially when the kids don't know. It's like, hey, you know, your new babysitter or nanny is gonna be here, and it's him as himself. And then they have like a nice little moment, and then they leave, and then she hears like a little monologue from Mrs. Doubtfire on the TV talking about parents being divorced and stuff like that, or something like that on the TV. Just a beautiful way to end that fucking movie.
Yeah.
It's just it's a fantastic movie. Jesus Christ.
Such a good movie. And like the ending scene towards the end, when he's doing he's at dinner and he's trying to be in two places at once, and then he's getting drunker and drunker, and he's showing up with like, some of the costume on. It was just great. I mean,
dude, that was taking like the whole Fred Flintstone concept of trying to be in like two places at once.
Yeah.
Concept, and they nailed it. And then of course it turns into like a whole thing. And I remember I even saw a tweet. Somebody was even retweeted that said like one of the lines in there is when Sally Field goes, "Oh my God, the whole time." It's just like the way that she said that was like perfect, because she says it 3 times, like the whole time, like the way that she just turns into anger.
I still love the like the montage of when, like, his brother Frank Harvey Firestein was building the mask. He's like, "No, it's not working. Need to be older. Shirley Winter's older, or Shirley MacLaine older? What's the difference? Some Scotch tape and red hair dye? What about Joan Collins? Oh, I don't think I have the strength."
So many good lines, and then even to the point where they make him look like fucking Barbra Streisand.
Right.
So they just start singing and shit like that. I mean, like.
And I even love how like you don't, like, they finally settle on it, but you don't see it.
Yeah.
He's like, "Are we close?" And he's like, "Any closer and you'd be mom."
God damn it, man. It's just such fucking good comedies in the 90s, man. So many good comedies in the 90s, man. I tell you. They don't make them like they used to. That's for damn sure.
No, I would say Mrs. Doubtfire is probably one of his top movies that he's ever done. But I mean, it's crazy when you think about, like, for instance, not too long ago, actually more than a year ago, I watched Aladdin, right? The live action, and Will Smith, he did his own take on it, whatever. But I mean, it just pales in comparison to what Robin Williams was able to do. And look, I don't expect Will Smith to duplicate what Robin Williams did.
No.
So I knew that was already like that. There's no way you're going to do that. And and obviously he knew that as well.
Oh yeah.
But like after we watched that movie, I played the scene where he meets the genie in the cartoon Aladdin, and just the performance that Robin Williams puts into that is just unbelievable.
I mean, to be fair, he had the benefit of, it was a voice, and the Disney animators could like do whatever they wanted based on what he did in the voices, and they could be faster with it. And I have to imagine, as an animator, that might piss me off. Like, slow down. I can't do all this shit.
But he does that whole thing where he's like, "What's your name? How?" He's like, "What's your name, son?" He has a microphone, which is like doesn't even exist in the time that Aladdin lives in. He's like, he
did
so
a Jack
great.
Nicholson impression at one point.
Yeah.
Like if there's there's Jack Nicholson with the glasses, and he's got the Nicholson cadence down. It's like nobody in Agrabah knows who that is.
Right.
But we know who that is.
But we do. That's the thing.
Right.
The audience knows exactly what that is. Yeah.
Right.
No, I thought Smith did like held his own. Like I was actually more. I went into that movie going, I don't know about this, and then I walked
still
out
haven't
going,
seen it. I need to see it.
I actually walked out going, okay, you know what? That actually was better than I thought it was going to be.
Better than a lot of the other live action ones that they've been doing at Disney lately.
Yeah, I mean,
the funny thing is, when I saw Mario, like the trailer for The Little Mermaid played, and then right after that was that DreamWorks one that they're making that is like, basically a parody of The Little Mermaid and shit. And
which one's that?
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. It's a new DreamWorks one. Like, I don't know. You have to look it up.
Has to do with fish.
Something like that.
Underwater.
Oh, probably.
Mermaids?
Or maybe. Yeah.
Maybe. Were you paying attention?
I mean, whatever.
I thought you were going to talk about that one migration that's coming out. That one seems interesting. Like they're trying something there, but I don't know if it's going to hit on that Pixar level. But they've been doing a really good job lately with I keep wanting to say Filmation,
Illumination.
Yeah.
Illumination.
Yeah, they sent me a screener for that. I was going to go, and then I read the description. It's like, oh, ducks are going to go to their home. I'm like, I get that that's migration. And then I saw the trailer, and it kind of got me like, oh, okay, there's going to be some real stakes here. Like you can see them scared under the dock as like this big claw comes over. And I'm like, okay. I mean, there could be something there. That synopsis didn't make me think that this is going to be anything more than birds flying home,
Like one of my questions about Illumination was like, okay, what can you do? We know Minions was we know what you've done with them.
Right.
What do you have this? Like, can you elevate outside? It's like, if you go to Pixar and be like, okay, what can you do other than Toy Story? And they're like, oh, we can do this. And they're like,
Illumination. They did the Minions and the Despicable Me's, and they did Angry Birds.
They did the Grinch.
Yeah, the Grinch one,
and then the Lorax one, which I didn't know.
But Mario is like a much bigger, well-known IP, and it's showing. I mean, right now it's on its way to do $1 billion.
Oh, it's going to do $1 billion. It's going to
easily.
Yeah.
I think.
But the question that we were talking about on the Four Nerds was that, and I was asking, do you think that video game movies, like if Nintendo did a whole slate of movies for their games, so like a Legend of Zelda movie, Metroid, Kirby, and all that, are those strong enough to now compete with the Marvel movies and I guess the DC movies that are going to be coming out?
Yes,
you're gonna.
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
I think as far as IP,
yeah,
certainly, and what it's going to take, Andre, is it's going to take them basically like. There's two things you have to do. First is you have to figure out which medium is strongest to tell your story.
Right.
Because I've been saying for years, we said this last week, but I've been saying for years that, okay, the next attempt at Mario Brothers must be CGI animation.
Oh, absolutely.
And
live action again? Ugh.
Right. And Illumination is like, okay, here it is. And it's like, well, that was perfect. Great.
Yeah.
But the other thing you have to do is you have to actually tell a story while also incorporating the nostalgia for those of us that grew up with those games. So if you're going to do Zelda, it's got to be a real A to B plot story, but it's still got to have all the shit that we're familiar with, just like what Mario Brothers did. And the same with any of these video game franchises.
Because like Star Fox is another one that you could easily make a movie
we were
out
talking
of.
about that too.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Star Fox.
You would not be able to do that live action. You got to do
it has to be CGI.
And I'm sure that's already probably in development. I'm sure there's concept art, and Zelda, same thing. Zelda is a different case, and we were, Ryan and I were talking about that at the beginning when it was just us. But I mean, you could do a Zelda, and I think I even said this last week. You probably could do a Zelda live action because when it comes to all these characters, that one could fit in live action because I mean it's essentially humans with pointy ears, and
something that Dwayne Johnson doesn't want to do, have pointy ears.
Oh, good God. And then of course, thank you, Axel. No, but but you could put it in the vein of Lord of the Rings or like a Game of Thrones. You
Yeah.
could do like that version, which they still could, but you probably should do like the animation. And I don't know where it's going to lead to. They're going to have like a Smash Brothers thing, or like they're going to have everybody come together to, I don't know. There's so much stuff they can explore with Mario that it's like, obviously they're already going to think about crossover stuff because that's just the way it is.
Right.
But they need to do more Mario stuff. They need to establish other.
They're definitely going to make a Donkey Kong movie.
Oh yeah, that's
that is such a given.
But see, that was my biggest gripe though, was that like the moment Donkey Kong spoke, it's like it was Seth Rogen, so all I picture was Seth Rogen.
But I thought it fit.
I thought it fit. I thought it fit.
He was a big dumb idiot,
And I was, dude, when Diddy showed up, because I'm sitting there like,
yes.
okay, I'm like, and that was the thing for me, like when you see like the little things that I didn't know for certain, like the babies, like the fact that you put baby Luigi and baby Mario in there.
Yes, that was awesome.
Exactly how they looked, man.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, dude, that's badass. That was a great idea.
And so that's the thing, Andre, is like, if you're going to tell these stories, you have to understand the assignment, to coin that phrase, right? Like you got to know, like you can tell watching the Mario Brothers movie, however you feel about the story, these guys understood the game.
Oh,
like they understood all the shit we wanted to see. They're like, when they hit a power block and you see a leaf and you know what the fuck it's going to be, so you just can't wait for that. Or like, you get to the end and it's like, what happens when they touch that star. You know how this is going to go. You know what it's going to do because you've done it as somebody who's played those games for years. And so that's what you have to capture, those feelings, like, for an audience, and still tell a cohesive story that draws in that general audience.
And it was so great too. Like one of the things that I loved was the fact that Mario didn't like mushrooms, and I'm like, I hate mushrooms too. Like, I like mushrooms are gross, and the fact that he had to choke it down just to fucking, just to add a little bit of like, I don't know. I guess you could say realism because
I love
subtle. Yeah.
I love that he had to eat so many of them because they established, and that's the other thing.
He's like growing up from eating.
They established the rules very early. Like Peach told him, if you get hit, you lose the powers, and it's and just him. You have to show him compensating for that. Like, okay, I'm gonna need a shitload of these because if I get hit, I'm gonna need to hit it. Like they just power. It's the same shit you do in the game. It's the same shit you're doing.
Like at the end with him and Donkey Kong, when they're going through, their level, I guess you could say, and they're getting hit, like, they lose their ability. It was just awesome. I was like, wow, they really did. They captured it, and they left things open too. I mean, you saw a little glimpse into Peach's origin, but they didn't tell all of it because you're likely going to see more of that in sequels. If there are going to be sequels, but.
Take the F off of that.
It's a matter of time now.
Illumination is licking their chops, dude. They can't wait to fucking.
It's like they said. I'm sure there's concept art and all kinds of.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be summer of 2025, probably.
Give it a couple years. They're gonna expand on Super Mario World out in Universal and all that there. I mean, it's going to be a big thing, guaranteed.
Well, and that's the thing too, is that if you you make a Mario 2, and let's say you do make like a Zelda or a Star Fox or a Metroid or all of them, whatever, I would imagine that like your Mario 3 may end up being Super Smash Brothers, where it just combines all of them together. And then
there's Civil War.
Yeah, so and then like, do you include Sonic? Just the top.
That's gonna be an interesting thing. Is like, how can they do that? Because Sonic's also been a popular franchise too. Like both
those
movies
are great movies.
They made money, and people, and a third one's coming out too.
Yeah,
right?
The Shadow.
Yeah.
But I mean, Peach did say when he's like, "Hey, maybe you're from my world," and she goes, it's a big universe out there with a lot of different worlds. So I mean, she was already kind of laying the foundation for like a multiverse kind of thing with video games. And I was just like, wow, That was such a brilliant line just to tease in there, just to give you the idea that there's a lot more out there.
I don't know. I don't know about other like Sonic and the other like non-Nintendo franchises. I don't know about that yet. But as far as Nintendo franchises, oh yeah, that's happening.
Yeah,
that is happening. We're
they're
getting
even
that.
using Smash Brothers in there with that platform fight between Mario and Donkey Kong. So I mean, all this stuff is definitely pre-thought out. Like if this works, we're going that direction.
Yeah,
totally.
So Star Fox would be the next. Would be one I would totally want to see as an animated movie.
Well, but and that's the other exciting part, for us fans, right? For any of us, like the super fans like me that grew up with these games, like for like 3/4 of my life, right? Now our anticipation is okay. Who's going to be the villain for the? Is it going to be his kids? Are the Koopa kids going to show up? Is there going to be Wario?
The Koopa kids should be in the second one, I think.
I have a feeling that Wario is definitely going to show up in the next.
Oh, yeah.
Waluigi.
Waluigi. Yeah.
No,
Jack Black is already going like Pedro Pascal. Come on, and it's like
No, my choice would be Alfred Molina as Wario and Willem Dafoe as Waluigi. That'd be my choice.
There you go.
Alfred Molina, anything he's in is usually outstanding.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even Raiders. He's in Raiders for like 2
in
minutes.
the very beginning.
Very beginning. A young Alfred Molina, right at the beginning of Raiders, right there.
But no, he's great. Everything he's in is great, and it just, and that's why I say, like, I think when it comes to these IPs, these Nintendo or Sega, whatever video game IPs, this can rival your Marvel and DC, because I mean the one thing that they have built in immediately is that they're essentially made for kids. It's so like, for instance, Mario came out and I told my wife, hey, let's take the kids to go see Mario. Oh yeah, let's go. But then if I'm like, hey, let's go see Quantum Mania with the kids, no, you're out of your mind. Well, like, no, we're not going to do that.
Well, I think there's a couple things with that, Andre. First of all, take advantage, like they can take advantage of the fact that, fair or not, the MCU is 15 years old.
Yeah.
It's dying.
And it's not dying, but it's like, it's at a point where
it's like
one of the chief complaints that the audience has right now is they don't know where it's going. We don't know who the Avengers are at this point, and we'll see how the multiverse saga hashes that out. So it's like, okay, you take advantage of that. We're going to see what Gunn does with the DCU, but we have no idea what that's really going to be until Superman Legacy. So we got a couple of years on that. In the meantime, the one thing that these video game movies 100% can capitalize on is something that we were talking about before. We were talking about merchandising and marketing. This is a prime example and opportunity. If you are a parent that's like our age, you got kids, and you've grown up with these games, and that's why you're seeing the movie, but your kids have no idea. And so you take them to see this movie, and then they go home and like, let's play Mario Odyssey. Let's play Super Mario World. And it's like, buy the games on Nintendo Direct.
Yeah.
I mean, it just sells itself.
Yeah.
It sells itself. Seriously. It's a massive opportunity for them at this point in time.
We got a new universe brewing. What is it going to be called? The NCU, the Nintendo Cinematic Universe. I guess.
My God.
I think you just named it. You just named it.
The NCU.
The NCU.
That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
It's going to happen. There's no way out of it now. It's got to happen.
I'm okay with it because it's something different. It's fine, because we've been wanting video game adaptations to work, and like you said, Ray, the only way that it's going to work is animation when it comes to some of these. Like I said, Zelda could work in live action, but it's also, I don't know. There's just so many. I
think all of them need to be just animated.
Yeah,
just keep it in that medium, and just roll with it. And I think it'll do gangbusters. I mean, I think it's a perfect market. Exactly. It's untapped.
Yeah,
untapped market. But I think this is a good place to end the stream tonight. It's been a lot of fun, gentlemen, and Ryan, thank you for joining. For
pleasure to be on. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome back anytime, man. If you want to, obviously you're local, so
yeah, maybe I'll pop in.
Come knock on your door.
Yeah,
just like, yo,
not
are you
wasted.
alive?
And real quick, Dave, I'm sharing my screen with you. I can't. I won't be able to see it, but you will. This is, you're gonna be able to see this. Man
Oh,
of
damn.
Steel.
Sharpening.
Isn't
Oh,
that
no, just
isn't
Man of
that
Steel.
great? And it didn't look like this before, right? The art center.
No.
Oh,
It was completely
very
different,
more
right?
cramped. It was very old school and cramped. Yeah.
But that looks amazing.
Yeah.
So in like 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
I'm
Oh,
so
wow.
jealous,
Yes, 2
man.
weeks. Yes.
I would do
never-
anything to be there.
I never even noticed those two people right there. I'd never noticed that.
What the
two
hell?
people. There's two people standing there.
Wait,
I never
what?
noticed that.
I never noticed that too. What the hell?
Yeah.
Look at that. That's gonna be so cool.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
It's gonna be great. Yeah, you're just
Yeah,
going for
yeah.
the
I'm
Sunday,
just going for
right?
Sunday.
I'm totally not jealous, Yeah.
Not at all. No.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be
Cool for everybody.
loud. It's gonna be badass, man.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So clearly something
BBS
you
the
know
next day. I mean, Man of Steel, BBS, and then I show up for Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is gonna be amazing. But I would love to have seen all three.
Yeah. Is Justice League, is this the first time that it's being shown in IMAX to people, or was there
Yeah, I
like
don't
a
think so.
previous screen?
No, there has been
previous screenings.
charity screenings that have put it right.
Couple years ago up here in Michigan, they did a charity screening Thanksgiving 2021 for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, which I was at that, and so was Wonder Meg
Steven,
and Anthony
yeah.
from World's Finest,
Yeah,
and
that's
Enosh was there because he's up here too. From Poindexter
That wasn't an
Lounge.
IMAX, right? That was just in
Well,
theaters.
no, it was an IMAX. It was one of the IMAX screens, but it was the I forget the name of. I think I don't know if it's Abdul. I forget what his name is.
Abdul.
Who organized, because they just did one last month for Watchmen.
Yeah.
Down as well, but he had the DVD, he had the Blu-ray, and so he had it hooked into, like, I forget how they had it set, how he had it set up. He could tell you better than I could, but it was hooked into. We saw it in one of the Birmingham 8 IMAX theaters.
That's cool.
So we did see it like it wasn't an IMAX digital file, but we saw it on a screen that size.
Right.
Totally.
Yeah,
So
at least gave the perception of what it would have been. Yeah,
absolutely. Yes.
Awesome.
I mean,
I know that like Kevin Smith was talking about, like, oh, in my theater I'll maybe throw up Justice League, and I was like, that's cool, but like this thing was formatted for IMAX, so one day I'm hoping that I could actually see the proper formatting as it was intended.
Yeah.
You know?
No, the one that they're going to see in 2 weeks is certainly going to be better.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I
It's gonna have the Emerald Edition, guys.
Oh, okay. Let's not go there. Let's
Oh,
not
what,
piss,
the Emerald Edition?
let's not piss on this. Yeah, come on.
I'm joking.
Yeah, because he's
They
gonna be
could've-
like, "Hey, remember that scene with Harry Lennox? Yeah, screw that. Here's Wayne T. Carr. Sorry, Harry."
Oh, yeah,
you know,
that's not going to happen. But nor should it.
no.
But at this point, but no, I still like. I'm not going to be
fighting,
able.
Ray. We're fighting for selling. Anyways, no, we're actually fighting for. We're fighting against suicide prevention, and hopefully, you guys got your shirt tonight. That's what it's all about.
That's
That's
right.
what everything's all about. You know, I mean, yeah, if you want to still do your hashtags and everything like that, sure, but put an AFSB with your fucking hashtags. Please.
Absolutely.
I don't care.
Amen
You
to
know,
that.
if you actually want to do that, that's what exactly we're fighting for. Fighting against is, fighting for suicide prevention. But
It's in the movie, and it's in the movie. Like that's
Yeah.
still like I still
In
that
the
billboard.
movie, it's all there.
In Man of Steel, there was that on the TV with Zod's thing. It said, "You are not alone." Who knew something sounding that evil would actually be something for good?
Kind of positive, like you're not alone.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. So, it's not about that. It's not about anything, but hopefully you guys got your shirts. I got mine because it was released earlier today. So hopefully you guys got it from Ink to the People.
Oh, yes.
and they're gonna have it there at the event. I want to say too.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're gonna have like poster thing too. I think you can get.
Well, see, I'm worried too because if I'm only going to the IMAX like version, like, are they going to have that shit there, or is it only going to be at the previous 2 days?
Well, you should have got 2 other tickets, man. I'm just
I
saying.
know. I couldn't get out of it. I couldn't get out of it.
I know. I'm kidding.
I was fucked. I was so pissed.
Nah, we'll see what happens when it comes to all that. I think they'll have, things there. But, just purchase it on Ink of the People. I mean, it's not going to show up till May, but, whatever. You're going to have the shirt.
I bought more than a few. I've supported AFSP through more than a few Ink to the People shirts over the last couple of years, no doubt, for sure. So
what you got to do. But thank you, gentlemen, for spending some time tonight. Ryan, thank you for being the special guest. Go ahead and promote, whatever you got to promote.
Real quick. So nerdragepod.libsyn.com has all of our episodes, whether you're listening to our wrestling stuff or our main Nerd Rage content. Beyond that, for Twitter, I'm at Ryan's_ramblings, where you can hear me either spoil some stuff or share what's going on in the industry, or just talk about a screener I just saw. For the Nerd Rage podcast, it's at the Nerd Rage Pod. You can find us there. We're on pretty much every podcast, Spotify, all those. If we're not there, please hit me up in the DMs, and I'm always happy to add us to whatever people are listening to right now. So thank you again for having me on.
No problem, man.
Yeah.
The door is always open.
I'm glad I got to meet the rest of you guys too. Even the ones that aren't here anymore. Yeah.
All right, Axel.
You can find me at Droga52 on YouTube, and you can find me on Twitter via Axel R. Droga with an R in the middle.
R.
R. Yeah, because oh shit, I forgot my pun. Anyway, and yeah, Andre, you're next. Go.
Am I?
Andre.
You can find me at Nicotina on YouTube, and then Nicotina_show on Twitter, Instagram, and on Vero as well.
There you go. Ray.
You can find me on Twitter at The Flightcast, and you can find my blog and my podcast at theflightcast.com. Due to some real life changes that in the awesomely positive sense, the show is undergoing a bit of a format change. This week, we'll be featuring a lot of catch up on feedback, because a lot of people have been sending emails for the last couple of weeks, and we have a lot of stuff to digest and talk about with respect to the conversation, not just with some of the stuff we were talking about earlier tonight, but also some things with Super Mario and other stuff going on with Marvel, DC, Star Wars, and everything over the last couple of weeks. And certainly some reactions to the Celebration stuff from last week as well, because people are still talking about that, no doubt. I still can't stop watching that Ahsoka trailer. But yeah, that'll be this week for sure on the Flightcast.
Yeah, cool. There you go. All right, guys. Well, we love you. Thank you to everybody who joined. We had Casey, we had Saggy, and am I missing anybody? I think that was pretty much it.
Damien.
That's
How
right.
can you miss all fucking Damien?
I know. Well, I got to keep up. It's hard. Especially when you're drinking.
Because he's Australian, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right. I'm against Australian. You damn Aussies. And you're...
You had 2 of them on at the same time. 2 Aussies.
Yeah.
I mean, that's happened before too. I had Tony on. He's also Aussie as well. But thank you guys. Thank you, Ryan, for being the guest. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Andre, and thank you to everybody who joined. We'll talk to you later.